All right. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to a beautiful Wednesday. Let's hang out and chill together today, shall we? I got some coffee. I got some breakfast. Was going to start a little bit earlier today, but I was slow this morning. At least I'm not late, but I'm trying to be a little bit earlier. I'm going to try to work on that. I was slow a little bit this morning. A little bit slow. But I'm here. We're getting ready to start. All right. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Let me reset the daily goal. There you go. Frodo Zeph, thank you for the first sub of the day. Thank you for that beautiful 42. Better late than never. I mean, I'm not even late. Well, technically, according to my new standards, I'm trying to be live by 10:30. But my back was not agreeing this morning, so I had to do a couple stretch, and that slowed my morning routine down a little bit. Happy Booger. Good morning, my friend. Wind Tour Arcadia. Hello. How you doing? Hello, friend. Frodo Zeph with that prime for the 42. Thank you so much. AC, what's up? Lucky Dog. Jen. How you doing, friends? Bunny Flair. Hello. Good morning. Mr. Pennywise. Lemon King. Sorokas. Demus. Hello, friend. We got Danimal Mentos. Hello. I got my breakfast. Honestly, man, I'm craving this new breakfast right now. I notice with the 11 months. Are we watching the Dune mid-ed game showcase at noon? 100%. Thank you for reminding me because I forgot that was a thing. So, yeah. Completely forgot that was a thing. So we're gonna be like kind of chilling today and trying to finish the WeakAuras for Mist of Pandaria. We have Monk to finish, and then yeah, we're definitely gonna watch that. Is it at noon on the dot? So like in an hour and 10 minutes. Raging Texan, thank you for the 50. I was gonna say 30. You've been here longer than that. 58 months with the tier 2. Thank you so much for the massive long-term support, my friend. So I got accepted to the beta. So sad I don't have your WeakAuras. They're available on my Discord for subs, my friend. Make sure you go get those. Yeah, a little more than 30. A little more than 30. A little bit more than 30. I think so. That's what Co mentioned. Okay, we're gonna check it out then together. If you guys want, we'll definitely do that. Breakfast today, again, 3 eggs and some fruits. So I had to use a bigger pan today, so they're not as you know. But yeah, 3 eggs, strawberries, blueberries, banana today. That's what we're doing. Honestly, I don't even know with the amount of food I ate yesterday. White strawberries. It's the inside that's a little bit white, but the outside is perfectly red. Like they're super gorgeous, but yeah, inside there, you know. No pick of the food, no, but to be fair, the place is really dark. The place is really dark, so we never get like really good pictures. It's not a good place for pictures for sure. All right. So yeah, we didn't take pictures, but we had a lot of food to share, so we had like big plates kind of all over that we're just sharing. It was really good. Really delicious. How many doggy bags did you bring back? None, actually. We ate everything. Everything was gone and taken care of. Heavy meeting at work. Happy Wednesday, all! Exclamation mark lurk. Have a good one, my friend. Let us know if you survive the meetings. The meetings apocalypse. They are available on this Discord for subs and Patreon right now. They will be available for all and free on pre-patch day. There we go. Shoot, I have a meeting too. Be right back. Have a good meeting, my friend. So yeah, we're just gonna boot up Pandaria, try to finish the monk. Anyway, we're gonna watch the Dune show for sure, 100%. Thank you for the hype train, by the way, chat. Really do appreciate it. And then yeah, we're gonna watch the Dune thing, and then we're gonna get back to WeakAuras, and we're just gonna we're gonna have some fun with that. So let's open up that thing. Yeah, we had some brisket yesterday. We had some ribs, some sausage, some southern style fried chicken. Very lightly fried, like super fucking good, super fucking delicious. I had my miraculous sweet potato with mascarpone cheese, and that was really, really good. Why can't we get a free boost for MOP from AOTC? I don't know, honestly. I don't know. They did the SOD thing. I mean, is it purchasable? Can you buy it? Can you farm gold for it? Yes, but I want it free. Oh, okay. Well, to be fair, that's kind of the reward that they're getting because they're kind of not doing anything with SOD anymore. So I'm kind of okay with them getting that reward because they're kind of taking down, like, SOD is pretty much dead right now. They're never going to develop anything for it again. And that was kind of their way to, I think, appease people a little bit. You know? We getting Classic Plus? I don't know. I'm not sure. Do you think so? I think that was their Classic Plus, honestly. Don't you think? Yeah, future classic project means what's after classic? What's after MOP? That means I think it just means that they want to. I'm pretty sure the post even stipulated that they want to focus on classic right now, like the classic, right? Pretty sure. I'm here on time, Monk WeakAuras. Heck yeah, there you go. Ooh, nice. You're going to be able to take on an owl instead. Brewmaster Monk retrospective. No. I'm trying to see. I'm pretty sure that post that they talked about for SOD. I can't remember where the post is. There was a post about Season of Discovery. I don't remember. SOD's nuts? Yeah, kinda. But that's pretty much what they got told, really is. Let me take a screenshot for the morning tweet. Let me take a quick screenshot for the morning tweet. But yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what it is. That's pretty much literally what it is. They're kind of taking. I mean, they kind of made a post saying like, "Hey, we're gonna be focusing on existing classic project, put the team onto that, and we're gonna focus on that." And I think that's what's gonna happen. There we go. Beautiful screenshot for today. Beautiful. All right. Finishing Monk, WeakAuras, and wrapping up Mist. Finishing Monk and wrapping up Mist of Pandaria. WeakAuras. Watching the mid endgame Dune meeting time. Oh shit! Yeah, you kill Balanazar in SOD, which is like the new raid they did in SOD, right? It's crazy that I haven't seen anything about that raid. Like, I don't even know what any of this shit looks like. I wonder how many people are playing. I feel like I would see it more often on retail, but on Wowhead, sorry. But I don't even know what the interior of the fucking raid looks like. Lanazar, High Commander Beatrix. Oh, Lillian Voss. Really? Shit. We need to make sure we're spending our time where it will make the most impact on the long-term future while classing. We want to set ourselves up by success by taking time. We need to get the kitchen and cook and iterate and shape our ideas and lesson learn. Yeah, I guess maybe it does foretell, but you know, from what I understand, they're just going back on classic at the moment. We're not gonna get anything for a while, especially if they said that they're cooking right now. You know, finishing Monk and wrapping up Miss of Pandaria WeakAuras, watching the mid-end game Dune developer talk, I guess. Right? I don't know where Dune stream developer. I'm assuming it's going to be on Funcom. Okay, so it's going to be right here. There we go. So we're going to keep that open. Finishing Monk and wrapping up Miss of Pandaria WeakAuras. Watching the mid-endgame Dune developer talk. Good combos. There we go. I'm getting hyped for the game. There you go. That's the morning tweet for today. Waiting for Classic Plus release BlizzCon. Start with Classic Plus and bring us WoW 2. I don't think that's ever happening, dude. I don't think WoW 2 is going to ever be a thing, I'll be honest with you. They've invested way too much into World of Warcraft to keep it up to date. Or try to keep it up to date, right? I'm going to give you guys morning tweets and Blue Sky. There we go. If you guys want to share some love there, I always appreciate it. Always helps me out. Yeah, I don't know about WoW 2, dude. Classic Plus could be interesting. I mean, it just depends, like, what's their approach on it. You know, like... It just depends, like, what's kind of their approach on it and everything, and... But... And they have to commit to it long term. I think one of the biggest issue for me with Season of Discovery is because they called it Season, I knew it was going to be temporary. I knew it was going to be temporary, and it made me not want to commit to it, right? It made me want to invest my time into it. You know? I mean, what if they start a second branch of World of Warcraft? But on an alternative timeline where we make different choices. Imagine. Like a second copy of WoW that's going to be on forever. But we make different choices. Like we don't go through the dark portal. Or exactly, right? And the story takes on like a different kind of... I don't know. I think there's something cool to be done in these... There's something really cool to be done here. But I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. We'll see, I guess. We'll see. I don't know what's coming up for us. I don't know. Like, they could add all the races from BC without going through the portal. What if... I don't know. What if they start even sooner than that? Oh, dude. No, that would be too much work. I was gonna say, what if they start a World of Warcraft, but from an earlier point than that, like Warcraft 2, Warcraft 3 era or some shit? What if the Last Titan is actually the last X-Pack? To be fair, they kind of said at BlizzCon that they have planned for, you know, even more after that. Right? So, what if they called it World of Peacecraft and you are the antagonist trying to destroy Azeroth? You get to your character selection screen is Arthas, Sargeras, and Sylvanas. And then you get to pick however you shit on Azeroth. I don't know. I don't know how they add like a new Imagine if they cook up like an entirely new classic experience. Because Season of Discovery was just classic with some plus, right? But I actually started Kata because I'm bored with retail with Joy's Journey. I might get to 84, 85 in time. What level are you right now? All right, let's go to work. Enough fucking around. Yo, feisty. 4 years. Holy smokes. My TTS aren't working. Of course they aren't. They never work. Let me reset this. There we go. Thank you so much, Feisty, for the 44. 4 whole years of laugh and entertainment. I appreciate that very much. Very, very much. Thank you for being with us for so long, my friend. Dono Raf, hello, buddy. How you doing, man? Dono Raf, not too far. Not even 20, I think. Oh, shit. Wait, you never played Classic at all, Morbian? So you never had like a level 60 character or 70? Yo, Red Baron. Hello, hello, my good friend. With the 5 gifted. How you doing, buddy? Thank you so much for the big 5. Remember, chat, that Sunday Rip is going to be happening on Saturday this time around. So instead of doing a Sunday Rip, we're going to be doing a Saturday Rip this time around. And we're going to have a massive multiplier for everybody that participate into the Rip. So that's going to be fun because we're going to be revealing the PSA card that I got. And for every 10 that we get, I'm going to add a multiplier to every win for that day. So it's going to be kind of insane. It's going to be kind of insane. It's going to be fun. I did in Wrath never hit 80, but want to start fresh. Okay, so you're putting that challenge on yourself. Okay. Got it. Because I was like, I'm pretty sure you could, you know, use one of those characters. But if you want to start fresh and have the whole experience, then probably going to have a ton of fun, too. If you can put a little bit of time into it, you'll get there in no time, right? All right, so I got to figure out where the fuck I was with... Kex match does apply. Interesting. So you don't need this keybind. It already does it. Okay, so if you miss, it doesn't work. Beautiful. Beautiful. I like this. I do weekly keys on Fortunes, then it's Keta time. I would really like to see the return to a time of more simplicity. Not in fight mechanics, but in class design, especially rotations. I feel like there's a lot of classes I would play in retail, but rotational complexity is such a barrier of entry to me. Oh crap, I desync these 6 cooldown and my damage is going to be crap for the rest of the fight. I mean, that's an exaggeration for sure. I mean, not really. I mean, Unholy DK works like that. If you desync your cooldown on accident or a Demonology Warlock, or it kind of feels like that. Your damage kind of goes to the. You can pull mob with Dizzying A's ability. Yeah, but it doesn't have any cooldown, right? So I don't need to track it pretty much because you can just throw these everywhere. So we're good with that. I just gotta go and see, you cause 20% of all damaging party and raid member within to be redirected to you. Holy shit. I thought you removed the keybind. I did remove the keybind because it doesn't matter. Like, I only put abilities here that I want to test, right? Mostly, I guess. That I want to be able to press, so if this one I don't need to implement it, that I don't need to test it much, right? Yeah. Because I'm not going to be playing, I'm just going to be... Exploding Keg is not a thing, I believe, for... so we're going to delete that. Expel Arm for Brewmaster. I don't think Brew is... They do have Expel Arm, interesting. And it's 15-second cooldown, and I think it's pretty important, too, if I remember. I believe cause to be directed as nature damage. Yeah, it's the chi generation, right? So it's the same amount of energy as a jab, but it heals you. Okay. Not too bad. Rushing Jade Wind. Do we have this as a brew? We have Spinning Crane Kick. Yeah. Unless it's in here. I believe it's right there. Rushing Jade Wind. There it is. Invoke the Tiger. The Tiger. Oh, dude, we have a lot of shit. Celestial Brew I don't think exists. Chi Burst. Chi Wave. Holy shit. We're gonna get the Tiger. We're gonna put it right there. Weapon of Order doesn't exist anymore. Touch of Death, did that exist for every single... Yeah, it did. Okay. That's kind of interesting to have. It's only on a 1.5 minute CD, too. There we go. Talents? Yeah. There's a lot of things in these. Spell usable? There you go. Beautiful. We're going to load these up. So then we start Mistweaver. Okay, cool. So Chi Burst, and then we're going to duplicate this one, and we're also going to add Chi Wave, just in case. Brew Master. Chi Wave. 5098. Chi Waves. Purifying Brew. Rushing Jadewind. Definitely got to be a big spam. If you have it. The Tiger is going to be right there. This one is going to be only for Brewmaster, though. Brew. There we go. Are you going to be playing Brewmaster in there? Are you going to be playing Brew in Mist of Pandaria? Ring of Peace. Definitely going to be a utility. Charging Oxwave. A Mighty Ox. Effigy rush towards enemy in front of you and stunning all enemy in its path. All of these are definitely going to be utility. Instantly restore 2 Chi and max stack of elusive Brew. Maximum 2 charges. That sounds really fucking strong. Do we even have Purifying Brew? And where's Purifying Brew? So Legacy of the Emperor is their buff. Blackout, Crackling. Detox. Do we have the utilities? We do. We do. One, 4, 5, 5, 0. I should probably go update my WeakAuras, I think. I will play Brew. Me, I know I plan on playing Mistweaver, probably level as a Brew. Oh, nice. Actually, funny little story, but I actually played... I mean, it's not that funny, but I actually played... I actually played a monk on the release date of Mist of Pandaria. I was really, really tired of how my class were playing, and I was like, fuck this shit. I'm out of here. You know, like, they weren't treating my classes right. I was angry. I was like, fuck it, I'm playing monk. They're going to be OP, just like Death Knight were. And monk ended up being absolute fucking garbage at launch. They were really, really bad. Like, Windwalker could barely quest. It was like one of the worst class out there. It was really, really bad. Windwalker was horrible. And Brew was terrible as well at launch. They were like one of the worst tank, if I remember. And then Mistweaver was actually pretty decent. So I ended up having to play Mistweaver. What a fucking experience that was. Let me tell you that. What an experience that was. It was kind of cool, though. It was kind of cool. It was kind of cool. It made me do something new, but I was very, very early on. I was pretty sad, and I just didn't have fun. You know, I was like, fuck it. I'm not. This is not me. This ain't me. I'm not a monk. And I ended up going back to my shaman, I think, or some shit. I don't remember quite exactly what happened, but it is what it is. Okay, if I press this... and the duration is exactly the same as the cooldown, so that kind of... I don't really need to track its cooldown on top, do I? Unless there's something that extends the duration somehow. Oh, it replaces spinning crane kick. Very interesting. What is this? Rushing Jade Wind. So the whole proc thing is completely useless. The pixel glow is nice. This is gonna be action button. There you go. Beautiful. So now we can just go in here and... Okay, pretty straightforward. I'm having a hard time deciding what I'm going to main. If I was to play MOP, if I was to play MOP, I think I would do Warlock again for sure. But from what I heard, they're doing the last patch of MOP, which is after they've nerfed the shit out of yeah, from what I understand. From what I understand, it is the Giga nerfed.
Ready for the eventual announcement of Classic Plus.
That's what we were talking about this morning. I was like, where the fuck is Swiftar? We're talking. I was like, I knew you would show up somewhere. We were talking about that yesterday, and was it yesterday when the post came out? Are you going to kill the first boss? And no, I'm not. I don't really have any plans of playing MOP, so I never had any plans of playing SOD because I knew it was kind of temporary a little bit. So obviously they learned a lot from this, and I mean, that's what we were talking about this morning. Like, what can they do? Do they take Classic and add a plus to it? Or could they go like a completely different path? Like, imagine an alternative timeline. Imagine a timeline in a Warcraft universe, but where we make different choices and we end up with completely different encounters. You know? Or there's so many possibilities. Right? I'm not going to do SOD for sure. Especially not for a boost. I don't need it. I already have a level 80 Warlock. If I do want to play Mist, I'm just going to take my 80 Warlock to 85. It's going to take me like a day. You know, with the XP boost. So, I don't know if I'm going to be playing MOP. I don't think so. But, you know. I kind of wish I could experience a sped-up version of expansion on one character that eventually goes to retail. Imagine if they just create... imagine if they just create a path. Like a completely new World of Warcraft timeline. Imagine. That would live on forever. That they would end up developing for. But, you know. Maybe that's too much. What about the monk mount you get for doing the starting zone DK for Lich? The monk mount you get for doing the starting zone like DK. Oh, are they doing that? Are they doing the promotion for the monk starting area like they did with the Death Knight? Has that been confirmed? They are? Oh shit, I might end up doing that. Should be on Wowhead. Oh shit. Are you gonna play Goose MOP? Oh yeah, it looks good too. Holy shit, yeah, I'm gonna do that for sure. I did it for Death Knight. I'm gonna do it for sure. Yeah, this has to be for Penda, right? Not Monk. Yeah, it's for Pandarian experience, which is great because I'll be able to make a nice little Penda, whatever the fuck I feel like making, I guess. Can I be Penda Warlock? I don't think so, right? I'm gonna have to figure out. Okay, let me clash. You and the target. Okay. You and the target charge at each other, meeting halfway, and then setting all target within 600 purpose. Okay. So, WoW 2, I don't see them ever doing it unless they start at the same point as they announced the new trilogy, but why? Yeah, there's no way they're doing WoW 2 ever. There's no way they're doing WoW 2 ever, I think. I figured I just want to stick with one level up, do some raid, quit, come back, do the next raid, quit, come back, do the next raid, just to see how it was. It's been fun. The problem is with Classic, it's hard to do that, isn't it? Because it's not like you can catch up on gear easily. You know? I don't know. Collaboration opportunity. Okay, sorry, I was just doing a quick cleanup of my... There we go. Emails real quick. It was triggering me. Does WoW ever make it to 100 XP? I don't understand how WoW ever completely dies. It feels like Sanga Sports dies. Yeah. Figure warrior because everyone needs a tank, and I like to play arms. I like how arms play. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how like World of Warcraft keeps going, right? Or what's their plan for the? Because I mean, right now they're doing 3 XP, and from what they were saying at BlizzCon, they're gonna do 3 more, and you know they say they have story and content for the next like 20 years at more. So that's what like what maybe 10 to 15 XP total. The only issue is how do you keep a game this old? I mean, I guess they got to refactor the whole engine every time, right? I mean, we're World of Warcraft is gonna be we're already in WoW 2, you know, like it's evolving. It's just it's not gonna be a cut like, oh, we got WoW 2. Because when people say WoW 2, what they want is a reset. They want everything to be reset, fresh, new graphics. But we got the new graphics, right? Like, I mean, World of Warcraft looks like a million times better than it did back in the day, right? It just does. It just does, right? So. It just does, so. Guild Wars and FF did it. Why not WoW? Because both of these did that a long time ago with not that many players playing their games. You know? Spaghetti code on top of spaghetti code? Yeah. Also, they did it because they needed to do it, right? Guild Wars 1 was like kind of mid. And Final Fantasy, the initial release for Final Fantasy 14 was fucking horrible. They did it because there was no other alternative for them to succeed, right? World of Warcraft isn't in that scenario whatsoever, right? Not even close. World of Warcraft is not in that scenario, you know? How buggy the patch has been, I think it needs a soft reset at least. I don't think they're ever doing that though. The patch are buggy because they don't have enough testers. I think they expect too much people to jump on the PTR and test shit. People even started making memes about like in the patch note, they literally added like, please play the PTR, you know? People just don't play the PTR. They need to start giving incentive, bro. Imagine if they gave you like months of game time for testing on the PTR and like actually flagging bugs and shit. Everybody would be on the PTR figuring stuff out. Everybody would be on the fucking PTR figuring shit out, bro. Oh, okay. Yeah, that was summon the Black Ox. Do I put Black Ox statue in the core or in the... I don't know, dude. Why would we go in the PTR for nothing? I ain't wasting my paid time for this. Yeah, I mean, of course. That's why I'm saying they need to incentivize it. If they're going to rely on the PTR to figure out issues, they need to incentivize it. They need to incentivize it with game time or some fun stuff. Blizzard has went through time of already doing and hiring for an unannounced MMO, Project Titan. That project was canceled and its own release. And what was being worked on rolled into WoW. Actually, Project Titan was Overwatch. Like, everything that they did for Project Titan ended up shaping Overwatch. It rolled into, like, all the characters in the universe of Project Titan was what ended up shaping all the characters in the universe of Overwatch, yeah. Blizzard ain't the giving type? Yeah, but, you know, the problem is if they keep releasing buggy patch, I guess we'll see what happens, but, you know, it just would be nice. I think it would help testing for sure. Like, if you give a little incentive for people, you'll see people jump on, you'll see people jump on the PTR like in no time, you know? I think so, at least. Summon a Black Ox statue at the location for 15 minutes. Only one can be summoned at a time. Statues interact with your provoke and leer of the Ox ability. I'm pretty sure that kind of needs to be in a main ability, right? Sounds like a... Because it's like... It's much more than just a cooldown. It's like... The WeakAuras are on Wago, but they're only available for Twitch subs right now or Patreons. Because I don't share... I like to share these to a little bit like more limited crowd so that it doesn't go... So I don't lose... You know, because otherwise people load this up and then they'll keep it. So I make sure that people that gets their hands on these actually are people that are, you know, from the community, and they know what's going on, and they know that this is not the final version. This is just a temporary version. And yeah. So yeah. So right now it is available. They are available, but they are in a channel on Discord. And good idea. People would just complain about it even though they aren't done yet. The problem is if I give the link to everybody right now, then they spread and spread and spread, and then people end up using these when the game release. And then they never get the latest version. And then they end up having issues, and then so what I tend to do is I'll give them only to subs. It limits the testing a little bit, but it ensures that those people are kind of more it helps ensure a little bit that people are more aware of what they're downloading, and because they're making a, you know, I mean, unless they got a random gifted sub from somebody, but yeah. So all the WeakAuras are on my Discord and the Mist of Pandaria channel. To see that channel, you need to be a sub on Twitch. You need to be a sub on Twitch or a sub on Patreon. What's up, Lemon King? How you doing, buddy? And then that needs to be linked. World server is down. Wow. And then that needs to be linked to Discord, yeah. Well, that's maybe a good idea to update WeakAuras. Working? Nice. How's work today? Hopefully it's going well. With a repair auction house mill transmog mount. Yeah. Put it all over in there. Is you still feeling good, Lux? Just a slight cough left over? Yeah, it's I still have a lingering cough every once in a while. Feel like it's more like nasal drip, just like I'm not sure exactly, but I think I'm feeling good right now. Feeling pretty good. Cal Frodo, thank you for the 52. By the way, Swiftar, thank you for the 67th. Thank you for the 67th month. Really do appreciate that, my friend. Mentos, what's up? Oh, interesting. I had seen that info being released. I wasn't directly looking, just the very early info when it was canceled. Yeah. I'm glad you're feeling better because that sickness that you had seemed to be going around for a while. So I'm glad that you're on the open up. Oh yeah, like I'm feeling like way better. It's just at late at night sometimes when I go to bed, I'll be coughing a little bit more, but outside of that, during the day, I'm not. Everything's good. Everything has been really, really good. Super happy about feeling better for this for sure. What happened to these frames? I don't know. So yeah, feeling super good about this. Okay. Let's make sure that all the abilities are working. So, elusive brew. Increase your chance to dodge. Increase your chance to dodge melee and range attack by 30% for 1 second per stack of elusive brew active. Consume your elusive brew charges. How do you generate elusive brew charges? Wait, why is Touch of Death active? Invalid target. That's so fucking weird. Oh, it doesn't look if the target is below. It considers Touch of Death usable. Oh, fuck. That's so fucked. It considers it usable even though it's not. So, like, every time you press the ability, it does the check instead of validating of the ability. That is so fucking weird. Yeah, that's gonna be fucked. Been lurking, trying to figure some stuff straightened out. Trying to get some stuff straightened out. Are you gonna take a picture after you're done with your hair? I don't know why, but I just realized why I enjoy having your WeakAuras creation in the background. It's ASMR. It's all it is. See, like I'm having this little, you know, I don't. It's my WoW ASMR. I'm glad you enjoy it, my friend. I don't own as air straightener. Elusive brew. Oh. Use elusive brew to consume. You gain dodge for 1 second per charges. Okay. How do you get more elusive brew? Interesting. And do we have... okay. Cool. Let's duplicate Rushing Jadewind. We're going to call this elusive brew. 115308. Seems like a very important button. I thought we were done with these. Is there much more left? We only have Monk left, pretty much. I only had Monk left, and then the partner anniversary stream came out. I had front page of Twitch. Tainted Grail came out. So I was like, you know what? Fuck it. Let's go play Tainted Grail. And let's go play Tainted Grail on the front page, right? And see what's up. But then I still needed to come back and finish Monk WeakAuras. So we got to do Brew, we got to do Windwalker and Mistweaver. So we still got a lot of work, but it's the last class that we have, and then we're kind of done. Obviously, I would need to do a pass for tier sets and all that shit. I'm gonna need to do that at some point, but. Right now, I'm going to have, like, the major structure of most classes. And obviously, there's going to be issues, but, you know, yeah. The next game on the horizon is Variety Until Dune. So we have... By the way, good morning, Ronenjic, before I forget. What's up, man? I have a list of games that I want to play. So Planet Crafter looks really, really fun. Slormancer, I want to play that a little bit more. Fantasy Life, I want to try that. Monster Train. So we're going to do some variety in the next coming days as soon as I'm done with WeakAuras. All the way up until we play Dune on June 5th. In about only a couple of minutes, there's going to be a stream. Apparently it's at noon. There's going to be a live stream of mid to end game. Oh, is it already? Oh, this is the stream that they're gonna do, right? Okay, cool. It's just a little preview. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna be doing that. We're gonna be checking that out, taking a break from WeakAuras just for that, because I'm really, really, really fucking excited about that. I don't know about you guys, but I wasn't even that interested about. I wasn't even that interested about Dune. And then I played the beta and I was like, fuck, this is actually really, really fun. It's actually really, really fun. You know? The only thing stopping me from wanting to play Dune is the PvP. I hate PvP. You don't have to partake in it, though. That's actually what we're going to be looking at today. That's actually what we're going to be looking at today. Some zone you have it on by default, you said? Some areas, not zone. It's like there's a zone. Okay, so you know in Diablo where you played Diablo 4, right? There's 2 zones in Diablo 4 that are PvP enabled. And they get you cool rewards if you go in them in PvP, but you never needed to do them, right? So in Dune, I think the zones are going to be moving, and some zones are going to be like kind of flagged as PvP. If you enter them, they're going to be like kind of free for all a little bit. And then there's going to be really, really cool end game rewards that are going to be in there, and it's going to be one of the easiest way to achieve those. But if you want to skip them and never engage with them, you're going to still be able to find all of the resources outside of the zone, from what I understand. That's what I've been told. You can absolutely play Dune for like 1,000 hours without ever doing PvP, is what I understand. They're going to be very, very like obviously laid out, and you're going to be able to completely avoid them if you don't want to partake in them. So I think you shouldn't be running into any issues, right? You shouldn't be running into any issues. I don't think you'll have any problem. I don't think you'll run into any issues. I don't think you'll be running into any issues, my friend. But that's what we're going to discover, I think, in today's stream. They're going to be talking about mid to end games. So I'm assuming they're going to be mentioning... I'm almost certain they're going to be mentioning... Oh, it gives you some of that. Okay. So you got to do these to get these. But then you don't always get them? How does that work? It has a chance to give you elusive brew. Oh, elusive brew is like a chance whenever you use a spender? Is that how that works? A streamer spent 100 hours without any PvP, so no worries. There you go. There you go. I think we'll be... Oh. There we go. They seem to have a live stream. Starting in 13 minutes. Okay, so we're going to go into the Dune Awakening category in 13 minutes, and we're going to watch that together. From crits? Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Yeah, there has to be a passive somewhere that tells you how to generate it, right? Increase your stagger amount. Follow the gift. There's a chance. So when you deal with... No. Desperate measure. Tiger bomb. Train brew mastering. Increase the tiger. No longer cost chi. Elusive brew. Your auto attack critical strike grant you up to 3 charges of elusive brew based on weapon speed. Use elusive brew to consume up the charges. Wow. So this is literally like auto attack. As you auto attack. If every time you get a crit, it's... Oh, there you go. How much crit do I have? 21%, so that happens a lot. I mean, I'm assuming at max stack, I probably want to hard glow to let you know, like, hey, brother, probably want to consume this. So we'll do if stacks equal 15, we're going to give you a hard glow. Hey, Spunks. Is this Luxthos, the famous male stripper? Yes. Hey, what's up, Zakari? How you doing, my friend? Zakari? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the channel. There you go. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. I wonder what I do for Breath of Fire and this fucking aura. Do I give a shit is the problem. So I could do this. You know what? Let me... Zachary. Yeah, that makes a lot of fucking sense. Hey, Lux, I know you've mentioned it before, but where can I find the MOP? Where the MOP? It's all in my Discord channel for MOP on my Discord. There's a channel called Aura Mist of Pandaria. It contains all of my aura and the instruction on how to get the latest version of for subs. The channel is only active for subs, though. I knew it. My fiance has you booked for her bachelorette party. Oh shit. Okay, that's her. Jesus Christ, the lag, dude. All right. I got it through his only feed profile. There you go. Girth, thank you for continuing your Prime gifted sub. Appreciate that, my friend. Thank you. From a Prime to Tier 1. Appreciate it. Or from gifted sub to Tier 1. Thank you, my friend. Oh, chat. Chat. Keg smash. Thank you, my friend. We'll be happy. Thank you for all the works on the WeakAuras, man. A game recognizes game. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate that. Glad you enjoy them. It's going to be target debuff. There we go. Beautiful. Wait, what? 12, 30, 37, 27. Okay. 12, 37, 27. Oh, and only aura found. Beautiful. Beautiful. And then we're going to put the timer on it too, I think. It's going to be 2p. There we go. And then it's going to be time format. All the way down to 0. And that way we get the time that the fire is available. Beautiful. Why is the kick... Oh, the kick doesn't have the... Okay. Day 123 of me asking Lux to play FF6. Can't stop, won't stop. Hey, maybe you'll get to a year. How many year was it? Giggity. How long? Definitely was a while. Hello, what's up? How you doing, my friend? How you doing, Yupo? How you doing? Well, at least you wake up daily knowing there's disappointment incoming. I mean, it's been at least for as long as I've been a sub. What, 3? Why at 3 does it go purple? That's weird. Oh, shit. How, 5 minutes? All right. Beyond the beta, a glimpse of mid to end game. Do you guys want to check this out? I'm kind of interested to check this out. I really want to check this out. It could be super fucking fun. And then we'll go back and do more WeakAuras stuff. Let's change category real quick. Mid to end game talk. All right. Let's see what they got in store for us. Kind of want to check this out, and then we'll go back to MOP WeakAuras. We'll see. We'll see what kind of talk this is and how it's structured, and then we'll see what we end up doing here. We'll see what we end up doing here. If it makes you happy, little bro, everything makes me happy. They don't have music? Nothing? Unless... Oh, I muted. I was like... Stream is starting soon. DuneAwakening.com. Honestly, I wasn't like super into favor of this game. I was like, it's gonna be boring, whatever. And then now I'm like, fuck, this, you know. How do you back up your WeakAuras? I think I do like a Google Drive backup, and then I manually back up them as well. And Wago also serves as a backup. For everything that is updated, Wago serves as a big... so like, whenever I look at, like, for example, my Death Knight WeakAuras, you can go here, and then... When you go into version, you can see every single version since I started making WeakAuras for Death Knight, right? So you can see that Death Knight WeakAuras started in 218. Isn't that crazy? That's actually the year that I started streaming. Isn't that fucking crazy? I think. Two minutes and 30 seconds. Transmission incoming. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't like super hyped for this game, and now I'm like, that's all I can think about. It's weird how this game like just came out of nowhere for me, and like at least my hype for the game came out of nowhere. What is Dune? Dune Awakening is a new survival crafting building game that's coming out in early access. Not in early, I mean, so it's fully coming out June 10th. If you pre-purchase, I think you get it June 5th. It's going to be server-based, so it's like a big social sandbox survival crafting MMO, I guess. Yeah, it's just going to be a massive fucking game. You get into the world of Dune, and you know, you gotta gather stuff, and it's going to be fucking crazy. I'm probably going to be picking a server at launch, and we'll all go there if you guys want to join us. Building our houses, collecting resources, and is it PvP? It does have PvP. You don't have to engage in it, though. So they're actually doing... The stream of today is going to be about mid to end game. So this is going to be quite interesting here. This is going to be quite interesting. So this is going to be... We're pretty much going to have a glimpse as to what is the future. Like, what is the end goal, and what's the grind? What's the, you know, like, a little bit more info, I guess. So we'll see. Do you plan to implement premonition into Disc WeakAuras? Are you talking about MOP, or what are we talking about here? Pre-purchase deluxe and retail. Pretty sure Disc on retail has everything it needs to function. Is there anything that's missing that's not being tracked? It does? No, it works, I mean?
Few survive this world. But those who do... awaken. The desert wants you dead, Off-worlder. If the sands don't take you, the storms will swallow you whole. But you don't have to walk this path alone. In every danger, there is opportunity. The foundation of something greater. A power waiting to be harnessed. Desert power. Some claim to rule this planet. But Arrakis is yours to explore. To fight for.
It would be nice to see what's next. I'm pretty sure the rotation is always the same, so you'll always know what's next, right? It always changes after using into another, so it would be nice to see what next. Isn't the rotations like always the same though? Wait, what's up, Frank?
Control. Master Arrakis. And it will open your mind.
What's up, Fire Killer? How you doing, man?
This is your path to awakening.
Dune Awakening. Coming to PC June 10th, 2025. Bless the Maker and his water. Start your journey today. Oh, we can download the character creation thing. Holy shit, can we make our character already?
Everybody, to our, and I can't believe I'm going to say this, last developer live stream before our head start and the full launch of Dune Awakening. I'm Natasha Rösli. I have the honor to be your host for today. And I think I'm not the only one when I say I'm so excited for you to experience what our teams have been working on for the past years. So some of you have gotten a taste of what the game feels and looks like during the beta weekend. But today we go beyond the beta and show you a glimpse of mid and end game of Dune Awakening. We have first a little segment where we talk beta and combat. We then have live gameplay of Haga Basin and also social hubs. We go into live gameplay of the Deep Desert. And as always, we have a Q&A in the end where we'll be connecting questions from you, from chat, live during the stream.
Okay.
But before we dive into all of that, let's watch a brand new video.
Ooh, brand new video. Yeah, the problem is how to show that information without overloading the screen, right?
Is the fusion of melee, shields, ranged, abilities, and vehicles.
Imagine if this was a Star Wars game
As
instead
you
of
progress,
Dune.
your tactical options expand, allowing you to express yourself through different styles of play.
This could have worked with any franchise. That's the crazy part. Like,
brutal affair. Do everything you can to knock your opponents off balance and open them up for a retaliation.
dude, the combat was actually pretty good.
Keep an eye on your stamina, or find yourself in trouble. Early abilities change the paradigm. Use the voice to force your enemies to come to you. Shigawire Claw to stagger an enemy. Knee charge into melee range. Ranged weapons like the Mauler pistol allow you to maintain distance and take down enemies from afar until a shielded enemy enters the fray. Holtzman shields change the nature of combat. Their kinetic barrier can only be pierced by slow-moving objects. Fast on defense, slow on attack. Swords, daggers, kinjals, and rapiers are effective for dealing with shielded enemies, but without a shield of your own, you will quickly be overwhelmed by enemy fire. But the shields also have a weakness beyond the slow blade. Ranged attacks cannot be fired from inside an active shield, creating a window of opportunity for the others to exploit.
Oh!
Specialized range weapons can counteract shields. The drill shot rifle fires drilling darts that will attach to a shield and slowly pass through. The disruptor fires statically charged darts at variable speeds to overwhelm the power supply of the shield. Abilities can turn the tide of any battle. Swordmasters use their deflection ability to close the distance and bring their crippling strikes to bear on
Holy
their enemies.
shit, combat looks good.
Troopers use their techniques to take to the air and bring death from above. Bene Gesserit stop enemies in their tracks with the power of the voice, or use their Bindu dash to quickly close the gap. Mentats control the battlefield with their Sentinel, or use the Hunter Seeker for a silent takedown. Abilities, ranged weapons, shields and melee work in concert to allow mastery. But beyond mastery lies the spice. Consume it to awaken. Transcend human limits with new abilities and prescience, seeing what others cannot, the narrow path to victory.
Jesus.
Combine these techniques freely
Drugs?
to experience sandbox combat. Create unique strategies and bring them to bear against your foes. Always remember, Arrakis takes the weak.
That was pretty good. Pretty good demo of combat. That was kind of insane. Where's my road? Okay, there it is.
And we are back and diving straight into our first segment, showing you mid-game in the Haga Basin towards end-game as well. But first, let's of course introduce our guests for today. Here on this side, we did let him out of the doghouse. We have Joel Bylos, aka Chris Knife, our creative
Not
director.
into
Joel,
PvP
you
survival?
yourself quickly?
I mean, hi everybody.
You
My
choose
name
whatever
is-
you want to
I
do.
have to admit it, Joel.
You can
Bylos
play
this time.
co-op. You can avoid PvP if you want
This is the
to.
last
So
live stream, I'm going to admit that my name is Joel.
Love it.
It's fine. And yep, looking forward to talking about everything we're going to talk about today.
Yeah.
Yes, and on this side we have Scott Jr., our executive producer on the game, new face.
Yeah. Finally let me out. You know,
Yes.
the game is gone.
Exactly.
But yeah, it's
you can
good to
completely
see,
avoid it if you want. Yeah.
both, and good to talk about Dune finally.
Very excited. So, Scott, let us do a little bit of a throwback to beta.
Sure.
Players, as mentioned, have had, let's say, not a small taste, but a taste of the game, the survival aspect of the game. Maybe we can have an infographic where we actually see what the players in the beta were able to experience. Here we have a little infographic. What was the most valuable takeaway from this beta?
I think getting the game in so many people's hands so they can understand what we made. When we started working on Dune, we wanted to make more than just a normal survival game. We wanted to make a very Dune game, first and foremost. And so that's not obvious, right, what we were doing, because we were taking a lot of risks trying to do some new takes on things to make them more Dune than survival. So we have a lot of people finally being able to play the game and understand, you know, what we're trying to do. So that was great. And then seeing the feedback and the reactions and all the social media posts, all the YouTube videos, it's been fantastic seeing all the feedback. My personal takeaways is that we had a couple technical issues that we were able to sort out and get fixed pretty quickly. Some issues with some crashes and freezes that we've already fixed. So I'm really excited to get the game out next week so everybody can see what we've changed.
Yep.
Anything you
100%.
wanted to add?
No, I mean, for me, it's just a lot of fun to watch people finally playing. Like, someone asked me on Discord like a year ago, like, tell us about the game. They wanted me to describe the game. They weren't in the beta. And I was like, well, it's very hard to describe because it's something unique. Yes, it has some familiar survival stuff, but we've layered it all underneath the Dune IP. And it's really hard to describe how all of those things come together to create something that I feel is kind of unique and interesting, right? And so, I think it was fun
Yeah,
for
a
people
little
to really
bit.
get their hands on it.
I think more
before
Age
it's
of
beta
Conan more than
players for a
Valheim.
while.
I think, right?
But seeing people in the world having it, streaming
Or
it,
Conan
you know,
Exile? What is it
putting
called?
up YouTube
Conan
videos talking
Exile?
about what they were
Not Age of
experiencing.
Conan. Conan
I
Exile
think,
more with like an
you know,
MMO
importantly,
feature a
people
little
finding
bit.
out whether they like or dislike the game as well, because I really like people to be able to make an informed choice about what they're buying as well. So, yeah.
100%. I think one thing I can add to this as well is, like, for me, having a little bit more of a bird's eye view of how the developers and the teams were reacting to this, because me too, we have been so close to the game for such a long time, you can't really judge it anymore, like from a normal gamer perspective. And then seeing all those amazing kind of, obviously there was feedback as well that we kind of needed to address and things. More on that in a second.
Yeah.
But it was just so fun to see how everyone kind of was like, no, we have something here. Like, people are enjoying it and they're getting it and they're like having fun playing the game. And that was really great to see from that perspective as well, like just overall.
In the moments like people almost getting eaten by the sandworm, right? You know, those are very tense moments that happen in the game. And just seeing the reactions for people has been fantastic.
Exactly.
Yeah, there was one thing I really enjoyed was also like watching people coming in. I don't want to say skeptics, but they kind of, as they hit the beats of the game, as they progress through the game, in the beginning they're like, okay, this is this and this is this, and they kind of, and then like they're like, wait, you can combine the suspensor belt and the Shigawire claw, and you can, oh wait, you can do these things? Oh, cool! I got and suddenly the game, like, it's opening up more and more, and they're really starting to understand the philosophy of how we approach the development with the sandbox, right? So, I don't know. As I saw people experience, I was just like, oh god, they're seeing it and doing it. It's
They
great.
get it. They have those light bulb moments that we were
Yes.
hoping for, right?
Yeah, and they just were growing more positive as they played more, right? And that to me is huge. It's really important.
Yeah. And it's, as I mentioned, that are the things that are really great to see from kind of an outside perspective.
It was
It
very
was good,
surprising
just-
how
it's
much fun I was
like
having.
The first slide was showing
Even
us
for
was
only
just the
playing
first
like
20
2-3
So
hours.
it's just a taste
Yep.
of the game, right? It's just the very beginning of Act 1. We have so much more to show, and
Which
the best
is
parts are here to
the
come.
rest,
gonna
quite
talk
a bit,
about it.
like a little bit of the stream as well. But going back to the beta weekend, there were of course some things that weren't that great, that didn't go as planned. One
What's
of
up,
those
Dars?
moments was of course the PvP moment in the broadcast, and when it comes to melee combat specifically. But we have actually worked on this and addressed it. Scott, maybe you can give a bit of
Yeah,
context to
so
that.
we were aware of this issue. We've been in closed beta for a year and a half almost now, right? The new combat came in August of last year.
Yep.
And we've been making tweaks based on feedback and playtests that we've been doing. So going into the beta, we knew that there was that issue around stamina and what would happen if it ran out. And we'd already been working on it for over a month to try to fix it. So
It just started,
we
yes.
patched out a change to it. Do you want to go over the details of that?
I mean, the high level changes it's something like this now, right? So heavy and slow blade have been separated as attacks. So a heavy staggers people now, and then a slow blade finishes them off, or goes into the slow blade attack. So you actually, now holding the button, you'll actually do a heavy attack. All attacks have now got proper stamina costs attached to them. And then in addition, if you're in a place where you're getting into the stun lock situation, you get an ability which is called Second Wind. It just pops on. It starts to restore your stamina bar quickly so you can dodge out of any sort of stun lock in that situation. So yeah, we've been doing balance around stamina costing on everything. We've been doing balance around the way attacks work. I think it's all working pretty well. Scott and I did a fair bit of PvP ourselves.
We're pretty bad at
on
it.
the top of a
but-
Who
shipwreck.
won? Did you do well?
Yeah, one,
day
yeah.
one, and Joel won day two. Maybe?
I think you won day one, but that was because on the second day I slotted the Bene Gesserit technique, the Mentat technique, which allowed me to avoid his voice power. And then he wasn't able to get me anymore. So then it was fun. It's fun to see how
approach.
how the dynamics work, right? So it was a lot of fun. And yeah, I mean, I think we're still, we put it on the closed beta. We're getting feedback from people and testing. But one thing is important to stress, right? It's a live game, and we're going to continue to patch and update. So we'll be paying a lot of attention to what happens as the game goes live and as people are playing. And, we're here to make the game better. That's our job. So
Yeah, absolutely. That's beautifully said. Thank you. But enough just a dry talk. Let's jump into some gameplay. So we actually have an example of group gameplay. I'm like, that word is just not as
I thought you were going to, when you said dry examples, I thought you were going to break out the wine. But let's.
Maybe I should. Maybe I would go better with alcohol. But yes, so we have some group gameplay, mid game actually.
Yeah, mid-ish game.
We can probably just comment on it as
Sure.
well, what we're seeing and how it's different from what people have seen in the beta specifically.
Sure, you want.
Sure, yeah, I can go. So if you played to the Vermilius Gap, the journey is still very isolated to yourself, right? And your sand bike, and you have a small base. As you're moving into the next areas, like the Hogget, or this is the Rift, right? You unlock the buggy, and the great thing about the buggy is it allows you to start mining from your vehicle.
Oh, shit.
And the resource requirement as you go further and further into the game is more intense. But the buggy and other systems like that allow you to increase your harvest rate also.
Yep.
And this is a fantastic part, right? Just moving around, going to the different resources, either switching yourself to the turret, or if you have a friend, having the friend man the mining laser, right? And then being able to harvest resources.
Yeah, the buggy's a multi-seat vehicle, right? So when you get to the mid-game, it's good to start crafting that, right? And then you can get out there and you can harvest. It has a huge inventory space as well, compared to like the sand bike or what the players can carry. Our philosophy of design with the game, like I've seen people asking for more inventory space on their character, but our philosophy of design for the game was that you build vehicles and they become your inventory space. You can see how big this is and how much volume it can hold. So the buggy really is like your mining vehicle of choice as you get into the mid-game. And if you're playing with friends, someone's on the turret, someone's in the driver's seat, you can have a friend in the passenger seat as well. You can bring multiple people, but you can also just like do this alone, jump between seats. In the interaction menu, you just select, I want to drive now, I want to sit in the turret seat and mine. But I want to talk a little bit about this location, because we're in this place called the Hagger
I gotta go to
Rift.
the bathroom, Chad.
And
I'm
as you
leaving
can
this
see,
on,
it's
though.
this
The whole
dark,
5 Luxbox
gloomy-
raffle.
It's basically a geological ditch. And Herbert talked about this in the book. He talked about the folk of Pan and Graben. And this Graben are these big ditches, these big chasms that you have on Dune, on Arrakis. And in here, it's like the sunlight doesn't really penetrate to the bottom. And down here, there's been this ongoing war of attrition between the Atreides and the Harkonnen over this shipwreck, which is central to this area. And then as you come up out of the Hagger Rift, you come back into these other areas of the map. And it's like, it's a different style and tone to the desert. And I know people have been concerned, or at least been worried that like everything's one biome. But as you go down into the Rift, you feel it's a very different place. And shout out to our world director, Jeff, like one of his big key points about the world was making sure that we
135
had
seconds.
a lot of verticality.
Let's get in there.
And I think
5,000
Hagar
bucks.
Rift is like an absolutely perfect example of how you can just keep going down and down through these galleries, and there's bases built up through the entire side of it. It's just this really fun place to be.
It's like, make it deeper, make it deeper.
Exactly.
I remember he mentioned that.
And this is where all the lights come into play. So headlights on vehicles, personal lights on players come in. At this point, this is where you start bringing things, and yeah, it's fun.
And it's so huge because then you fly in with an ornithopter too. It's
Yes.
like wide, and yeah, it's really fun to explore that way too.
The music and the setting and the atmosphere when you're down, right?
It
you've
looks
been
really,
in the
really
harsh
good,
desert
dude.
And the Vermio
You know,
Scape with, like the bright lights on you the entire time, going like from
90
shadow to
seconds
shadow,
left. Join.
Preserve water. When you get down there, like the music team's done a very good job of just setting the atmosphere. Feels almost cool.
Is
when
that
you're-
it?
when you're down there?
That's our base in the distance set too,
Yeah,
I think,
yeah.
where we're heading. So you can see the
Yes.
wreckage of like the war. You can see that's a deserter base. Like because of the war of attrition that's been happening here, some of the Atreides and Harkonnen have deserted, and they've set up little camps around here, and they create like they're obviously hazardous. But now we're coming to a base that we created for this, and this is the Atreides base building set.
Yeah.
And this kind of, I think this is a
Awoo.
woo. This is a great example of what you can do
Macaruso, what's up,
outside
man?
of the square
Hello,
blocks that everybody was seeing in beta because they only had
Luxthos.
access to the first couple of sets.
Yeah, and what's important as you get into the mid game, you start building up your infrastructure, and that's just as important as your equipment
Oh,
or your
shit.
vehicles. So even if you lose a vehicle, right, like you make your buggy,
Thank you
and
for the 43,
you get
man.
unlucky enough to get eaten by a sandworm.
45
the-
seconds left.
the
Exclamation mark
infrastructure
join.
will allow you to get back on your feet way quicker than that first.
Get your Lux boxes
Can we,
for the giveaway.
can we stop for a second and show a pro tip here? I
Yeah.
really want to pro tip something. So can someone
Absolutely.
go and use a chest?
Yes. Oh, you want to mention my favorite thing?
So if you go to the wait, is that a chest? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Go to. So if you're in a chest in the game and you have a vehicle anywhere on your land claim, you can go to the top of the inventory on the left there where it says backpack.
Other
Where it
left.
says backpack on the left-hand side, whoever's driving, up there,
up
yep,
there,
and
yeah.
click the
Yes.
drop down, and you can select the vehicle storage. This is a massive quality of life for getting things in and out of your vehicles.
Oh,
Because
shit.
we know it's a little bit hidden. It's not the easiest thing to find, but once you know about this, it ups your quality of life in the game immensely because you can just drive in with a buggy full of stuff, go into your base, click any chest, click on the storage drop down, and start taking things out of the back of that vehicle.
It's something that the beta tester suggested, isn't it? Like directly.
Yes.
Yeah.
This was something
Yep.
people were asking for during the closed beta, and we
Wow.
Exactly.
implemented it. Yeah.
Another thing that I mentioned before, which is such a small quality of life thing, but we have that too, is you don't have to empty your chests before you can move them.
Oh, exactly.
That's
yeah.
just like that's
Yes.
just a complete mind-blowing quality of life change to me. That's like so nice.
Yeah. So the game works in these phases of like, in the beginning, you need a sand bike to get off walking around, right? Then you move to the phase where you want a buggy to help you to harvest and gather resources. And then you move to the phase where you want to start building your first ornithopter. And so we have an example of this here. And the vehicle building in the game is very cooperative, right? You can see that these different, we're now adding permissions to allow people to help us to work on this ornithopter. So this, these guys are all in a group. And so people can cooperatively build. And of course, I think this is the medium, the assault ornithopter, as we call it. So it's the medium tier. But the largest ornithopter, the transport ornithopter, also requires, a lot of parts and a lot of people. So it's
Oh, you
kind of
actually have to
part of the
build
way
them?
we
Holy
designed this
fuck.
was to make sure that we had this collaborative building system
What
in the
the
game,
hell?
both for buildings and for vehicles.
This is my favorite part of the game, just the building the vehicles actually physically in the world, right? Putting the pieces there, working with your friends to make all the parts of them, and then like mixing and matching the different modules to make the vehicle, fit the role that you want to
Yeah.
use the vehicle with for that moment.
Yeah, and vehicles come with different module sets, right? So you can put inventories on some. You can, like we talked about the buggy. You can actually have a rocket
Dude.
turret on top of the buggy,
What
which
the
I think you
fuck?
saw in the combat trailer
Yeah,
earlier.
yeah.
You saw the buggy firing rockets. So you can have different types of things on the different vehicles, and we'll continue to expand that post-launch as well, making the vehicles more and more useful with utility. Yeah, it's fun, right? And then I guess the other side of this is that we can start talking about variants and swatches, which is our
He's actually
customization
gonna
system.
change in a second. We'll
Yeah.
actually see that. There we go.
Holy
So
shit, okay.
this-
Yeah.
this-
Atreides ornithopter.
these guys are aligned with the Atreides.
Boo.
So here we just switched out the Atreides. And a variant, just to put the distinction in place, a swatch allows you to change the color sets, but a variant allows you to change the physical visual.
The actual
so this
model,
this is the shape of the Atreides. It's got the hawk-like lines. It's got the sharp angles.
Boo.
And the Harkonnen have more of an insectile kind of feel to them.
Yeah.
And so
They look
this is,
good, dude.
and you earn these.
It's
variants
insane
in
that
this
you
case
can build
by
these
leveling
and
up
shit.
in the factions, which is a part of the mid game, which we aren't really showing
you
a
need
ton of that
fuel?
today. But as you
Oh, you
join a
do.
faction, go through their quest lines, you earn access to these kind of variants and things like that, and then you're able to use the Atreides colors and swatches and variants.
Yeah, both on vehicles and your armor, right? So
Yes, vehicles,
you-
armors.
You
Yep.
can represent with your Harkonnen clothes,
Yes.
running in the deep desert,
Yes.
perhaps.
And that's it's important to note that like a lot of our philosophy around this was as well, like you create, so let's say you create a tier 4, like a mid-tier armor set, and it's like a scout armor. You can variant swap that to look like any other scout armor in the game. You can't turn it into a heavy armor or a combat armor because we want people to understand in PvP what they're fighting. But you can change it into any other visual of a scout armor, and it's the same with social clothing. It's the same with, obviously combat armor, and it's the same with still suits,
Yeah.
which I mentioned. Which is
Yeah,
kind of our
Drew,
four
yeah, the
major
spice
armor
that they
types
got
in
is
the
like
game.
Social mention.
drug
Oh,
enhancing.
No, I was
That's
just
how-
gonna say social medium, social scout.
Do I need to claim
combat
something? I
and,
won some points, it said.
still
Yeah,
suits.
you just
Yeah.
won
And
Lux
what they're
Bucks.
showing right now is the
Lux
Vulture
Bucks
mode
is the
and
currency
the
that you earn by
Ornithopters.
watching
So
the stream or
Ornithopters are
participating
great,
in
right? 'Cause
raffles.
You have your helicopter
Once you
mode
win
where you
those, you
can
just
move
win
in
them.
all
They're in
directions.
your
You can
Twitch
switch
inventory now,
to
so
Vulture
they-
mode, and
they're
then
in
it's
your
more of like
the
a
channel
glider where you're
inventory,
going up
and then you can
down
use them
to
for
gain
giveaways.
speed.
Yep.
You can use them as
Yeah,
tickets for
Basically,
giveaways.
airplane
L2?
mode
There you go.
and the helicopter
Giveaway.
mode, so to speak.
Yeah,
right?
Sort of.
it's like a hover mode and a glide
Yeah.
mode, right?
Yeah.
And the vulture mode allows you to be more maneuverable. You see that they have a boost module. Actually, this is fun. Like when you get to too high in altitude, you start increasing your fuel consumption, which prevents people from going too high in the game. Also good to know for people who want to stay, close to the ground. Yeah, and now we're flying through an area of the map known as the Shield Wall, which is on the para-northern
He's
side
actually
of the Hager
pausing his
Basin. We can
wings so
talk
that he's
about the
gliding
para-directions
instead
at some
of,
point, because that's
flying.
always awkward and weird.
So he's not using consumption as much.
Because Para-North is really south in relative terms to the map. But this is like, these are rocky areas, so the sandworm is less of a threat up here, but the enemies are much harder, and the resources you gather up here are much more value, right, to what you're doing. So these are areas where you harvest.
And the
yeah.
first time you're coming here, you don't actually have an ornithopter. More than likely,
Yes.
you don't, right? So
Yes.
then you're having to make the choice of like, do you bring your buggy here, which is really high, really hard to get to, or do you go with your sand bike and try
Yep.
to climb up the wall? So it's ultimately it's about choice, how you go to each of the biomes, and then which vehicles you bring, right, which enable different mechanics based on the one you want.
Yeah, and like this area we're in now is known as the Uldum as well, and the Uldum has a little more plant growth and a little more greenery, and that's because the Uldum is an area where they were doing experiments on some of the land, and we won't talk too much about it. But
I don't know what time
we're gonna
period
fly
it is.
over. I guess this is
our second base.
our
yes.
second base on the shield wall. Yeah, so this is the
Lots of
guild
shields.
base. So this is further into the game. People have progressed a bit. They're probably so we divide the game into 4 phases: survive, protect, expand, and control. So this would be here. You're either on the expand or the control part of the game. The sort of last 2 phases, right? So you've got a bigger guild. You're working with a larger group of people potentially. You can still play the game solo at this point. Everything just takes a little longer and is a little harder to do on your own, right? And that's you can still do it. You can craft these ornithopters. There's no problem. But we encourage people to play together and work together in a multiplayer game.
And we're showing off some building sets we've never shown before.
Yes.
These will be
Yes.
the Twitch drops.
These are
Yes,
Twitch drops. Yeah.
exactly. So the one this is actually the Jome, that one's Jome building set, but those round windows and the ceiling pieces, pretty much everything that's more metal than like white stone, those are actually going to be Twitch drops that you will get. So they kind of expand on the existing
Nice.
Jome tier set, which I love them. I think they're very
Yeah,
cool.
yeah.
They're really cool looking.
Yeah, and you can see what we'd expect a guild
Nice.
base to look like, right? Lots of production going on. It was something that we were really like pushing on in the game development, making sure that the fabricators actually show the items being
Right.
crafted as they
Yeah.
craft. so you see them
Drug-addicted space baby?
form
No,
up
not about
inside
that
the
one.
fabrication units. And yes, I know this isn't exactly something from June lore. This is one of the places where I was like, I have to make a concession to the game. They don't have fabricators, they're not mentioned in the lore, but it's fine because it's cool.
cool.
Rule of cool in some cases.
Absolutely.
And this is a vehicle fabricator, yeah.
There's also circuits. Have we ever talked about circuits before?
Nope, not actively. You can.
Okay.
Please feel free.
They're pretty neat. It's not like as intense as like Factorio, right? Making blue science or anything like that. But you are able to set up different circuits in your base, so you can have some containers feeding into some fabricators.
Oh,
fabricators
really?
Feeding into others. You'll never have 100% automation like you would get in a factory builder game, but it does enable you as you get to mid game to start having a fair bit of automation in the game when you're playing, because water and electricity become quite a burden if you don't start upgrading your gear and the infrastructure like we were talking about before. So we introduced passive ways to get water, which is a huge help, because water in the mid and to the end game even is really important through all aspects, not just survival, but also crafting.
For my fellow lore nerds out there, we call the passive water generation wind traps.
I was just about to say.
Oh, nice. There's
there are
passive
actually some
water
wind traps
generation.
on this,
Yeah.
and,
Yeah.
we've seen some while we walked by them as well. And yeah, it's just like you also see here how much bigger those refineries are. We also saw a spice
This
refinery
is
as
so
well,
fucking
actually.
cool,
Like,
Yeah,
man.
those
This
spice
base looks
refineries,
dope
yeah.
as
Yep.
fuck.
Yeah, and
This is a
we just
player-constructed
saw a room with
base.
some decorations in it as well.
Yeah,
like
we
just.
I don't know about
you
the faction, actually.
you
That's a
can
good question.
Pimp up your area in a sense, like put out holograms. It was quite funny because here's a fun anecdote from development. The artist
no.
made a bunch of the artist made a bunch of pot plants for people to put in their bases, and I was like, guys, it's June.
There is no water to water those.
So we have a
things
lot of holograms
in your
plants now.
buildings. Yeah,
I was like,
they
we
look
can
great
have.
though.
Then I keep saying the word holograms. Sorry, everyone. Solido projections.
Solido projections.
Solido projections of
You'd be
plants.
yelling at yourself.
Oh my god, I'd be so mad. I'd be so mad if I wasn't me right now.
If you like decorations, you need to explore quite a bit,
Yes.
right? We don't unlock them all.
Yes.
Go to trade posts, go to places where there are people. You can unlock tons of the stuff that you're seeing.
Oh,
there.
really? That's cool
You
as
have
fuck,
to
dude.
work a little bit for it.
You'd have to work a
though.
little bit
Yes.
for it, yeah.
Like explore, find people.
Honestly, this is getting me
obviously
so
these
fucking
doors, the
hyped for
shield
this.
doors and
Holy
things
shit.
As well, like once you reach a certain stage in June, you can put shielded doors out, so you don't have to have doors that open and close.
Exactly.
And that's really useful for when you have flying vehicles, you want to land in hangars, you don't have to wait for a door to open.
Some of the cool stuff I've seen in beta is they will make a huge base that's kind of covering a road. So they'll open up
yep.
the middle of it and then set the permissions on the Pinto shields so that you can actually drive
Public,
through it. So
yes.
you can't go into their base, but you can still go through the middle of
Yes.
their base,
Yeah.
which is nice.
It's nice.
Yeah, I agree.
Good guy players.
Good guy players, yeah.
Yeah.
So I think we're actually gonna go
The base building
up
looks
to the roof
amazing.
now and build a transport ornithopter.
nice.
Great.
Which
No.
not
No.
yet. Okay, not yet.
No, we're not.
Excuse me.
We're not. We're
gonna
Excuse
run around
me.
the base a little
Not
bit
wrong.
more.
We're
Yeah.
still
Oh.
doing other.
Yo, Strike,
it.
what's up, man?
Yeah, okay.
They give it the
But-
51.
Ornithopters
What
hovering
we'd
around.
like to do is, because we're actually going to go to a social hub later on, and we'd like to throw that to, unfortunately we can do only Twitch, so I'm sorry YouTube, we love you over there too. It's just our bot is being a bit difficult, so we'd like to do a poll, throw that to Twitch chat only for today. Which of the social hubs you'd like to see? We have 2 available in the game right now. One is Arcane, the other one is Hardco, and you can choose which of
Dude,
those
this is
you'd
so
like to
cool.
see
It's crazy.
today. So we give you like a few minutes.
But yeah, you need to
vote on
drink,
that
you need to
while,
eat.
Our
You need to keep
rockstars
your-
and
you need to
wizards
keep your
behind the
survival
scenes
in
are
check in
preparing
this
that
game.
poll for you, if it's not running
But
already.
there's a lot of. It
And,
seems like mid-end game, you have ways to
One of the cool
automate
things
water
that, they were just showing
collection.
there is the vehicle backup tool.
Yes.
I don't know if we've talked about that on stream too much, but once you build a sand bike or a light ornithopter, you can actually build a tool to hide it, or like, what's the lore reason, Joel?
Let's go with the Ritchie's perfected miniaturization
Sure,
technology,
sure.
and the player is able to miniaturize their vehicle, and it only works for vehicles that have nothing in their inventory.
Correct. Yeah.
And 2 types of vehicle: the sand bike and
Yes.
the light scout ornithopter.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, we're flying past.
Highly recommend always using it, right? When
Yes.
you're going to a location,
Yes.
land, store your vehicle.
Yes.
Don't let it get destroyed by a sandstorm.
I learned
Exactly.
that the hard way myself too.
Oh.
So I will never do that mistake ever again.
I see. We've gone with spoiler
Ooh.
territory here, and we're flying over the giant power station of Misatariel.
Don't look.
I don't want to talk too much about it, but we'll let people figure that out in the game.
It looks good.
Nice.
It's my favorite location.
Nice.
Me
Are you
too.
guys excited
Mine
for this
too.
game? How many people are
Mine
going to be
too.
checking
The
Dune?
story involved in it is
So
really cool.
please look
How many of you
forward
guys
to
in
this.
chat are
And then we have
interested in
someone
checking this game
doing
out?
their vulture roll, which is very nice.
I hope
You
they
can
talk
hit your
about
scanner
PvP
as well,
to ease
whoever's
people a
flying.
little bit. That seems to be like one of the major point of concern.
Vehicles obviously get like players got hand scanners probably in the beta, but now you're up to the stage where you actually have a scanner and you're scanning entire like islands by pumping
Getting it?
sea.
Me?
So the idea
Nice.
is that again, as you progress, everything just takes a step up in how quickly you can do things. We wanted the game to feel, well, you've put in the effort to get this vehicle. We're going to give you the convenience of being able to scan an entire island very quickly, right?
Yeah.
This is a trade post. This is the Crossroads trade post.
Look at the poll. It's super tight. I love that. Like right now, Arcane is slightly winning. So let's go,
Harco Village
Harkon.
is cooler.
I agree though. Well, both
We're gonna see some footage from Harko
both
no matter
are
what we do
super
today.
cool,
That's
though.
true.
Both are super cool, but I do like.
Yeah, it's
I would
just
love
because you're
to,
an evil
but
person.
it's got a
I
bit
am just
hefty of a
like-
price tag for me at the moment.
I
was apprehensive about the combat in beta.
I always try to go evil in like games.
I don't know, survival isn't my thing. That's where it was originally.
Yeah,
Like,
because
bad,
you can't
but it's
bring
up
yourself
in
to
PvP
do
to
that.
be
Your
honest.
characters,
I
right?
was-
Yeah.
yeah.
So these are the pilots. They would
But
disable
it's still a
when you
survival
played, you may
game,
have
right?
met one at
The
the first
survival
trade post
isn't
if
about
you're
the
playing.
PvP
And we're going
combat.
to
It's
Arcane, by the
about
way.
We're going to
drinking
Arcane,
water
yes.
and
Okay.
surviving,
It's
right?
fine.
But you can opt out of PvP.
So we're
Yeah,
gonna
you
go
just
and
don't
visit
have to go to the
Arcane.
zone that are
Alright, that's
PvP
cool.
flagged. Just don't go into them.
The
right?
pilot only takes cash. So you can't have credit. You have to have cash. So we're heading to Arrakeen.
She doesn't use it on sunscreen, that's for sure, because she was really sunburned. Like, so let's just get that out there. Yes. But yeah, you need to have the cash on you as
Yeah.
well.
One of the features in the game that we haven't really spoken about too much. I mean, well, we have a bit. We've spoken, but I don't think people picked it up in the beta. Oh, here we go. Well, I'll let us arrive because this is cool.
Okay.
This is Arrakeen.
But
And as
but
we
tasks
arrive in
like water,
Arrakeen,
food just annoys me.
So
Yeah.
one of the features we have in the game is the CommuniNet system. And when a player opens their CommuniNet, they can choose radio stations to listen to in the game, a la like a Fallout game or a GTA game. And this guy, Finno Gary, he runs this trash shop, but he actually has a show on the Atreides radio. And if you listen to the show, it's his daughter talking about their adventures on how they got all this salvage that shows up. So it's kind of fun to just like narratively listen. You know, we tried to connect everything in the world. This is again, I want to make this point because I feel like I see it sometimes online, and it's a little, let's say, disheartening. People, we were advertising the game and saying the word MMO, and then people were like, oh, they took all that off, and we took it off because we do feel like this is a huge world completely worth exploring with lots of other people. But it's not an MMORPG, and people were getting confused by that.
Yeah.
So we took it down. But I think it's clear when you look at places like our social hubs, our exchange system, our banking system, that we have a lot of elements from those style of games here, right? So
Okay.
yeah, we're looking at the exchange right now. Players can post things on the exchange, and this is the banker.
bank.
Would you like to deploy?
One of the great things here is you can actually store.
That's a fair explanation.
items
MMO
and
doesn't mean
credits, right? So say
MMORPG.
you're gonna
Yeah,
take
exactly.
a long
But people
vacation, you're
associated
worried
with it,
about your
though.
base
That's the
getting
thing,
destroyed
right?
For
So
some reason,
it's a fair point for
fly
sure.
to Arrakeen and dump a bunch of stuff in here.
I was actually thinking is like one of the great things here is
Because it just means
this mustache.
massive multiplayer on
Yeah, that's
multi
also
online,
like
right?
that.
Just recommend on the mustache.
I mean, we've all seen the
Fantastic.
Bog,
mustache.
thank you for
you
the
also
follow.
pay taxes here,
Yes.
like because
Yeah.
you need to, like for the bigger.
Yo,
stuff,
happy
you
birthday,
actually
Jen.
need to make sure you have.
Can I get some happy birthday in the chat
your
for
taxes
Jen,
paid
folks? It
today.
is today.
and this is where you pay. This is the
Emperor.
imperial consulate, as we call it.
Yeah.
This is where you go to pay your taxes to the Imperium. So the first sub-fief console that you place on
Happy
Iraq is
birthday,
the
my friend.
basic one that you
Thank you
place
for
in
being part of the
starting area.
community.
You don't have any taxes to pay on that. But once you get a bit further into the game and you start building bigger bases, you pay taxes.
You again.
Once you start expanding that land claim, which you do through these land claim extenders, you start paying more tax. So the idea is that the larger guilds who have more members, who are more capable of achieving things in the game, they have a higher tax rate because
Yeah.
they're building out larger spaces. And that's our way of making it fair for people who only play solo as well. So they don't have as much tax to pay.
The other important thing about the cities is that's where you really progress through the faction storylines, right? So here's where you're going to come and officially join the Atreides or join the Harkonnens and
Yep.
start vying for the Lands Red system and getting involved in the politics of the entire world.
And this is where the advanced trainers are as well.
Yeah.
For people who want to progress past the basic level of training in their particular chosen classes.
Except for Derek.
Oh, Derek, the planetologist, he's everywhere.
He's just traveling around.
He's everywhere.
He's a wandering mentor. You can find him
uh,
anywhere.
Yeah. He's
It
here,
looks so
he's there,
cool,
he's
man.
He's everywhere.
It does feel like it would be an MMO, you know?
Okay, no, enough. Sorry.
No, but you have contracts here, of course, as well,
Yes,
and
contracts,
specific
yeah.
vendors, so they have a lot of things to sell as well.
Yes, and the main story brings you to these locations as well.
Yes. So now we actually get a glimpse at...
I like that you can do everything solo,
Yes.
too.
So you
But
can
teaming
use the
up makes
pilots
it
in the trade
faster.
post to fly to the hubs like we showed, and you use those same pilots to get back. But once you have your own ornithopter, you can just fly to the edge of the Haga Basin map, and you'll get a prompt asking you if you'd like to go to the overland map. And this is the overland map. And this is, again, one of the things that I think kind of breaks us away from your standard survival game. This is where we have the ability to infinitely expand this game, where we have multiple maps that players can go to. I think this is where you go to reach the deep desert. This is where you go to reach several of the story maps. Right now, we've landed on a fuel deposit. We're just picking up a bit of fuel, refueling our ornithopter on there. We're able to expand here for a long time, and this is kind of part of what, again, we wanted to do to make this a coherent universe, right? And make June feel like something that
Thank you for the
we're gonna
11
be
months,
working
my
on
friend.
adding to for a long time.
So post-launch, there will be new locations that show up here.
Yes.
We'll have events that have locations here for short durations, right? For to shake things up, and eventually, when we release huge content drops, they'll be accessible through the overland.
Through the overland map.
Exactly. One other thing that you can find...
That's actually
in
a
the overland
really,
map,
really
which also
clever
goes
way of
into the
doing it.
story that we really would like to talk a little bit more about, because we haven't as you mentioned, it takes a while to also get the story going, so people during the beta weekend haven't actually seen much of that.
Yeah.
So via the overland map, you can also access some of these story dungeons, and we actually do have some footage of one of those dungeons that await you, and Joel and Scott can probably give a little bit of context what we're seeing.
Part of Act 2.
So here we're not going to spoil too much of the story, but this is kind of the theme of Act 2, right? You've moved from a survivor doing the trials, now you're getting involved in the politics.
Look, the kitten is back.
Yeah, so there's a lot more interaction with NPCs, dialogue, there's a lot more cinematics, and a lot
Very
of
interesting.
locations outside the Haga Basin that you'll be going to.
One of my favorite.
I like how they
characters.
have
I
this
love her.
setup plan, right?
Everyone
Like you
does.
start, and then it's just you have to survive
we
and
didn't
settle
mention the
yourself.
Consolence, but you're
Then you
inside the
progress into
Consolence
like a
here,
lot
and the
more
game
story
actually
elements.
dampens all the sound outside of it when you enter.
And then
which
it's
is pretty
about
cool.
like trying to expand, trying to build like a larger areas, and then
Chore murky for law people who understand.
What is that, by the way? I actually don't know what
The
that
Assassin's
is.
Handbook describes certain poisons. Chore murky is poison in the drink.
That's actually something I didn't know. Like, I was wondering about that earlier. Like, I didn't know what that term is.
So you see we have a dialogue system in the game where you can make choices based on several of the things that you've done in the game as well. Your background at the start has some payoff here.
This water should be
Again, it's not like, we're not making an Obsidian RPG with all of the choices that something like that has, but we're doing a level of this that's above and beyond what most survival games do, I think.
And you will be interacting with some Dune characters that people
Well, look
are
at her
familiar
last
with.
name.
Yeah,
Dune
yeah.
fans probably recognize already that last name.
Yep.
All right, so we're skipping ahead here. We've jumped to the part of the mission where you're heading towards the Water Shipper's Mansion, which is in the Imperial Basin just outside of Arakeen. The player is being sent there to assassinate and poison this water shipper on behalf of the Lara Tuek. And so we come to this new level on the Overland map.
Yeah, so your job is to infiltrate,
Yes.
right?
Yeah, she's talking and explaining the mission, but I can't hear it, so I'm just... But
one of the things we wanted to do is make sure all the abilities still work in these, so it is
Yes.
still very sandboxy.
yeah.
There will always be multiple approaches. You
Yeah.
know, if you have a Shigawire Claw, you can use that to grappling hook over some areas. If not, then you're gonna have to be a little bit more stealthy and avoid the searchlights.
Yeah, you can
exactly.
glide
It's-
a little
it's
bit.
like-
Yeah,
It's one of those things where our
Glide,
philosophy
fly.
is like we give people all these tools, but it's a sandbox. Play the way you want to play. Like here, it's we have to find a guy called Yargan, who's her contact.
He's supposed to be waiting for you by one of the storage sheds.
Yeah.
And so like it's like you we're quite nice to people. You might get spotted, but you can escape the lights quickly.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not like okay.
You can read the dialogue here. It's fun. One of those ones.
And again, depending on your background, they actually get different choices to to the dialogue.
Dude, this
Character creation
motherfucker
is
looks
important.
weird as hell.
Yeah.
Good morning, Lux. Yo, what's up? Good morning,
This does.
Papacaster. How you doing, friend?
I agreed to help Alara with this. It was because her old man got me out of a few scrapes back in the day. But if you get caught,
Oh, what the fuck?
we ain't met.
Especially
Cyberpunk
when
2
it
has
talks about
entered
place.
pre-production phase.
You'll appreciate this option.
Good.
What the
Ask
hell?
you questions.
It's like, so which background?
Guarded like a princess's virtue.
Which background do you have to get that option now?
That one's for everyone for free.
It's for everyone. That's for free. Okay, there you go. I love that we have it in a video too.
Finally, a day after 7 in a row. Finally, a day off after 7 in a row.
fun
Shit,
things
dude.
that
Yeah, you got to take some
also
time
wrote,
off.
Like, especially also for like weapon
weapon
descriptions and
descriptions,
things.
item
It's super
descriptions.
fun. Like everything's connected. Like for those of
This is looking
you who do
good,
like
dude.
lore and who know
They're
do
showing
lore as well,
dungeons and
will
shit.
find a lot of connections, but also
This
for
is like one of the.
launch
It's been a while.
Yeah.
super
They're
fun.
showing how they plan on expanding
He's
the
also
world.
explaining
Like
the different ways that you can approach this.
the world
quest
isn't
right now.
fully
So he's
connected.
sort of
Like you can't
explaining
just
to you,
walk
there's, like,
everywhere.
two
There's like
paths
an
that you can take. Like, you don't have to
overlay
go
map
this way, you
that
don't have
allows you to
go
go to
that way.
other areas.
Here's how you can get in. There's how you can
So
get
they
in.
can
right?
make
So
the world as big
a
as
player,
they
you can
want
approach this
because of
again
that. The
in
world
combat
becomes
sandbox
infinitely
approaches.
scaling because of this technology.
Again,
of
I don't
doing
want to
like an
oversell
overworld
it.
map,
It's
a
not
little bit like
immersive
Final
sim where
Fantasy
you have
VII.
like the Dishonored level of,
Yeah.
but you can definitely find alternate paths into the mansion to achieve your mission.
Really, really cool.
And I think that like a shout out to the story content team with Bernard and the boys, as I call them. They've done a great job with these, setting them up. And here's what Scott was talking about, where you know, oh, like I've set the game up in this way. I'm a Benny Gesserit. I'm just going to stun this guy, and then I'll be able to walk past him, and he won't even notice me. He won't call up. He won't call the guards because he doesn't see me, right? And so you can use your abilities, your skills that you've picked up in the game to just pass through these areas, and yeah, it's kind of fun, right? And we just wanted to show that we have more than just, you know, the basic survival game. There's way more going on here.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm so
Especially,
impressed
like,
with this
I
game
think
so
it
far.
takes about if you let's
It's weird because I'm not
let's
into
assume you
Dune
ignore
like at
everything
all,
else,
but now I
because
feel
there's
like
a
I
lot
have
of
to
choices for you,
understand
how
shit a
you
little
wanna
bit more.
approach Dune Awakening and
Maybe I
what
need to
there is
rewatch
do.
the fucking
But
movies
let's
or some
assume
shit.
you're only going for the main story and like those cinematics and things. So it takes you. I did talk to Niels about it as well. It takes about 30 hours until the story.
Hello,
really
hello. How you doing,
gets
Papacaster?
Going.
Yeah, if you're
How's your day off
playing
going
by
today?
yourself, just
Yes.
experiencing
Yeah.
all the survival elements and going at it alone. Yeah, probably
Yeah.
30 hours
It's-
to get to part 2.
Yeah, it's deliberately like. I'm not defensive about Act 1, but the first part of the game is deliberately somewhat light, just to give people that, like, learn the world,
Exactly,
acclimatize
yeah.
yourself, like follow up on the Fremen. You have the Fremen trials, and it's super interesting, and then we start introducing and layering the politics of the universe and more and more of
Exactly,
this
yeah.
stuff. and
It's
more
just
of
I
your
don't
personal
remember
story,
who
like,
anybody is. The
what's going
faction.
on,
I don't even
why
know
you're
who
the
the
one
good
being
guys
up to
are. Like I
this,
couldn't
what's
even
happening
tell
now.
you the
And
name of
ultimately,
the
it is survival
good
game
guys or the
first,
bad
right?
guys
The player
or
needs to learn how to
any.
survive
I
in
don't
the
fucking
rapids,
know.
right? And
I don't
it's
remember
a
anything
very
of this
harsh
universe. so-
environment. There's a lot of mechanics to figure out, and then you have to make your way through there and figure out how to get outside of the Haga Basin right before you can experience more of
Yeah.
the politics and intrigue that are going on.
Exactly, and I really love that we have. I mean, the beginning of the game is kind of story driven, right? You get context to what,
Yeah.
where you, well, a little bit of context what's actually happening. You have a person that talks to you and helps you at the beginning, and then as you
Atreides
mentioned, it
good
goes
for the
more
most
into
part?
learning the actual
Okay.
mechanics and the tutorialization of the game, and we give you time to get a bit acquainted with everything, or not everything, but a lot of the things, like the basic mechanics, and then we like approach you again with the story a bit later on. And I really love that too.
I love this guy, but we're cutting now because we're not going to spoil too much of what's going
No,
on.
exactly. So obviously we don't want to show too much. There's more to this dungeon. What we're going to do now, though, is we're actually going to watch another video that's going to lead us into our next segment. So enjoy.
Cool. Intense.
Okay. Everybody has done horrible shit.
Power. Given the right lever, you can move a planet. In Dune Awakening, your path to power leads you through the great houses. But only accomplished guilds may earn their place among the Atreides or Harkonnen. Swear your allegiance and contribute to their rise in desert power. The pledge is only the beginning.
Listen, if I've learned anything,
You have come far, and now it's time to take control.
the people
of
that have the
Landsrad.
giant red flag and dark makeup, they're the bad guys.
The Landsrad is the council of great houses that make decisions that impact all the players on all the servers in your world. Your goal, and that of your guild, is to secure their votes so that your faction, the Harkonnen or Atreides, can take control. To secure their votes and sway them to your side, you must complete specific house requirements on the Landsrad board. Alone or together with your guild, your efforts can move the needle.
I like that you can just
Be
do
the first
all of
to
this
fulfill
alone.
a house requirement to not only secure their vote, but also reap their many rewards. Whether you enjoy PvE or PvP, there are many paths to victory. If you prefer the relative safety of the shield wall, there are many activities that will not put you into direct conflict with other players, while still contributing to your faction's rise to power. House Torvald wants you to eliminate sandflies. Rush in, or pick off the deserters one by one with your sniper rifle. House Rashis wants a delivery of ground cars. Join up with friends and build strongholds for large-scale production and deliver them safely to the House representative.
This is
by
so
ground
fucking cool,
or
man. What
air.
the fuck?
Large-scale production is costly and will require a lot of resources. To be able to craft certain high-tier items, you will also need the most sought-after resource of all:
cocaine.
Spice.
Oh, spice.
You can buy spice from spice merchants or on the player-run exchange. And it can even be found in smaller pockets behind the shield wall. But to collect industrial quantities, you must venture into the unknown.
Yeah.
The deep desert beckons. Here, violent Coriolis storms sweep across the vast expanse of sand, resetting the map every week, revealing new resources to mine.
But it's PvP.
And points of interests to explore. This ever-changing environment offers endless exploration, but also endless conflict. Each house in the Landsrad desires a specific control point in the deep desert. Seize it and hold it over time to gain their vote. Fortify it and be ready for a fight. Other players will soon come to take it from you. The deep desert is also home to frequent spice blows, offering large quantities of the precious melange. You need a lot of spice. Once you've located a spice blow, move your harvesters in place to collect. Just be ready to defend it with your life.
Holy shit, dude. And this is gonna be like the PvP areas where there's more of the stuff, but like you're gonna be fucking fighting for it though. You know?
After a week of politics, manufacturing, and conflict, one side emerges victoriously. The Harkonnen have seized the Landsrad, and the leaders of the player guilds who contributed to their victory all get to vote for a decree that will impact everyone on a server belonging to that world.
Oh, shit.
They choose to unlock exclusive weapon imports rights. By decree of the Landsraad Council, under the seal of His Imperial Majesty, a trade consortium has been authorized to visit Arrakis, providing Harkonnen players with exclusive access to a unique weapons vendor in Harko Village. As the Harkonnen Landsraad term begins, the race for control in the next term.
Oh, shit. Technical difficulties. Oh, shit.
Welcome back. No technical problems at all. It's all fine. No one would have noticed if you didn't say anything, Scott.
Sorry.
What do you mean we wouldn't have noticed anything? We're not fucking dumb. That shit cut me the way through.
Probably did. Yes, I couldn't hear it either. But the video is going to be available after the stream anyway, so you can watch it in all its glory. Landsraad. Talking about Landsraad, so let's go to the next segment. Endgame and Landsraad. So we know people have, of course, expectations of what the end game and Landsraad, and especially Deep Desert, looks like, and what it's for, and how people will use the Deep Desert, and how it works. A lot of those things. But I think before we go into more details and show some really exciting gameplay as well, Joel, I think it'd be cool to talk about the vision for what the end game is supposed to be, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think, like, going back to when I joined the project, so this is 5 years ago, right? And we were talking about what is a good survival game, like, because Dune, we were making a Dune survival game, and we were talking about what is the vision for an end game in Dune, and the kind of the goal and the idea, at least in the beginning, was like we started with, hey, like, you start by surviving in the desert, and it's that raw nature versus mankind kind of thing. It's the sun, it's the sandworms, it's the storms, but then you move into this new mode of survival, which is political survival, which is the end game of the game needs to be about these big forces, right? The Imperium is made up of the great houses, the Landsraad, the Emperor, the Spacing Guild, Chome. All of these things have an influence, and you as a player are just a small cog in the machine. But we want you to be able to feel like you're participating in this big umbrella system. And so we started there. And then we talked about, like, there's an element of, like, I think very technical game design here where we talk about player activity cycles through the week. I was looking at, like, games like Rust. Rust has their server resets, which is great for, like, people to start building up, and people really enjoy that cycle. But a lot of people also love having their stuff and not losing it. And so we talked about, like, okay, what about a place, and in Dune it's perfect, right? You have these Coriolis storms, and there's scenes in the book where the sand is just tearing apart cliff faces and ripping down the things in the desert and revealing things from beneath the sand. And so we said, okay, what if we had a map, the Deep Desert, and in the Deep Desert, the landscape changes every week. How does that affect gameplay? And then we started there and we talked about, okay, what about if there's a cycle of events that we want players to go through? And again, this is a high-level design.
We might actually have an infographic or a visual asset for that. A week cycle of...
Oh, do we?
Yeah.
Cool. Fun. You guys are on top of things. I know nothing.
No, not that one.
Sorry. That's
Not this one.
Not that one. But okay. Either way, I can
Maybe
just
it's
keep,
not right. Maybe we didn't make
I
it
can
in
just
time.
keep talking.
Yeah,
Just
go
keep
for
fine.
it.
It's fine. Sorry, everyone. I know it's just
Go for
boring
it.
old Joel. But like we wanted to approach this, right? So we were like, okay, what if there's a map that resets and the map changes every week?
It's actually a good idea.
Infinitely explorable space. And we worked backwards from there, and we said, how do we build?
But that's the
game
PvP
systems
area,
towards this?
though.
So we started with the idea of, yes, the map resets. When would we want to reset the map? Let's say we reset it on the lowest player activity day of the week, right? Which tends to be a Tuesday night or a Wednesday in these kind of online games. And then we're like, okay, and then there's this activity we call scouting and cartography. And then we built a game mechanic around cartography and scouting, which I think we're going to show in a little bit. And that is, and maybe you saw it, we definitely tutorialized it in the beta, you reveal parts of the map. And then we made it so that you can save those maps and sell them to other players. So we create a loop there for players who are scouts, and that happens, let's say, in a player activity week, it happens during the low ebb. The Deep Desert gets revealed. Everybody needs information. How do we make information a commodity? We create a cartography and a scouting system. Then once that information is gathered, people share it with their friends and their guilds. Then they start setting up what we call a logistics plan. How am I going to control the spaces in the Deep Desert that I want to control? What is my guild looking for? Are we looking for spice? Are we looking for unique schematics? Are we going after shipwrecks? Are we going after the ecology labs that have been revealed? Like, what are we doing this week? So then they go set up. And then the weekend, which is when the highest player activity count is, that's when people are online. And that's where people really participate in the activities in the Deep Desert, whether that is running ecology labs with their friends or shipwrecks or fighting over like control points in the Deep Desert. And then after the weekend...
Oh, wait. Is it only the control points that are
I should say, on top
PvP?
of this as an umbrella is the Landsrad. And the Landsrad are asking you to do activities that take place both in the Deep Desert, but also outside of the Deep Desert. There's a lot of PvE stuff in there. And then at the end of that activity cycle, everybody votes. It sets a server-wide change, like a worldwide, I think we should say.
All of
in
the
our
Deep Desert
terminology.
PvP,
It changes
okay.
every rule set in the world can be changed by the Landsrad. And then the Coriolis Storm happens again on a Tuesday, and we start over again with a new weekly cycle. And this is kind of the vision and dream for how the end game should play out and how we would like it to work. And yeah, I mean, we'll talk about how that we've set everything up for this to be the case, but of course, no plan survives first contact with players. So another point I would like to make is just we're a live game. We'll continue to tweak and update these things. So, but let's maybe look at and talk about it. Yeah?
Yes, let's look at some gameplay, actually, some activities that you might be wanting to do. So we have like actually a team here that will now go into the desert.
Okay, so we've gone through the overland map.
Yeah, we're in
And
the shield wall.
we're in the
now.
shield wall, which is the southern part of the Deep Desert.
It's the PvE area.
Correct,
so to speak.
yeah.
This
So
is the PvE
it was-
space.
It was important for us so that people that are scared of PvP or reluctant to get engaged with it, right, that they had a place in the Deep Desert that they could go to without, instantly getting killed as soon as you're coming through, like in warping in, right, gate camping or whatever from other games. And this is also where you set up your base of operations.
Yes.
The very first area, because the Deep Desert is gigantic. There's no water here.
Yes.
And you need to have the logistics set up, and like you can go there by yourself. Like I fly there on beta. I try to stay away from people because, as we said, we're not great at PvP necessarily.
People call it ratting.
Yeah,
Right?
ratting.
You can go in and rat.
Oh, I'm totally right.
Raid.
Absolutely.
But just to point out one thing here, because these guys are using. So again, coming back to like how do we get towards this vision? We started with how do you build this is going to get wiped every week. How do we encourage people to build bases? Well, first of all, we created this blueprinting system. You bring the diagram of your base, you place it out, and you build it quickly, right? This is very fast. It doesn't take very long when you're with a few friends. You get a base put down.
Okay, so
you build it up quickly.
everything
This is
gets
part of the
erased.
logistics cycle of the Deep Desert.
And you can either
Including
bring
bases
the
in the
resources
safe
from
zone.
Haga Basin and all the vehicles that you're bringing with you, or you can harvest there's quite a bit of resources in the shield wall. You know, so you can set this up.
So this is what's happening here. We're building a forwarding base.
Exactly. I was going to say that this is obviously a forwarding base because it is kind of very boxy again compared to like the actual home bases that we saw earlier. Because
I wonder
this is all
if-
about efficiency, right?
Yeah.
And
I feel like I
fitting
wouldn't do
your,
a lot of Deep Desert
the
stuff, though.
storages and the,
I wonder if there's
the,
enough
all the
outside of the
machines
Deep
that you
Desert to
need,
keep me
the-
occupied.
Now my brain just stopped working.
Fabricators?
Fabricators, thank you.
Yeah, and we made a change, or not a change. It's just the building costs are different in the Deep Desert, so it costs half as much to build
Yes.
everywhere.
Building
and
is
you get
faster,
100%
yep.
when you're breaking things down. Just because we know you're going to be redoing this every week, there's
Yep.
going to be some loss, right? So we're trying to make it easy and accessible in the ways that we can, while still keeping the threat there.
Yes.
And the intensity, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's it, right? Like the Deep Desert is a little bit about that tension as well, that feeling of like, so we're building here, it's the PvE area. I expect people to build their primary like weekly base in the PvE area and then maybe set out some logistics bases so that they can do things like refining spice. And that's where it becomes an interesting kind of like, we'll see how people play out these scenarios in the actual Deep Desert in the game, but this is kind of the expected behavior. This is what we hope people will do. And we've tried to build all the mechanics into place so that people can do this, right? And that's been a large part of it.
You also see co-building here. There's actually several people working on
Yeah,
this.
everyone's working together, right?
Yeah,
And
which is super nice.
That's
too.
the guild focus as well. Like you know, it is a multiplayer game. It's really important to make sure that people can play together and do things together. And I think the fun part in this game and this style of game is that it extends beyond like the traditional MMO experience of like we can fight things together, right? And we can role play together, but you know, you're not building things together, you're not crafting vehicles together, right? We have those options, which is nice.
And it's just cool to see how quick you can
Save
use the blueprint
corridor in the
system to
day,
get like a gigantic base, right?
Yep.
Even though it's
I'm assuming there's no
utilitarian,
resources
right?
in it,
But yeah, it does what it needs, and it's quite impressive.
Yep.
I know that people were also wondering that you won't be able to, copy that your setup inside. So this is literally, the blueprint is for the building itself. So everything inside.
Correct. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. You still have to put the placeables in.
So we're behind the shield wall. I think we've just left the base now,
Yeah, we're actually
and we're
just showing a little bit of the PvE area here.
so this
as
is
well.
this is behind the shield wall, and then you come out into the deep desert, and this is like I think. Oh yeah, sorry. Behind the shield wall, there's also PvE elements here. This is the PvE space.
Yeah.
So there are things like shipwrecks that you can raid. There are like eco labs behind here. So there is a section of the deep desert. I know people are really worried about doing PvP. There's a whole section here. It's 24 kilometers long, where you can actually go and like do the PvE part. And we're about to see. Well, this will take a few seconds.
We're actually
the survey.
We're in the middle of the
surveying
survey. So now we're surveying the land in this section, and we'll see the segment reveal itself. And this is like one of the PvE segments of the deep desert. And what you'll see here is that we've surveyed one square, and just to give some context, that's one of 81 squares within this map. So there are 81 of these squares. It's huge.
Yeah.
We're actually also seeing the sync chart that you mentioned earlier as well come into play.
So now I don't know whose name it is, but whichever player it is crafting a. They have surveyed.
Camille
now
is
they're going to
crafting a
craft
survey,
a sync chart.
sync
They have crafted a sync chart of the deep desert. It tells you in the information which sector of the deep desert, who created it, how long ago it was created, so you understand whether the information's out of date or in date. They're going to share that sync chart with their friends.
That's so fucking
and then
cool.
their friends hopefully will be able to switch camera perspective and see their friend apply the sync chart, which saves them having to explore.
Yeah,
so this is that
Exactly.
cartography loop.
You could go out with like
Dude, that's kind of cool that you can have somebody in the
That's
guild
the deep desert over there.
that goes into the desert
But you can
and
go out with,
scans every
like an
area
exploration
and maps
team,
it
right?
out
It's
and then
really
shares it
fast.
with the
You
guild.
can go around
So that
You
they
don't
know
have
where
much
every
harvesting
resources
abilities,
is.
right? And then you scout the area, bring it back, and then your base can roll out with your transport ornithopters, your harvesters,
Exactly.
sand crawlers.
Depending what your plan is for the day. Which
people-
doesn't necessarily
need.
have to be PvP. There's actually a lot of other things,
Yeah,
that
exactly. I
might bring you to the
expect
deep
people
desert.
in guilds to be figuring things out and how they're going to work together to do these things.
That's
But there's
crazy.
roles here, right? Like again, we tried to really build this game with different roles for different people within guilds.
Exactly.
So the idea is, maybe I'm just the scout, and that's what I do because I hate, going into fights. But I go out, I bring back the information. Then people who like building bases are planning like what our logistics are going to be and what we're going to be doing this week in the deep desert. What do we need to harvest? What do we need for our crafting? Are there uniques that we're looking for? Are there specific uniques? I think one of the really important points about the deep desert is that like the unique schematics, the imperial permits, which maybe people saw, the purple ones, they're on a limited loot setup. So you don't get the same ones every week, and the layouts of the deep desert change. Here we see the trading system. The sync chart's been traded.
And those schematics you can only make a certain amount of times.
Yeah. And now we're going to consume the sync chart, and then we're going to open our map and see that the sector has been cleared, the same sector that was sync charted. So this is kind of cool. You can create copies of this and pass it off to your guild. You can create copies and sell them on the exchange to other players as well.
Yes, and while now they're actually building a transport ornithopter, we can actually quickly talk about the Curious Storm.
You could
in
also play
combination
solo
with the
too,
map,
that's the
because
crazy
we
part.
actually have a visual asset here that shows how they can look like on the
so
map.
we can talk about the rotation. So this is like, so let's see that we're going to see 3 weeks of Coriolis Storm changes to the map. So this is week 1. And then we move to, and you can see that there's like one eco lab, a shipwreck, and a cave there, right? And a small base, and some spice blowers that have been marked. And then to the next week, the layout has changed. Where
Same
things
tile.
are is different. There's a control point now in the bottom left. There's an eco lab in a different place and a shipwreck that's been uncovered.
And there will be different.
That's
routes
how
and
they
different
renew
routes
the
in all of them.
content. It's just the
And then
whole deep
we go one
desert
more
just
week
keeps
again.
renewing.
And now you can see that this is a bit larger. There's another control point. It's a different house control point now. Different spaces on the map. A couple of eco labs this time. 4 or 5 caves and the shipwreck. So you can sort of see how this changes and how this loot encourages exploration for people each week.
And that's one tile.
That's one section.
One of
80.
One of the 81
81.
tile?
But I will say
we go.
this: it's a very big desert with a lot of space.
Yes.
So there's not all the tiles are that populated each week. So people aren't like, oh, there's not 15 eco labs in every square, right?
No.
Like
Yes.
it's a
more
big
sparse.
barren place. And this is also like important because if we want people to fight over things, we actually need to draw them to the same places to fight
Yes.
over specific things in PvP.
Yes. So for
Alright.
the ones who actually do want the PvP,
Okay,
there's a
some
place
of the
to go.
tiles
We
are gonna
know
be
there's gonna
empty.
a place there as well.
Okay, so now we have a transport ornithopter. This is the largest flying vehicle that you can craft in the game. And this may be my favorite game mechanic.
All servers
because
share the same
transport
deep desert?
ornithopter
Oh,
can pick
shit.
things up. And I love it because it can pick up almost anything that is a vehicle,
Yes.
right, in the game. So
One of the things you'll see in the mid
region.
game is like the buggy is really hard to get to places, right? Even though it mines.
Let me go
so
put
much
some
more than
food in
you
the
can ever
microwave real
possibly
quick.
Mine yourself, but it's a pain, right, to get up on the shield wall or to get it out here.
So a good tactic with the buggy though is to use it as storage and use the transport
Yes,
ornithopter to pick
yeah.
it up and carry it. Are we going to show an example of carrying? I guess we are.
Yes, we
Yeah,
are.
cool.
Because
Yes.
what we're actually preparing for here is a spice harvesting mission.
Ah, so the team's going out to do some
yes.
spice harvesting. Cool.
So we're actually gonna
Okay.
pick up a
Yeah.
harvester.
So now we're coming out into what I call the real deep desert, right? This is actually what you think of when you think of Arrakis from the movies, right? So this is yeah, we just got the nice tutorial pop up talking about the deep desert.
Yes.
So this
perfect
is the
timing.
Arrakis that we know from the films. So Hagar Basin is like and it's taking a lot of the information that we have from the books and about like the different biomes and things and making it into a truly sort of interesting PvE experience. But this is the true deep desert of Arrakis. This is the place where people are scared to go. This is where the Fremen live. We're passing outside the shield wall now. This is where the War of Assassins and the PvP is allowed to
The
happen.
spice blow.
Oh,
And you can see a
shit.
spice blow in the distance, which draws people from miles around to go there, right? And I do want to say, this section here, if you turn the camera right and left, you can see that we have the shield wall. This is 24 kilometers long, and you can't see people all the way along. So people who are like nervous about going into the deep desert because they're worried about, the PvP is, I think there's like an element from my end, a designed moment that we've talked about on this project quite often is like, you come to the edge of this vast ocean and you dip your toe in the water and you're a little bit scared of sharks, but you see something in the distance and you think, I can make it. I can get there and I can get back. And the first time it's scary. And you feel that tension, and the second time, and the third time, but you feel that tension, but you actually start doing it, right? And I get that people worry about toxic behaviors and ganking and so forth, but we tried to build a space where you can get away from people as well.
Correct, yeah. So I think that's really important to talk about is
Yes.
in Dune, you were given the tools to get away, right? Like if overwhelming amounts of people come after you, maybe you can't quite get away, but that's generally not going to happen. So a lot of it is more about
What's up, Gnome?
PvP is about controlling a point and like having to give up that point if you don't
Yes.
feel like
Fighting
fighting.
over things
Fighting
instead of kicking
over-
down
yes,
sandcastles.
exactly.
So on the Landsrad here, this is kind of interesting, right? So you can see the Landsrad's in the state of like, if we claim this as the Atreides, we're going to win what we call a Sisselrad. And a Sisselrad means that we're going to get the voting power for the week. So a Sisselrad is when we can complete a row. So normally, if you were Harkonnen and Atreides in this situation, you'd both be fighting over this particular control point because you really don't want the other one to win for the week. But normally, like it's kind of, you're always blocking each other and causing like the other team to have to, go back and focus on filling out a row or trying to fill out as many squares as possible. So we're trying to take the
House Haggle?
House Haggle owns this control point in the deep desert. We're in the deep desert as Atreides taking over this control point on their behalf. And you can see it's just this this control point. It's a place that you have to defend in the deep desert. It'll draw other people, and it will earn you points over time. It's a classic control point in the deep desert. One other thing, just if you stop for a second here, one other thing I just wanted to point out, one of the feedbacks we had in beta was about team markers. You can see our new team marker system in the game here. It's deliberately only for the 4-person groups. I will not allow this to be in the game for guilds because I want, like, especially I know people talk about Zergs. I think when Zerg guilds and there's 40 people attacking each other on the screen, if everybody can see who's in their guild, it's very easy to target the people that you're trying to Zerg. But if it's just the group, then it's much more difficult for Zergs to actually not do friendly fire. Yeah. And there is full friendly fire on guilds.
I mean, they can do it if they work for it, right? They can make sure
there's full friendly fires in here.
So there is ways to do it, but they have to work.
Dressed like and infiltrate.
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's
we didn't want to take
no
away
artificial.
Yeah, it's been one of my. Let's say I will say this is one of those things where I have had to fight with a lot of developers on this project about this. There's a crashed ship down there, by the way. It's kind of cool that you could also go loot that. But it's giving too much information for free to players actually limits our ability for people to have politics and intrigue. Yeah. Because if I can see your name over your head, I know who you are, right? But if I don't know who that is, and you dress in my clothing and you walk into my base and you follow me around, it's I might just think that you're my friend from the guild, when in fact you're just trying to infiltrate. And we want to allow that possibility because that is Dune. At its core, that is how things work. There are plans within plans, there are groups within groups.
I remember that from early on, where your kind of law was information has to be earned.
Oh yeah, for sure.
That was a very early thing.
Can I just point out that we just crossed a server border?
Yeah.
Our game has server meshing tech in the deep desert, and it's been a very painful technical thing to get working.
Yes.
But we just crossed a server border. You probably might not have even noticed any sort of hitching or anything because it's very seamless. And again, shout out to our technical team who've been working their butts off to get this in good shape. But we just crossed a server border from one server to another, and it's basically not visible, which is great.
Yeah, what we call authority transfer.
Authority transfer between servers, yeah. So now we're picking up a random sandcrawler and bringing it out to the spice harvesting field. So I mean, I love that. I love that mechanic. I think it's fantastic fun in the game, just picking things up.
The transport ornithopter is quite slow.
Yeah, it's very slow.
So it is dangerous to go out just in the transport ornithopter.
And you can, of course, sit in the harvester while being
transported,
which is really fun too.
You can also, I think the transport ornithopter has 5 seats as well. So you can bring a whole little group with you.
Or have them
kidnap other enemy harvesters as well, which is also super fun to do.
But we should talk about spice, because that's really ties the entire end game together, right? So all the tier, the tier 6 or the last set of resources, right? Everything requires spice.
I'll be a passenger, princess.
Your in-game gear, your in-game tools, in-game vehicles.
Everything in-game requires spice for crafting, essentially. And also, we mentioned the Landsrad. The Landsrad has always the center square of the Landsrad requires spice to win. It's important. The Sandcrawler is it's not the full harvesters that you've seen in the films. Those are owned by the big houses. But as you can see here, this is a little raid event. We just placed a thumper on the sand. We have a guy on a bike. He's riding around dropping thumpers.
You should also hear it actually on stream now. You hear
the thumpers are really important because sandworms roam the deep desert. They will be coming, and you need to be placing out thumpers to distract them away from that Sandcrawler while it's harvesting spice. And you want to keep it on the spice as long as possible, just like in the book. You want to stay on the spice, earn as much profit as you possibly can.
Holy
you can even
shit.
see the trail that the Sandcrawler is leaving in the spice as it sucks up spice into its little vacuum pack.
Yeah, so the sandworm stops being, it not stops, but it's less of a threat as you're going throughout Hogga Basin into the mid-game. But then at the end game, right, there's sandworms all over the place, and it becomes a threat again, especially when you're trying to get spice from the sands.
So you saw the sandworm just took that thumper. Hopefully our intrepid thumper places have put out more of them.
They're totally
That's kind of cool. So you got a dude that just running around distracting the sandworms.
Here in the air that we see as well, which is really cool to see.
Looking for worms.
Plus our transport to be ready for any kind of danger that might occur.
I don't know how much I would engage into all of this because this is all PvP, right? But
They need to radio
It's
in and be
cool
like,
as
"Get me
fuck.
off
I
the
mean, maybe
sand."
I'll end up
So that the transporter
dabbling
helicopter
into
will
it.
pick
We'll
them up.
see.
But at the
I
moment,
wonder if you
think
can
we're
do
using
anything
the-
solo in Hero. We have
the
to be full
thumpers effectively as a
coordinated.
team, and this is a part of it, right? Like this is why the Deep Desert is very Dune. I don't think you have this experience in any other game. And the idea was to create this. So if you are here with your guild, there's something to do and it's fun and it's interesting. But then other players might show up as well, and that's where it becomes another step, right?
So you're saying it's not just reskin Conan Exiles? Is that what you're saying, Joel?
We could talk about what the word reskin means. We could talk about that some of the best games in the world are reskins of other games.
So you see here though that there is a lot of sandworms that are popping up
Yeah.
here constantly,
Yes.
which is both fantasy but also terrifying.
There is
Yes.
a limit to how much they
Yes.
will eat thumpers, right?
Yes.
They
Yeah.
do eventually get annoyed.
Eventually
There's
they
like,
have enough.
I'm not that dumb,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like
They'll eat thumpers for a while.
I see what you're doing here.
They have a diverse palate.
Yes. But yeah, this is like
You also see nicely the scouts around to see like also potentially looking out for sandstorms
Yeah,
coming in.
sandstorms,
That's cool as fuck.
They're kind of
Worm sign.
devastating in this particular worm signs. Enemies coming in as well.
Enemies coming in.
potentially.
Yeah. So yeah, it's this is kind of the experience of like harvesting spice in the deep desert from a large spice blow. And there are smaller spice blows like that you can come to with a smaller guild.
We also have them in Haga Basin, of course.
Yes.
Just way
There's
smaller than
just a
this one.
couple ones in Haga. Yeah, it's very limited because we wanted spice to be a rare resource that you need to go out here into the deep desert to get.
And talking about like concentration of people, like the spice blow you can see from really far away,
Yeah.
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
20 plus kilometers
Yes.
away. So you do need to bring some friends to be looking out for other people coming in.
Yep.
There's another thumper down there. So I know we've seen some comments from people that are like, well, you have to go into the deep desert to get like the highest type of gear and such.
That is not true. We have the exchange. We just showed that before, right? So you can be somebody that is making something that a person on the exchange would want, right? That goes into the deep desert to get spice or to get, like some schematics. They can go to Arakeen or Hargo Village, post that, and then you can trade it on the exchange. Or you can meet up in person and trade with the
Picking up the
PvP.
crawler.
I think
Oh,
there
oh.
might have been some we can't hear it though, but there might have been some rumblings and some indication that
Yeah. We I think that they got worm sign
big
and they need to
threats
move.
is
We
potentially
do have a
coming.
known bug in the game where the spice color disappears from the sand.
It's still there. Yeah.
But yeah, so it's happening.
Well,
Oh,
There he is.
That's why they
there's the
you can
grandfather
actually
worm.
hear that
that's shy.
It's great seeing the little sandworm.
Yeah, the
right
little
by the
tiny
big
one on the side. You can see the scale.
little baby like getting into the action there,
This is the ringmouth worm.
That's the ring mouth. Yeah.
and
The,
that's gonna swallow everything
that
that's
one's
in the
big, yeah,
middle.
yeah.
They're like just everything there is lost.
It
and
takes
it's
the
like
lot. But these guys managed to succeed and they can take their haul out of the deep desert today with them.
very well prepared.
Yeah.
They were well prepared.
Very well prepared. So as our crew here is now going back
That's crazy, dude.
to
That's
actually,
insane.
Maybe we can explore a little bit because we do actually have Imperial testing stations here as well. And I think we're actually somewhat close to one, if I remember correctly. So we can maybe show that from above as well. Again, to just bring it in that there is a lot of content in the deep desert that is not just like flat out PvP, right? So we really want to
Correct. And this is our high-end PvE encounters happen in the deep desert. So the eco labs or ecological.
We saw it in
testing
the-
stations,
Yeah. Oh,
they're
yeah.
actually
We
tuned
saw it
for
in the
4
preview.
players.
The
So it's the yeah,
saw it in the
main
preview.
PvE challenge would be out here where you're going to get those unique schematics that we were talking about earlier. But you need to scout, you need to find them, and then you need to perhaps fight over them.
And work as a team. I think these are tuned towards minimum 4 people.
Yeah.
We actually showed one in our combat stream.
Yeah, the second
2
part,
days
yeah.
ago.
Yeah,
Yes,
exactly.
exactly. They're like kind of wave-based, kind of very different approach than the Imperial testing stations that we have in Haga Basin.
Yeah, and they're different
that's-
every week.
It's the entrance
Yes.
to the quality station. And like as the game continues, as we go through live and we continue to update and expand, there'll be more things that show up on the map, for example, Fremen Sieges and things like that, that people would expect to explore. So things will be
Exactly.
uncovered. And as I mentioned, like the layouts for the deep desert, they're handcrafted. We have a cool system where we like build the layouts by hand. and generate the spaces between them with the sand. So it's kind of like we fill in the gaps with the sand. But like we are building new layouts for this all the time, right? And then over time we'll incorporate more and more elements. So there'll be always something to do. That's the pillar of the game, infinite exploration, right? And that's one of the goals, is to create a space that's always explorable. And something else I'd like to say that I think is like important is we will add, like we have the DLCs and things coming for the game. We'll be adding things in the DLCs, but the deep desert will always remain something that we consider to be at the zenith of the power curve in the game. So we'll keep adding to the deep desert. So let's say that we have tier 5 items in the game and we go to tier 7.
Playing with other people?
Then the deep desert will start to have tier 7 equipment and items and things in it as well. We will always try to keep it on par with anything else we add in terms of power, because the deep desert really is that continually explorable space.
The central point that keeps all of the things
and
together.
we'll continue to add like stuff, and there will be like in DLCs there'll be places where people can get access to gear that is currently in the deep desert, right? When we do that, we'll also increase the deep desert and make sure that there's more things. So that's kind of the long-term goal, is to continue updating the game.
I actually don't know how many
stuff.
people can be in the guild.
Yeah, to also ensure players about that. So while we actually have our team, or actually the spice harvesters, go back to on the way to the quartermaster to deploy, or like to kind of
Harvest the spice.
give him the spice, basically. Yeah, give him the spice for the launch rod thing.
Refine.
We do have an additional asset. We have actually a video from a stress test that we did with the beta last week on Friday, where we see a lot of things happening.
Shout out to the beta players.
Yes, thank you, beta players.
50, 32?
Work on that side as well. So here, that's actually a glimpse at the stress test that we did. That's also deep desert. Lots of people together in the deep desert, a lot of ornithopters, and it's just really
all
cool
in
to
line
have like that.
get their ornithopters.
to like
we were
see
spawning.
that as well.
They were spawning thopters like crazy. Someone's flamethrowing, throwing bombs. Players never behave when you put them in the same space.
If I remember, that's actually Camille with the flamethrower right there. Not Camille, sorry, Ignacy. I mean, that was Ignacy.
The context of the stress test, by the way, was like we were testing people crossing the server boundaries with our mesh servers and fighting on them.
Ornithopter back there. Sorry, it's like sorry, go ahead.
And fighting along the server boundaries just to see how the performance was. So you'll see people firing rockets, and it was a cool test. I think we got a lot of very useful data out of this. And seeing how people were fighting together.
Also, shout out to our automation.
Just been eating a little bit less.
Every build, right? We have the deep desert, and they have basically
just been eating less carbs.
And it goes.
Just been eating
and
cleaner and less.
Things, right? So it's got hundreds of ornithopters going back and forth between all the
all the
zone
boundaries. Yep, there's a lot of testing that goes into a project like this. It's
focusing a lot on what I can control, which is my breakfast and my lunch, dinner, like kind of whatever.
Obviously, the more freedom we also give to players, the more things can break.
Exactly.
And like, I think I said that to you earlier as well, that like, story-driven games that are linear and we follow one story are one thing. We do have that aspect in the game as well, but I think what we at Funcom really love to do is we love to create worlds where players can write their own stories and can tell their own stories, right? I think that's such a different approach to game development.
One of the ways we describe Arrakis is a crisis generator, right? So it is spawning stories, and that's why like these tense locations like the deep desert are really important, because it does spawn these memorable moments that you remember, that you go experience with your friends or your guild. You make friends, you make enemies.
Made a stew?
That's really important
nice.
to like fully experience the politics and intrigue of Dune.
We're watching the Dune developer talk about mid and end game.
Yes, like I remember, like we had a lot of really cool, before we go back to actually delivering the spice, we had a very
He's also on a massive amount of steroids?
Really cool
No,
moments,
just
from streamers and
spices.
players and YouTube content creators about the beta weekend or from the beta weekend. And I remember one moment, I call it the GTA moment, where one of the streamers, I think, he was harvesting something or something. Or no, he was downed.
He was downed by an enemy.
He was downed but not out. And then the other one
yeah.
comes in and just drives over the enemy that was like targeting him, and he couldn't stop laughing. It's like these little moments that make, that create those stories that are so fun to share as well and are unique to you then. And it's like, and that is, I think, where for me, that satisfaction of really creating those worlds comes.
Yeah, I think it's one of the things like we get a bit of I mean it's fine, like we get feedback like, oh, jank, right, like
Yeah.
oh, being able to stand on top of an ornithopter is janky. It is, but when they asked me if we should remove that, I said no.
No.
Surfing on an ornithopter is actually
This is very cool.
Why isn't that cool? Like why isn't that something
Yeah.
we want? So like sometimes we make those choices as well. Like it's like this might look a little weird sometimes, but you know what? It's way
a
more fun when you can do it.
feature, yes,
It's way more fun when you can do it.
The meta on beta might have been, surfing on ornithopters, shooting people with assault
A
rifles.
little bit of that might be
Yeah.
fixed now. We fixed some of the assault rifle issues.
All right, so let's go back into delivering the spice now. Oh, actually, no, let's talk a little more. I actually wanted to ask you both a question. You actually have answered that recently in an interview, but that's not the reason I'm asking, because I plan to do it anyway. It's like, what is each of you's favorite thing in the game? I mean, you mentioned a few things that we saw, like the transport ornithopter and stuff.
Man, I'm kind of
pretty
excited.
sure there's other things that you're particularly proud of.
So, survival games for me, one of the best things they do is they make the world more interactable than other genres, right? So I think the team has done a great job of using the harvesting system.
I
Not
just
only
hope I
does the
can
Pandaria,
kind of
cut
do
up
whatever the
resources
fuck
and
I
get it,
want
but you come
outside of
across
there,
these,
or even go into
wrecked
like the deep
ornithopters.
desert, but
Every
without
time I come across one, and I'm
fully
cutting off the
having to hunt
wings and,
down every
getting the
single-
resources from it. It just feels great, right? Because it makes the game grounded. So I would say that whole entire system.
I don't want to do
is-
PvP that
is
much.
really
I
unique
just
with
want to
what we're
chill,
doing.
harvest stuff, build stuff over time, and have a good time.
For me,
Right?
it's I think I'm thinking about the one that I mentioned in the interview as well, probably. But like the
That's kind of
Jurica,
what I would love
way
to
that
do. You know, like
because I like.
we'll definitely have
Look,
a
I
guild
made
like
Conan
100% of the
we
time,
made
and we'll
Conan.
set up stuff
And
and try to
Conan's a
have
bit
fun.
more stock standard in the survival sense, right? You're chopping down trees and you're harvesting rocks. And when it came to June, we had the design principle of like make your designs fit June, do not make June fit your designs. And it was like, what does harvesting water look like in June? And there's a line in the book where Duke Leto is looking out a window and the sun's rising, and there's all these people out in the fields harvesting dew off the flowers, and you're like, that's how precious water is on this planet, and that's a moment that our game needs to have. And so it isn't just like the confluence. It's like.
But
It's
you
like,
don't
yeah, it's
have
cool,
to,
this
though.
action of,
That's
like,
only going to be
sweeping
if
the
you
dew
want
off
to
the top of plants
mass
using this little
harvest
Holtzman,
these. You're going to be able
field
to
that
harvest
drains the
smaller
water up
sources
and, like,
that are
not
not
only
going to
did
be in the
animation
big
team
spice
and
blow
the
up. So
effects team nail
these are
that,
only
the
going to be
audio
able
team got
to,
the-
like, these are going to be
all of
for
that
big
works, but
guilds.
It's also like the back end.
To
the
have
time
a
of
way for
day,
them to
checking
harvest a
when the
large
dew
quantity
harvest
at
time is
once and
optimal.
probably faster.
Feeling like, and
But
it's
if you
so
want, you can go for the
satisfying to be out there, like,
smaller,
10
the
minutes before the sun
smaller,
comes
like
up,
free-ish.
and you're filling just
you know?
liter johns full of water because you understood the game system and you understood the timing. All of those things come together to create an experience that I think for me it's just like you can't have this experience in any game except June.
Thank you for
To
the
me,
resub,
that's
by the way.
like that's the most precious thing, right? Like I feel like it's so good when all those things come together. Like as a developer, that's just the most rewarding stuff, right? And it feels good. And I don't really care if anyone else likes it because I love it so much. No, because I think it really nails it, right?
Yeah.
Like I can't speak more
preciousness
highly of
of
how
water
cool
in
that
Dune.
works, right?
Totally
And
get it,
shout out to the
yes.
team who worked on it and everybody who did their part.
100%. No, I
Because
get
ready.
that.
Because games are made by teams, right?
To
That's the other
refine
thing.
spice.
Yes, absolutely. So we actually made it now to the quartermaster, and we are
So we're going to deliver
delivered the
spice.
Yes.
Try to win the Lansrad.
Every little
Okay,
bit of
so
that matters.
these
Took a while
guys,
to get back.
these guys ask you, so you because you're sort of you're a minor house or a minor house under the umbrella of the Atreides, you deliver Lansrad bribes to the quartermasters of the Atreides, and they make sure they get where they're supposed to go. So now we're delivering for House Alexan, we're delivering spice, and the House Alexan are a part of the manufacturing unit, which is where they, and so we're delivering 500 spice melange, and then they're going to make sure that it reaches them, and then that will, in a moment, change the Lansrad. So you can see how you have an impact now. So Lansrad is there under the social tab. This board refreshes every so often, so it's been a few seconds since the last refresh. Now we should be able to see our borders refresh with a certain amount of spice.
Should take a little bit.
Oh, we didn't go to Alexan. You're on the wrong one. You need to go to Alexan. It's in the middle.
The middle.
Yes, and then we can see that we've delivered some spice, and the goal amount has gone up. So that you can see that we've increased our goal amount with House of Lexon there.
So we've worked towards.
Yes.
gaining
So we haven't
favor.
worked like once
64,000 more to
once
go.
we hit 70,000 points, and we can do any of these activities to earn points, like the control point. We can
claim those.
Yeah, we can
those
deliver
fields.
spice melange. But once we've done enough to earn that center square, then it'll turn.
That's
it'll
kind of
flip
cool
to
because
be a
there's
trade. You can
points
say
in there.
we
I'm
claimed
assuming
it
that
for
you
the
can
week.
do that are
Yeah.
PvE stuff like the shipwreck and shit. So you can go on the shipwreck
So
and do
that
those.
was a little bit of a glimpse of what mid and end game can look like. Obviously, that totally depends on what you like to play and how you like to play. There's quite a lot of options. We showed you a few of them, an approach of what can be done.
We're also jamming like dozens of hours of gameplay into like a very quick
Yes,
presentation.
100%. Like this is very like preparation is everything, which is of course true for the game specifically as well. But before we dive into the Q&A, we are gonna take a quick look at the Mentat.
The what? Captured in engine.
So then, you're not quite dead.
Oh, second class?
Great plot.
The School of the Mentat.
Developed out of the need to replace thinking machines, the Mentats, trained on the principles of philosopher Gilbertus Albans, became one of the most important people in the Imperium. Able to calculate immense amounts of data and devise complex strategies, they are the most advanced tacticians on the battlefield. Combined with advanced assassination and combat technology, you will be able to think many steps ahead of your enemies. With a significantly higher cognition
Oh, that's my class.
as a Mentat, you can calculate trajectories and weapon handling to find weak points in an opponent's
Sentry.
defense, or even guide the calculations of an external sentinel turret to assist you with extra firepower. Focusing on strategic control over raw strength, a Mentat is an expert in assassination technology, using poison capsules to trap enemies in a cloud of death. Or when out of sight, send in a hunter-seeker before the enemy has even noticed your presence. For a tactical advantage, the Mentats have devised further development of Imperial technology,
You get on Luxthos
such as the
classes?
shield
That
wall
shit.
for extra protection. And to fool simple-minded enemies, a projection of yourself will confuse and scatter their focus. Throughout the dunes of Arrakis,
Shit.
any school can be trained and improved by masters, increasing your mental capacity and further advancing your tactical technology will let you hold the strategic advantage in any situation. But to reach the highest tactical operation, adopting other schools of thought will increase your mental complexity, opening up further possibilities. Focus your mind and
God damn.
calculate each step forward to find the optimal probability for your survival on Arrakis.
On Arrakis. This is it looks really, really good, man. It looks really, really
All
good.
right, and we are back for our Q&A. So our wizards behind the screens and behind the cameras are gonna throw up questions that have been collected. They're ready now. I was just being told, fantastic.
Before anybody asks any questions, though, I just want to make a reveal of my own.
Nice.
Special toe shoes today for everybody.
What the?
They look really cool though.
They are cool.
But it also looks a bit like Hobbit feet, to be fair. Like at least close up, Chad. So it's good you have a little bit of a. It's good you
No,
have
there's
a little
there's no PvP server. Every server is
From
the
what I
same.
understand, they're
It's
very healthy.
areas
They're
that
way
are
better for you
PvP
than actual
flagged.
normal shoes, so.
Yep.
That's what they
I used to
say.
work
That's
with a
what
guy
they
that
I
had
started
these
wearing
shoes
them
all the
10 years
time.
ago and I'm still
Still
fat,
not
so
so
I don't know. Maybe
Super
they're,
healthy.
Maybe they're not working out.
Well, your feet are very healthy.
My
Let's go
feet
there.
are massively
Yeah,
healthy.
super
Sorry, all
healthy.
right. Enough distraction. I apologize.
No, you don't
Just,
have to.
the toe reveal was
You
important
don't have
to me.
to. We wouldn't want you any other way, Joel. All right. Rui's probably going to kill me now.
Yeah.
All right.
We want him every other way.
every other way. No. It's all good. Like it's also you guys make a really nice. You complement each other really well.
I've got pants. He doesn't have pants.
Exactly. He has toe shoes. You actually wear socks as well. So it's just like it's a whole balance thing. It's
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
That's pretty fucking good.
All right. While we still wait on the questions, there's collecting some of them.
Nobody has
give
any
them a little
questions.
bit of maybe no one has
We've
questions.
answered every possible question people could have is fully
I
answered.
wish. Like that's kind of both the blessings and the blessing and the challenge of Dune Awakening. I think is just it has so many aspects of different games. That we really tried to put together and have people try and understand.
Were you there when I was like presenting to the press about the game and I was calling Funcom morons for taking
yes, of course I was there.
Yeah.
I was expecting headlines. We didn't get a single headlines.
Yes.
We didn't get a single headlines like that.
Yeah.
Funcoms are morons.
Well,
Chief Creative Director says.
well, we are like we keep trying to, like it's one of the things that I love about working here. Is like they let me do crazy stuff.
Yeah.
They let me try and do weird shit. Like
I mean,
it's like I could
I like
you
this
could
guy
work
so
somewhere
much.
where you're doing the same game every year. Speaking of reskins, like and you're making the exact same thing and you're within this box and it's like and like I do like that we're allowed to push beyond those things,
I
right?
agree.
And try harder to do something different. And yeah,
He's
it comes
so
with a little bit of
honest.
jank, but man,
I like
it's
it.
I don't know. I feel like it's like the
I agree though. I think one thing you can't say about us is that we like it easy.
no, exactly.
like-
We're morons. We make it hard for ourselves every time.
It's what we were talking about at the beginning, right? We make unique games, right? We take risks, and sometimes it means that we make divisive decisions. But I think that's
Okay, we
what
got
was
some
great about
questions.
the beta, right? It's like
I'm gonna move
people
my
got to see
camera
what
real quick.
The true experience was.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
There we
here
go.
it is.
Exactly. So we're ready actually for the questions. So is that Lopil 125? Is the exchange global or per server?
It is per world. So the world is what we call a container of all the Haga Basin that you will play and interact with, right? So there are hundreds of worlds, so it is not global.
Yeah, it is one deep desert per world,
Yeah.
2 social hubs per world, and then many Haga basins per world, and that is what we call a world. And yeah, as Scott says, at launch there are hundreds of worlds to choose from, right? And within each world, there's many Haga basins to choose from.
Right.
Yep.
All right. And Speak asks, are the overland map dungeons instanced per player? Can you do them as a group, or are they open like the social hubs?
The answer is that they are not instanced for a group. They are per player, and they're not open like the social hubs.
They are instanced, though.
Yes, they are
To a
instanced.
limit.
To a
So
limit.
several people in the same world can be doing the same, like
Yeah,
the
single.
water fat
Yeah.
mansion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which are kind of our only instant content in that way,
Yes.
in
Yes.
that sense.
Yep, correct.
Charlie Foxtrot TV asks, how do the different circuits work?
They basically isolate resources so that they can only be used if they're on that circuit. And then you can set a circuit for it's a little bit hard in the UI, but you can set like a machine's input and output circuit that way. And so that's kind of the extent with it.
Like draw from this storage, deliver to this storage when you're finished, right? Like and that's
Basically,
how this,
yeah.
This group of
Yeah,
connected
and- yeah,
items.
No
exactly.
reason to
You can
start
set
Trooper
a certain number of
Planetologist because
storages
you
per
get those
circuit,
skills in
and
the
so-
first
yeah.
starter zone. Really? You get
Yes,
skills
that's
from the
basically
zone?
Kriegsdrachen asks, how will they ensure balance between Harkonnen and Atreides?
There are systems. I think I talked about this in that other.
You
when I got
you
that
just
question.
mentioned as well as
I
like
hedged it
we
last time.
have, but
We
you
have
didn't
some
want to
systems,
spoil
but I'm
it,
not going
which
to
we
talk too
should
much
exactly,
about.
exactly.
And then when we introduce a third faction, which we are planning to, it will also
Oh, you just
have
unlock
a
the tree. Okay.
role in that balance. But that's basically what I can say right now. But ensure is very hard. Like it's very hard to like be 100% certain because, when you give players choice, they choose. And so you can't guarantee that it's going to be 100%, not 100% people on Atreides on a world. But I think we have pretty good systems in place to make sure that at least feels like it balances itself out pretty well.
Yes, and the deep desert is not Atreides versus Harkonnen.
Yes.
It is every
Yes.
person for themselves, right? So even if Harkonnen are kind of dominating a server or they're 60-40, they're going to be fighting themselves in the
Yes.
deep desert as well.
Okay.
And that's actually something I forgot to mention when we were talking about the Landsrad. Like the Landsrad, you can see the different within
top
the
guilds.
factions who the top guilds are and who contributed the most. Because a part of the Dune thing is that like it isn't that like everybody in Atreides is a monolith. It's actually like people want the Duke's attention, so they want to be further up. And the same with the Harkonnen, right? Like I want the Baron to witness me, so I'm trying to get to the top of the list of guilds. So there should be inter-guild competition even within the factions. So they overall are working towards the common goal of the Landsrad, but they're trying to beat each other to be the best in the Landsrad. So they have the most voting power, they get the rewards, etc.
Yeah, especially also because like one Atreides guild might be focused on PvP, the other one might be super opposed to PvP.
Yep.
So they definitely don't want the PvP guild to like get, we want full PvP. So
Yes.
they will, work against them and like,
Yes.
we want to be top because we want to have more say in which decree we're actually going to have next week.
Yeah, like exactly.
So-
a crafting guild's going to want the crafting decrees.
Exactly,
And
yes.
they're not going to want the PvP full loot decree, right? So
Exactly,
there's going to be
yes.
that kind of competition even within the factions.
Yes, exactly.
So, yep. Good
Interesting.
question.
Cypher asks, can our bases get raided?
So not in Haga Basin. They will be safe in Haga Basin. In the deep deserts, it's a bit different.
Yeah, in the PvE section of the Deep Desert, no.
Yeah.
But in the PvP section of the Deep Desert, there is a mechanism by which bases have a vulnerability window where they can be raided. It is a very short vulnerability window, and again, I would point to the lore of the Dune universe. So I'm sorry for everybody who hasn't read the books and doesn't know a way in which shields can go down for a brief period of time. But it is worth looking into because then you'll understand exactly how the mechanics can work.
What
and
is
I
it,
know
chat?
I'm being needlessly cryptic, but I'm sure there's people spamming in the chat about it already.
Let them figure
It
it out.
doesn't matter. I'm not going to build a
Ultimate
fucking
Alchemist,
house in a
if I don't
PvP
take the
area.
mission to talk with House Atreides or Harkonnen, will I be content
Sandstorm?
locked as far as will I be content locked as far as progressing? Sorry,
No, that's
the
fine.
main story and the ability to craft.
No.
Yeah, no. The story, I mean, while it involves House Atreides and the Harkonnen, it is not about that. It's about you and your role on Dune.
It's your quest to find the Fremen and wake the
Exactly.
sleeper, right?
Yeah.
So the main story follows that. What we were talking about and what we were showing earlier with the different faction unlocks, like in terms of the visuals and those things, you're locked out of if you don't want to join a faction.
But those
You
are
can't get,
pure vanity.
but they're pure vanity, right?
No mechanics.
But yeah, you can't. But one thing you cannot join the Landsrad unless you have aligned yourself with a faction. Your guild must be aligned with a faction to participate in the Landsrad. That is the one hard requirement that I think faction alignment has in the game. That's it. Otherwise, yeah, you can do all the content without joining Atreides or Harkonnen.
Oh, shit.
I also think
That's
when
pretty
it comes
cool.
to progressing, during the beta weekend, you were still very much in the tutorialization part of the game,
Yes,
right?
yeah.
So I know that some players were like, "Whoa, this is very linear" and things. But the thing is, things open up quite more once you're past that tutorialization section as well. So you won't be actually locked progressing when it comes to crafting or where you spend your points.
Yeah, and in the
Intel
opening
points specifically.
in the opening of the game, after character creation, you actually get a choice as to whether you want to play with an unlocked tech tree or a locked tech tree. The reason we put that there is so that people who are advanced survival players or people who've played Dune before can just go, okay, I want the unlocked tech tree, I know what I'm doing. But I recommend, and we recommend, that the locked tech tree is for people who are playing the game for the first time, and really, because there are so many, we've been talking about it a lot today, there are so many mechanics that are just kind of Dune mechanics that we want people to learn, and we need to teach them. And it's going to be hard for you to know what to do. Like, you don't know about dew reaping and times of day when you should be out harvesting dew unless you follow the tutorials that we put in place for that, right? So it's just that.
Or that you need to go to shipwrecks to craft better weapons.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Koopa is asking, is there a level cap?
Yes.
Yeah.
I believe we're at 200
Yeah.
200?
currently.
But you can respec.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it's
Jesus
I believe
Christ.
it's on a 48-hour cycle. So even if you cap out and you play something and you decide you don't like it, you can switch to something else.
And there's a point where you run out of, you stop getting unlock points for your tech tree, intel points. And then we have a mechanic in the game for you to go around and unlock more intel points by going to bases in the world, like enemy bases and outposts. So there's a level cap that puts a stop to some of those progression things, and then the next step from there is for you to go and explore more and enjoy the game more.
Because we do want you to make some choices, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Also, like, I mean, there's different level and skill point caps, right? Because you have a character level, you have skill points, and you have intel points. So
Yes.
there's like 3 different
Yes.
caps that you
Yeah,
particularly
exactly.
hit. K69N is asking, is it possible to lose all your gear in PvP?
So not in PvP in the base level. In the deep desert, you lose resources that you're carrying, Solari and Spice, and you take durability damage to some of your gear. Right, that's what happens every time you die, PvE or PvP. But if there's a specific decree from the Landsraad which enables full loot PvP in the deep desert for 1 week, then that's the only time in the game where you can lose all your gear in PvP. That's it.
Or if you're fighting in the sand and a sandworm comes and eats you.
Yeah, sure.
If you try
I guess
to
you
fight
can
the
lose all your gear in
sandworm,
PvP, but
yeah.
we count the.
Yeah,
is the sandworm PvP really?
You know.
It's more like PvE, but yes, 100%.
Wolfie 1974. Are we going to be able to get
Wait, so if you
blueprints that
die by a
that's made of
sandworm,
their
you lose all of
bases?
your gear?
Torigo presents.
Exactly, this is 200%. That's actually very
That's a
cool. I
great
love
idea.
that idea. That's actually a very
Maybe
cool
we can
idea.
fill up some vendors
Yeah.
post-launch with some of our
I was
pre-mades. Maybe,
yes,
we'll
I was
see.
just about to say I don't think players should actually pay for them per se, but we should, or maybe they need to. I don't know.
You don't want
Is there a way
copies
to
of
retrieve
libraries.
it, or
you
it's
shouldn't
lost
know-
forever?
No, actually, let me rephrase that. We shouldn't have a dev sell those items in game, but we can sell it via
Oh,
NPC.
sure, yeah,
That's
yeah,
what
yeah.
I meant, right?
Maybe
Like,
we can put a vendor or something.
That'd
like
How
that.
difficult
yeah.
is it
Yeah,
to
maybe a
recraft
vendor
your
in the
gear,
world
though?
can sell
Like,
some
holy shit.
blueprints.
you see like Torigo bases
Torigo.
Like if you have
everywhere.
like tier, like the
Torigo's the
highest
builder
tier of
among
gear,
us.
and then a
Mine
slight,
would
like,
just be no one
Mine
wants,
are boxes.
No one wants to see
Yeah.
my. I'm the guy who tests T2P every
New dog houses.
TTP every time.
Yes.
So
I'm sure we're gonna have players who make fantastic buildings. Okay, Quintinovich is asking, will GeForce now be in Dune Awakening?
I believe so.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know.
There's
I have no idea.
discussions going on.
There's
at least.
discussions. I can't remember what the last is, but people are looking at it. Yeah.
I don't have Slack open, otherwise you could check.
GeForce
Someone
Now
is
is
like
the
hammering
streaming
messages
service,
to
right?
me
Yeah, so
online.
will-
It's like,
the question, I guess, would be, will Dune Awakening be on GeForce Now
yes,
for streaming?
yes,
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
what
yeah,
I
yep.
interpreted.
I don't
as
know
well.
the answer. I'm sorry, but Scott.
Yeah, I don't think I have an official answer, but I believe so. But yeah.
Helping Hans, how do you balance the council wins? If one side gets unique weapons, won't that side have a better chance to win the next vote down the line?
Not necessarily, because the tasks for the Landsraad are pulled from, so there's 25 tasks per week, and there's a pool of 400 tasks that can potentially show up. So you, first of all, don't necessarily know what's going to be there. Unique weapons doesn't actually influence everything. Some of the tasks are kill tasks. You don't know which tasks are going to be revealed first. You also have to bribe Landsraad envoys with spice to reveal tasks. And if your faction does it before the other faction, you'll see, okay, we need to do this. So you might just get ahead because you had more spice or whatever. It's not going to come down to unique weapons. Absolutely not. That's not going to be the thing that means that one side gets a sudden landslide kind of advantage. So I think that's the best way to answer that, I think, from my perspective.
I think that's a great answer too, and I think it just goes again into people are a little bit too afraid that everything is about PvP and fighting endgame, and that's absolutely not the case.
Yeah.
And hopefully we.
I love that you can
Explain that
absolutely
a little bit
participate in
better
the
as well
end game
for
without
people to
ever
feel a bit
touching
more,
PvP if you want to.
Relax about that, or disappointed.
You can go into the PvE
Dr.
deep
Evil Eye,
desert
is
area
there
and
any
just
content
participate
or
by doing
materials that
that.
are
And
hidden behind PvP, meaning that the only way to obtain that item gear material is to risk losing to large guilds?
I wouldn't
Those
say
are
hidden, but
things.
yeah. Like you can. The deep desert, which we just explained, is a place where tier 6 gear is, like items and materials for crafting those things. You need to go there to get those things. You can buy them off the exchange. You can trade for them with other people. But yes, you have to go to that place in order to get those things. And there is a risk of people attacking you when you're in that place. We tried to explain that this is a very large place. It's not going to be possible for a guild to cover the entire space. It's just not going to be possible.
Yeah. I think guild limit's 32.
The guild limit
Yes.
is 32 people.
Yeah. So 1 per kilometer,
Yeah.
maybe, if they stretch
Yeah,
across.
they'd have to stretch all the way across, and even then, I think there's all kinds of
Yeah,
tactics and
yeah.
ways to draw them off, and I don't think it's going to be a problem.
There are potentially hundreds and hundreds of people that can be in the deep desert,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So one guild would be outnumbered by 100 people.
Again, if you want to rat, you can rat.
Yeah,
Like there's options, right?
And also, like the tier 6 gear isn't required for the story or
Yeah.
for anything that's having to do with
Yeah.
like a basin, right? It's sort of just the deep desert loop.
But we can't tell people that they can't get to the top number if number go up because they really people always want that. So
Yeah.
so it's
There are other ways to get it.
even though it's not required, you I know people are going to want it.
I feel like it makes sense though because those people who really care about the highest level tier are probably the PvPers and they want to be in the deep desert in the first place. So I feel like it's kind of a natural balance there too.
Hopefully we also have like, I think there's this weird, I speak to a lot of people in our closed beta and our Discord, right? And I see that like there's people who kind of assume that everybody who is a guild in PvP is going to be this toxic, sweaty kind of, and I think it's going to be the opposite. I think we're going to have the good guy guilds who are out there actually protecting people and like helping people out. I've seen it in the beta already. People, I got lost in the desert, help, and people would come help them, give them rides home, like give them more gear. I've seen people in the beta like just give other people an ornithopter when they lost one because of a bug that was in the game from our end. They're like, "Oh, do you want an ornithopter? I have a spare one." Right? That's it's great to see, and I think that people worry too much about toxicity. Hopefully, we'll keep track of it, of course, but it should be fine.
And you have one player for the entire world, right?
Yeah.
So and you are your name, right? So you will have some sort of reputation.
Yeah, exactly. There's that as well.
Yeah, as a callback to more old school MMOs that I grew up with, like EverQuest and all those. But anyway, so we have 2 more questions. Fort Team is asking, do you need a sync chart for each person in your guild?
Yes. You need to create a sync chart for every person who's going to want to reveal those things that you've got in your sync chart.
They're single-use items.
Yeah, they're single-use items, consumables, once you've created them.
And last questions. Neo Valkyrion, can transport ornithopters carry other ornithopters?
Yes, they can.
They can indeed.
They can indeed. I was playing it earlier. I was flying around carrying a medium ornithopter with my
They can pick up pretty much anything.
Yeah.
And again, they have
anything
passengers
vehicular.
too.
Yes, vehicular. Can't pick up people.
No.
Unless they're
inside.
They're sitting inside of you.
Yeah, if you want to be lucrative, you can literally just make a
so
bunch of
the
maps and sell them on the market.
Today and also for our last
Yeah.
developer stream before
Exciting.
Head Start and the official release. I'm like still like how okay, so
It's like 7
how
days,
do
8 days?
how do you boys feel? Gents.
Me
How do you
first?
feel?
Go, Scott.
Pretty good, right?
Pretty good?
So beta went really well from
Yeah.
our perspective. The tech was stable, and that's what we're always worried about. Because we knew the game was pretty good, or we thought the game was really
think
good,
so,
right? And all the tests we had run showed that. But we were a little fearful, that tech would hold, and it went really, really well with the closed-ish beta, right? The weekend, where, the server crash rate was low, the client crash rate was within our acceptable tolerance, and we're fixing most of the issues that we found. So cautiously optimistic, right? Incredibly excited to show the entire game, and so yeah.
Yeah.
See reactions.
But the last week is always
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it's like it's 5 years of your life, right? And it's like I think that's the thing that I think is
That's kind of crazy to
like
think about.
what I'm not sure people understand. Is like when you've been living and breathing this kind of thing for 5 years, and then like you see the game industry is volatile.
Yeah.
Things don't go well for people. We have a team of that I love to work with. We have a team of great people that we've built over the last years, and it's like it isn't about like success in the sense of like I just want to say that it is a game that I think is great, right? And I've played it and I kind of know that it has a lot going on, right? And I think it works well. And from the beta we got some confirmation of that. But I want my team to be together making games for a long time, right? So for me, this is like I'm nervous about that, right? Like the gaming industry is not a safe place anymore, right? It's not easy to guess what's going to be successful.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm watching things and like you see things that are fantastic from small teams going great, like and there's been some fantastic games this year and games that you wouldn't have predicted coming out of nowhere, like Schedule 1 is a great one, but also like Clair Obscura, I'd heard of it, but I hadn't heard of it until really it blew up. And so you see these games, these huge successes. So I think it's like, you don't want to have the arrogance to think that you could be
He
among
actually
them,
logged
but you
Schedule
hope.
1 in there.
And that's kind of where I'm at least. I'm hoping we strike a vibe. I'm hoping that all the decisions that we made, and there's 10,000 decisions on a gaming project, right? There's 10,000 decisions, and every one of them is about moving towards a goal, right? Towards a vision, a creative vision, a vision of a universe, a vision that a guy created in 1963 when he wrote a book, right? And that's, I don't know, like I'm extremely nervous, but that's what we're trying to get to, right? And that's, I hope, what people feel when they play the game.
He seems very passionate.
Yeah, okay,
and,
you nailed it, right? Like that's what
this.
we
This
want.
is really cool to hear.
I feel like we've made an amazing Dune game, right? And it's the first where you're walking right on Arrakis. You're experiencing Paul's journey.
We're skipping 2001's Frank
Sure,
Herbert's Dune,
sure. But for me, right, in a modern sense anyway. So it's and we have a story we want to tell. People saw a really short glimpse of it in the beta, but there's so much more going through the rest of Act 1 and Act 2, right? Playing through that. And there's this long story that we want to tell over the, Lex, you said 10 years, right? On the thing, so I'm seeing that. So we have a long story. We want to continue releasing updates, every 3-4 months with additions to that story, in addition to the DLCs that we're going to come out. So when you buy the game, you're getting everything here right now, plus all the story content that we'll continue to release over the next years. We're excited. It's a lot of pressure, but we'll do fine.
There's no guarantees in love and war, but you know what? I'll say this for the record. I'm really proud of our team and what they've done. And like, no matter what happens, all of them can hold their heads up high because they have worked really hard to bring this to fruition.
Absolutely, shout out to our teams, the many teams.
Is there a way that you can guarantee that you'll cross a slice of sand without getting eaten? Like, is there a way to defend yourself? Or like
and I'm actually
how do you go about
goosebumps
doing
now,
that
I'm
and
sorry.
assuring
I'm
that
actually
you'll
getting
succeed?
I'm such a yeah, anyway. But I think that's a wonderful note to end this, again, last developer stream.
Yeah.
Yep.
On for before Head Start and release. One thing we can actually say is that you will be able to upgrade your editions
Fast
on the 10th
and no
of January.
ridden.
So there will be an option.
10th of June.
10th of sorry,
vibration warm.
June. Oh my God! I just that wonderful.
Move
ending.
between the rocks formation. Don't try to
Oh,
cross
wow.
big gaps.
Congratulations.
Eventually they'll add
Pro
some
here,
wall.
right? Yes, so 10th of June, when the game goes into full release, you will be able to upgrade your editions.
That's crazy.
Should you want to do that, there will be options on Steam. And
That is
we'll be ending. Thank you so
crazy.
much again, Scott and Joel, for being here, doing out of your busy schedule. So we really appreciate it, talking to us. And we'll have a last trailer. And with that, I thank everyone for watching and joining us today. And
All right.
hopefully you'll enjoy what's coming your way.
Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, see you on Thursday.
Yeah. Cheers.
You move between rock formations, try to cross big gap. Don't try to cross big gap. But isn't there a big gap that you have to cross? Right?
You're not quite dead.
Great plots are afoot in the Imperium. And the currents of intrigue run deeply. You will go to Arrakis as our agent. You have one task. Find the Fremen. Wake the sleeper.
You were sighted fleeing the scene of a terrible crash. Who are you?
You've heard the expression, the spice must flow. I am the man who ensures that it continues to do so.
I dreamed of you. Birthed in fire. Twin comets in the sky. The seer of lies. I am terrified of what happens when you awaken.
We've all lost our way.
It's pretty cool, man.
You can
There's gap between rocks formation, but not big enough to really risk getting eaten, but you'll have to make some detour from rocks to rock. Okay. So there's there's always like okay, I get it.
Every person.
There's always
carries their
another
past
rock
with
close
them.
by that you can kind of go to and not risk much. But if you want to risk it, you could take a shortcut, but then you cross a big gap and then you put yourself at risk, right? That's fucking crazy, man. That was pretty cool. From what I understand, like the desert is going to be like a massive 81 tile. It's going to be like a massive 81 tile. So I'm assuming it's going to be 9 by 9 by 9, right? So we're going to get like, you're going to get like a massive, massive grid. I'm just trying to, like, the desert is just going to be this, the deep desert is going to be like this massive fucking grid. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, yeah. These are a little bit too large, but you get the idea. And then you got the same thing across the path. And from what I understand, there's like a corridor that goes through the entire desert that's like non-PvP, right? So there's like a bunch of these styles that are non-PvP where you can so there in these like tiles, for example, there's going to be shipwrecks, there's going to be like a bunch of stuff that you can go do without getting attacked. But then there's going to be these big spice blow up that are going to happen in certain areas, and you're going to see them from far away, and you have to venture into the PvP areas if you want to go to those. But from what I understand, even without being in the deep desert, you can still earn spice because there's going to be spice. Let me reboot my music real quick. There's gonna be spice patch outside of the deep desert that are also it's not gonna be in large quantities. Now there's just a question that I might have talked over it and I didn't know what the question was gonna be, but he was asked during the interview if they will if there's going to be material that are only achievable in PvP, and he seemed to have said yes, but I'm not sure. Did you guys pay attention to that part? I feel like I kind of missed that part by accident. Did you guys catch that? Yeah, T6 stuff is only deep desert. Yes, but you can trade for it. Yeah, but he says it's only deep desert, but is it only... So deep desert is a thing, but there's PvE. He's doing an exclusive interview. It's not on his channel, though. Where is it? Is it on there? Is it on the Dune, on the Funcom channel? No, they're offline. Yeah, it's on his Twitch channel right now. I literally just went to his channel and he's offline. Am I crazy? Oh, wait, that's his old channel? What the fuck? Oh. Huh.
in that sense, in that I feel like some of the things that we fought for, like it would have been so easy, so many times along the way that I got feedback from people like, make the sandworm easy. Don't let it take people's stuff, right? Like, don't have that be a full loss moment. And I had to fight, like as a creative director, I had to stand there and say no, right? And my game director right beside me, leaning over and going, "Don't give in, don't give in. It doesn't matter," right? And like, but these are the battles you fight because, you know. And so yeah, it's like we made these 10,000 decisions, and we're about to find out the consequences. And I'm
no tainted grails today. I'm done with tainted grails.
I hope it pays off.
I got the
right?
ending yesterday. The credit.
Yeah, it's because it isn't just me. It's not my big ugly mug that, you know. It's like all the people on this team. It's all of their work.
And how big is your team now?
I mean, we started with 30 people, and I think we're up to around 400-ish across the board.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's gotten big, and that's mostly growth across the last 5 years, right? So
yeah. How cool. Yeah, a little anecdote. Back when I used to live in North Carolina, I worked at a university, and one of the people I worked with actually left to go work at Funcom, which was pretty fun. So I got some cool stories about how that was working out and everything. So here's the thing. You guys have been great, especially you. You guys have been great about going out there, doing interviews. In fact, you pinged Expedition 33 during your stream, which was really cool because you guys remind me a lot of them in terms of how you guys have been really getting out there and being transparent and very genuine and real, which I think we all very much appreciate. So that being said, I know that most of kind of the overarching questions have probably been asked to you. So one of the things I'd love to do for our interview is kind of talk about a lot about what we just saw. I actually have a lot of questions that I'd love to not only get answers on, but also kind of get your design thinking on. Like, what's your perspective on it?
Yeah.
So,
100%.
Expedition 33 is amazing.
So some of these you did kind of answer. I wrote them as we were doing it. So if you addressed it later, you can just feel it. So one big thing I kind of wanted to get into is the design thinking behind the Landsrad system. Now, I am a previous Guild Wars 2 player. I played on release. And in that system, there was in that game at the beginning, there was a system called the Orbs. And basically what you could do is go out into the PvP area, accomplish goals for your side, and then if you were able to retrieve the orbs, it made you stronger. Now, I noticed in the rewards for the Landsrad system, I saw things like 30% extra melee damage, you know, some big bonuses. And I'm assuming, first quick question, all of those bonuses go into PvP, right?
It's all the faction.
Okay.
So everybody is aligned on the entire world, not just in PvP.
Okay.
But it goes into PvP as well. But yes.
So the thinking here is in Guild Wars 2, they ended up removing that system because it was making the winners stronger. And what it was doing is making it so like they just kept winning. There was no system to counterbalance it because they were gaining strength by winning. And this kind of ties into that question that somebody asked about the unique weaponry, like, you know, how that plays into it. So my thinking is, my question is, how are you counterbalancing that? Right now, from what we saw, the winners are getting stronger. So what are the losers getting?
So I alluded to like that we have sort of a balancing system that runs a bit behind the scenes. So if a faction is becoming too dominant, there's changes in the tasks for the other side. They become like
non-PvP related kind of thing?
So none of the tasks right now in the Landsrad are 100% PvP. Just to be clear about that, right? I don't think that was obvious, maybe.
I definitely thought it was mostly PvP. It sounded like the end game thing.
It's kind of the opposite, I would say.
Shit.
What every Landsrad square on that board is asking for about 70,000 points. The way you achieve those points is through multiple different things. One of them is taking a control point in the deep desert, which is a PvP. And then you earn 10 points per hour that you hold a control point, right?
Okay.
Adding up.
Okay.
But there's another task under that, which is deliver 5 fully crafted ornithopters to the quartermaster. And that gets you 700 points per ornithopter delivered. So people who like to craft and participate, it has nothing to do with PvP for them. It's just that they have to go out, mine resources, and craft these ornithopters to deliver. And so there's multiple tasks per Landsrad square that can be achieved. All of them contain some PvE tasks. All of them have a PvP component as well. So you can choose your activity and how you participate. So that's why I was saying to the guy's question and sort of the same thing here. Like, yes, okay, our faction has a 33% damage bonus. everybody in our faction has that this week, this Landsrad period, then the other faction might choose to focus on the non-combat tasks because it will help them, right?
So theoretically, someone could join a guild as a support member that, let's say, has some accessibility things that make it so they can't do PvP because, you know, one of their hands isn't working properly, and they could still completely participate every week by just focusing on the non-combat stuff.
100%. That is the goal, right? Make the system work so that people can be involved. Yeah.
I like that. Another quick
really
thing going to the unique weapons thing. I think there may have been an unintentional like if then in there that made it sound like it wasn't as nearly cool as I think it is. Because at one point somebody said, will unique weapons give somebody a sense of power? And the response was, no, unique weapons aren't that powerful. Don't worry about it, essentially. But then that made me go like, but wait a second, don't I want the carrot on the stick of getting the unique weapons? Like, aren't they significantly more powerful and that's why I want them? So I was wondering like what exactly are unique weapons? Are we talking like gameplay differences or just like updated versions of powers?
So I think it's one of the things that our economy team has done a good job with, is trying to make the unique weapons actually feel like they do different things, not just like add stat, right? Add stat is again, I call us morons because we try to do hard things. This is one of them. So instead of add stat,
I've been here since Anarchy Online. I know you guys bite off so much more than you can chew. It's great.
We always do. So this is like so one of the things is like the assault rifle you get. There's a unique assault rifle type that you get, and it's called the Stammer Shot. I think I was playing with it yesterday, so it's fresh in my mind. The Stammer Shot fires 3 bullets instead of a burst. It fires 3 bullets on its own, so it has a completely different.
Oh, like 3 in 1, like not like do.
Exactly.
Okay, cool.
Right, exactly. So it feels very different as a weapon. It's a unique weapon. It acts and behaves differently to other things, right? And then there's so you get. So all of the uniques in the game have kind of some level of this, like, how does it change gameplay a little bit as well? They definitely feel different and unique, which is kind of the point.
Yeah.
And that's always been the goal. But yeah, so, people will want the uniques. I'm not saying that. I think what we're saying is, I think Scott was pointing out that the PvE content in the game does not require you to have the highest tier weapons to do it right now. It's not like, so to take a classic MMORPG example, right? In World of Warcraft, you go and you get the best dungeon gear so you can run the first basic raids. Run those raids to get the extra small amount of percentage so you can continue running raids to get better and better at raids. That's not how we've set things up here right now. So I think what Scott was trying to say was that you don't need it, but people will always want it because that's just.
I was going to say now I believe you, and I'm gonna let you finish. But as a PvE player, I do need the best gear. In fact, I need the best PvP gear on my PvE character because I do.
Yep, and
He's
and
not
that's
wrong,
where, I think people are scared, but I think it's going to work out, right? Like that's how it is. Yeah.
Okay. Very cool. Very cool. So here, this deep desert concept is incredibly interesting to me. I go back and I think of like some almost like Darkness Falls stuff from DAOC and kind of how that's working with the washing back and forth. In your vision, how much stuff in the deep desert is like one-time use kind of stuff? And let me explain what I mean by that. If I have a mechanic in a game like a deep desert, I want to make, one of the first things I do in my mind is I make a checklist. I say, okay, here's the stuff I need to do. So I know I can go and get the repeatable harvested like spice. I know I can go and get, but I noticed that there were like lots of other objectives spawning on there. Things like derelict caves and skill points and stuff like that. Is there going to be a way for me to know like how much of the deep desert I've done? Like something I can like a running tally of, what I can need to do each week and what's left to do and stuff like that? Or is it more of just this big mysterious, you guys are just going to let players figure it out kind of thing?
Yeah, I think it's going to be players figuring it out. Oh. That's kind of the right. So there's like you won't know what drops in what eco lab, right? In the beginning, you'll have to go and chart that out, and then that layout might not come up again may never come up again, right? That's kind of the goal, to have infinite exploration, not
that's a worthy goal.
Yeah. So the plan is to try and like, and as I was saying, we keep sprinkling things in so it becomes more and more over time, because I think like what we have is like I always say this to people, and it's kind of a cop out, but it's a true statement. The game we're launching is the worst the game will ever be. Like that's the reality, if you know what I mean. right? Like because the game you launch with in a live game, and then you keep adding to it. And I know you've said this about Funcom in the past as well. We keep working on our games till they're better.
You do.
Right? So our game will launch, the launch version of the game. I think it's pretty good, but it's still going to be the worst version because we're going to.
It's the first time that I see.
Let's just not hope for a catastrophic patch. But I'm with you. I'm with you.
Yeah. You know what
I know what you're talking about.
I guess what I'm trying to say
is... It moves forward.
Is...
It keeps moving forward. You keep building. It keeps building.
My job is to be optimistic. So I'm
You're doing a great job.
I'm assuming we're not going to have catastrophic patches. But like the Deep Desert in the same sense is also like this is the most barren it will ever be.
Yeah, I like it.
Keep adding to it right over time. So I don't think players will have a checklist. I think people will build them very quickly.
Yeah. So
I see already in closed beta, people are already like coming up with ways to show off their Deep Desert plan to other people already. So
and that's where this interesting kind of schism happens, because like I look at the world map of the starting area as my solo player, and I'm seeing 0 of 1 intel here. You've gotten 2 of 3 things here, and I'm going, oh man, I want to do map completion. Like I want to crawl through this game. I want to 100% it. But then you come up to a mechanic like the Deep Desert, and you can't play the game that way. There's no 100%ing it. There's
it's not really meant
when
to
you
be
go out
that,
and
though.
explore, you can't really go out with an objective because you don't know what's there. So
I mean, unless you're in the loop, right?
Yeah,
and your guild buddy's gone and made you a sync chart, and you come, you log in when you can play, and you open the chest, and there's a bunch of sync charts there, and it's every sector of the Deep Desert mapped, and you're like, okay, well now I know there's 5 eco labs in the Deep Desert this week, and I'm looking for unique schematics that our guild might want to sell on the exchange, so that's what we're going to do today.
Cool.
Right?
So the idea is just the Deep Desert's going to have this giant pool of resources you can't get anywhere else. And you basically need to okay, that's very cool. I like that. So you can make those lists. It's just more on kind of the private side, and you guys aren't going to do it for us. Makes sense. I like it.
Yeah, we're not going to do the 100% completion thing like we do in Hager Basin, because we.
That's exactly what I was wondering. If there was like a system like that for the Deep Desert. Cool. So
there's not. Yeah.
Here's some other questions about the Deep Desert that I'm very interested in. So there's all sorts of things we could talk about mega guilds and mega griefing guilds. And of course, we have guild limit set to 32, but players will find a way around that. They'll have a 32 guild of officers, and each one manages their own 32-player guild, et cetera, et cetera. So now, granted, it's going to be really hard for them to all get on the same server, I'm sure. So the idea of, but here's my question. When I'm a solo player, and I do want to participate in this, am I going to have tools to hide myself, to stay in stealth, to reduce how far enemies can detect me? Like, you guys said there was ratting. Is there mechanics for that? Or is it just like, man, I hope I get lucky and don't get within 300 meters of an ornithopter and have an icon pop up above my head kind of thing?
Yeah, so I mean, mechanics are mechanics, right? Like there's deliberate decisions like we made about like not having name tags and things like that. You can hide against the backdrop of the world because you aren't visible to players. Right, like it's not like, and then I'm sort of getting ahead of myself. But when we're working in some of the Fremen stuff in the future, there'll definitely be ways to do what the Fremen do, bury yourself in sand and things like that.
Okay.
So there'll be mechanics around that are coming. But I don't think like there's a specific like we don't have an invisibility mode or a stealth mode that hides you right now. It's more about like how do you approach entering the Deep Desert? How do you make sure that like. It's interesting in closed beta because there's a lot of discussions around these kind of tactics and how people do things. It's also it's interesting because a lot of people who don't go to the Deep Desert complain about the Deep Desert, which I think is interesting.
Yeah.
Right? Because people say, oh, I just don't want to get ganked. And then other people are like, I go there all the time and nobody's around. I don't know what you're talking about because like because I can sneak out and get things and come back. So the rat playstyle exists. I don't think we've done anything specifically to support it. So I'll freely admit that. But I think that the game lends itself, and it
looks like the desert is so
really
big
this is
that
why we even developed server meshing tech, the game to have this very large space, because very large space means that like we want people like the general core of the philosophy for PvP in our game is fight over things. Don't go around ruining other people's like time. And yes, I can't prevent it, right? That's just a mentality some people have. But that's why we have spice blowers that are giant and you can see them in the distance, because we're drawing people to a location. That's why we have control points. We're drawing people to a location. We want people to be drawn to locations, and we want them to fight each other over those things. What we're trying to do is support people who don't want to be involved. Not only sneaking in and getting out, but also I think one of the things that we've done that is fairly consistent across the game is that we've made player mobility very high. So you can be chased, but you can escape. Especially if you're like a solo player with a boosted ornament.
It's one of my favorite parts of the game. Even just the jetpack and the grappling hook, man. That's a whole different level of mobility. Yeah.
Yeah, that stuff's been fun. Yeah, and fun watching people play with it. Like I know you're friends with Chris Sacriel.
Mm-hmm.
He was just right into it straight away as soon as he found that in the game. It was crazy.
Yep, I completely see it. I completely see it. So the deep desert. Do all resources spawn and or respawn in the deep desert, or on every refresh is there ever something that can only be used or picked up once?
That's a good question.
Sorry. During the week things respawn.
Okay.
But they won't show up in other weeks, if that makes sense.
Are there any mechanics that are going to make it so major guilds feel a need to be on the second the servers come up from a wipe, outside of taking capture points to earn ambient stuff over time?
I think the scouting is probably the biggest one.
Cool. Probably a good way to make money too, I'm assuming. Yeah.
Getting the maps made. Yeah, I'm assuming that'll be the first wave of people into the desert, right?
I have to admit,
scouting mapping.
I got a little nervous when you were like, yeah, once we take this capture point, we're going to make it for our team. And I was like, wait a second, you take the capture point and then it immediately works like for the rest of the week? I was like, is the server going to reset and then everyone's just going to have to go get capture points for the next hour? But no, that sounds great. So the way it works is it actually just does points over time based on who holds it.
Yes.
Cool.
Yep. Exactly that.
All right. Awesome. So a few other here and there questions. Can you hold a buggy on an ornithopter transport and shoot from the turret? Because if the answer is no, we're gonna need that.
Yeah, I don't know if I've tested that specific one. I know that you can. Might be able to. I actually haven't tested it, so that's a really good question. I know that you can, for example, on sand bikes, sit in the passenger seats and shoot. You can shoot out of the buggy when you're sitting there. You can shoot out of.
Oh my god!
So you can do those things. I have never tested the specific scenario of like picking up a buggy with a turret on top and firing at people.
Because see, now I'm thinking of 5 ornithopters, 5 turreted, just tanks flying. Oh, perfect.
Yeah. That's the stuff that's the sandbox stuff that's fun that people are going to find when the game launches. Right?
Yeah.
That's the stuff that I mean, I don't have an answer, but it's entirely possible.
It's a living game, right? It can always be added if it's not there.
Yeah. I don't think it's impossible.
Awesome.
It's probably there. Because we are very lenient about those kind of things because we think it's
clever use of game mechanics energy.
What was it? The rule of cool. I like that. Exactly. The rule of cool, the rule of fun. That's good. Oh, one thing I did notice. So in the ornithopters, they had the same sand detector as you would have when you're on the ground. I also noticed some of those worms go pretty high into the sky. Do they ever go after flying things?
Yes.
They do. So they'll jump out of the ground and like try to get something in the air.
Oh shit.
I mean, they won't fully emerge, so you won't.
They will like jump out like a dolphin. Yeah.
Yeah, they'll come up. They'll come up after you if you're too close to the sand for sure. So
Very
don't fly
cool.
Too close.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that's awesome. We saw in that presentation a very cool group coordinated spice harvesting in deep desert. One person thumping, one person harvesting, transporters, guard scouts. Is there anything like that in the PvE version of the dark desert or the deep desert, or is that only available in the PvP version?
That's in the PvP area.
Only
where the big spice flows are. Yeah. The PvE part of the deep desert is all up on the shield wall. So it's in the rocky zone.
Oh, okay. So there's not going to be any worms. It's going to be a lot different.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's kind of according to lore, right? Like the shield wall stops the Coriolis storm.
Yeah.
And prevents, like, that's where they all live in the books. They live on the other side of the shield wall where it's safe. So that area, the PvE area, is the safe strip. It's still big, right? It's still like, again, 24 kilometers wide and whatever, a couple of kilometers high. So it's still quite a big space at the bottom of the map for PvE to be done.
Very cool. Very cool. So you talked a little bit about these instances that can spawn in the deep desert and how they were PvE instances. You can zone in as a party, that kind of stuff. But one thing so to get to the instances, you have to take your party through the PvP zone, right?
Yes. And the instances are full PvP as well.
Oh, wait, I thought the instances were per player. So you're saying...
No, they're open dungeons.
Oh!
Holy shit.
Oh, I totally missed that. I thought it was like Anarchy Online style little instances you were going into. Oh, I didn't realize it was like they're all full PvP dungeons.
Yes, open. Yeah, exactly. Open dungeon spaces. Yep.
Oh, okay. Well, that's certainly more interesting. I first thought they were PvE only, which was why it was a little confusing. You had to go through the PvP zone to get to the PvE, but that makes a lot more sense. So that is kind of the Darkness Falls situation. Okay. That's very cool.
Yeah.
All right. So that, and I'm assuming that's where all the best loot is going to be.
Yes.
Yeah, probably. So as we talk about stuff like that, because that absolutely makes things very interesting. How are you guys dealing with, like what is the system in place for deep desert safety stuff? Like if I zone out of this instance, am I going to get 60 seconds? Am I zone out? Am I going to have time to run somewhere or teleport or something? Or is it going to be the kind of thing where, if I zone out and there's 5 people in a semicircle around me, well, here's my stuff, guys.
Yeah, if remember that you don't drop everything in PvP, right?
Yeah.
Like it's not a full loot game. So that's an important thing to remember. There's a 30-second timer on logout.
30 seconds.
Right? So if you try to log, yep.
Is that on zone as well?
30 seconds. No, because you can't zone from the deep desert. You have to go back through the PvE area to get out. So there's no time.
What about are the instances in the world? You don't zone in and out of the instances?
No, they're just part of the world.
So
walk in the right. Yeah.
Oh.
It's like I think you probably ran through.
I think that the one I'm thinking of was the ship in the bottom part of the map that had you had to like get the key nearby and then that would pop it open. It was a little PvP area. So it's basically like that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
oh,
exactly,
okay.
Exactly that.
I'm sorry. I heard the word instance and was thinking, I apparently went on a big tangent that I shouldn't have gone down. Okay. I'm used to like traditional MMO, like separate zone instances. Yeah. So that was a little confusing.
No.
That was totally
my
bad.
We have instancing only on the like overland map, right? The little map that you move around, and we only have that for the story stuff.
Okay.
Really. Right. We don't have instances in the deep desert. We don't have instances in the Haga Basin, right? In the
Perfect. So is there any initial plan to handle any type of player griefing in the deep desert?
Yeah. So, well, I mean, this is kind of why we have CS. Like, I think it's so Conan Exiles. When we launched Conan Exiles, we were a much smaller company. We've grown. We have now customer support. Just a little bit. We have customer support. We have customer service. Right. So people will be able to report griefing. People will be able to report things that are incidents like that are happening in the game. So yes, we will do things. We will probably. I don't know if it's clear. I think we have a policy for player behavior as well. Essentially, you could underline it as "Don't be a dick."
Yeah.
Essentially, but yeah. So people will be able to be reporting things like griefing. Everybody disagrees on what griefing is.
So
that's
I wasn't really going to go into it, but yeah, I was going to be like, so you guys are going to have public guidelines on exactly what griefing is and isn't, right?
I mean, it's impossible.
Exactly,
right?
It is impossible. Yeah.
It's especially because like
I wonder how they're going to manage that though.
Give an example of something that happened.
So is there
in the
PvE instance content though? Like it seems like is it going to only be PvP then? I'm confused a little bit now.
I'm not 100%.
I feel like the more that I listen to this, the more I don't know what the end
and they
game
could
is gonna
only
feel
respawn
like.
in the deep desert. And theoretically, you should always have a checkpoint that you can respawn at in the southern part of the map. And they got bugged and they couldn't teleport out. Right? And so they had to respawn at this one.
I'm getting confused because it seems now that the instants are all PvP, like the dungeons or whatever.
Made fun of them and kept killing them over and over again. And
that's the definition of griefing. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
so that's something you would take action on that.
100%.
Cool.
And action does get taken. So yeah, it's like so that kind of thing for sure. But like, and that's like, especially if like it's properly communicated to people, this is a bug, I'm stuck, right? Like if you keep respawning at the same point over and over again, trying to kill people, and you have the option to respawn somewhere else, that's a different kind of kettle of fish. It's like people are killing me over and over, but I'm kamikazing trying to attack them. That's a different kettle of fish, right? So that's why I find these things, they're very difficult to moderate. It's very difficult to moderate player behavior.
I am really confused.
Try to find ways around it. So that's why hard and fast explaining every rule of griefing to people would never work. It's why you need to use discretion, and that's why a human touch, like customer service, is probably the best way to deal with these things.
Awesome. Yep. So I know we're quickly approaching the end of time here. I just want to can we fit a few more questions, or do you need to head out? I'm sure you're pretty tired.
Oh no, I'm good, man.
Okay, cool.
No, I'm fine. It's like end of day for me. This is my last meeting for the day.
Oh, I love it. Okay, we'll do a few more here and let you go
yeah.
and let you go.
Sure.
So you mentioned that there was a third faction that will help balance the houses on release potentially, which led into some interesting thinking from my side. So what do you have plans for servers that become obviously one-sided? We're talking like 90-10.
Yeah, if that happens in a world, it'll be interesting. So the third faction, they're not coming at launch, but they're coming sometime after launch. The third faction's job will be to keep the Landsrat in balance. Is essentially the way I describe it.
Interesting.
The third faction only get rewarded when the factions finish each week neck and neck.
Oh,
their
that's
job
cool.
is to ensure balance, and
What
they have
the
a
fuck?
different set of tools. They are not competing in the Landsrat in the way that the other factions are competing. They're playing checkers while the others are playing chess. That's kind of the point of that third faction, and we will bring that in.
What the fuck is going on, dude?
That should work well.
That not only sounds super interesting, but that sounds like an awesome place for solo players. Like that would be a very like, you don't want to participate in PvP? Cool. You just go and make sure they don't mess each other up too bad. Like,
yeah,
it's
exactly.
kind of fun.
You have the ability to change things you're the Joker in the pack, right? You have the ability to change things in an interesting way. So
What the fuck?
I think that's kind of our goal. And yeah, like in a 90-10 scenario, some of the auto balance stuff will have kicked in, and it shouldn't be that way. Like as long as we have, let's say we end up with like, as long as the seaches on the server, like
how the fuck are they going to do this?
I don't know.
What's up, Beastie?
Seaches, if like 19 of them are Atreides and only one of them is Harkonnen, still there should be enough people to be able to make a difference for the Harkonnen side if the auto balancing stuff is kicking in correctly. So we'll see how that goes. And we'll be monitoring it as well. The other thing we can do is encourage like, open more seaches and encourage people to move there on that world, which from different factions, right? So we can build up the Atreides, we can give signing bonuses and things like that.
Awesome. So definitely the approach of using honey instead of the stick kind of thing. That's great.
Yeah. The stick is, my wife's a child psychologist, so she spent a lot of time beating into me that you don't use the stick on children.
I got 3 small boys.
Honey.
I hear you.
Yeah. You know the rules.
Oh yes, know the rules. I know the rules.
So I treat players like that. It's like they would always rather be rewarded than punished, and I agree with that. I think it's fair.
Heck yeah. So I have real quick 2 quick suggestions at the end of our stream here while we're doing this. Yeah. The first one is there a way to add a manual refresh button to the Landsrad thing? So in case something happens I'm not expecting, I'm not staring at it like an idiot for like 3 minutes when it never updates with the thing I'm expecting.
Yeah, I mean, it should only be on a 15-second refresh.
Oh, okay.
Anyway.
Okay. I didn't know if it was like a few minutes. That could be a little awkward.
No. It was on a minute the first time they implemented it, and we made them. And honestly, that's just a performance question, right? Like, so they implemented it with a minute because the coders were being like, oh, having to update this and check all these things is going to be heavy on the server, and then they were like, oh no, it's fine. Like, and then we made it 15 seconds. So I think it's only 15 seconds before Landsrad refresh.
Well,
so
perfect.
I can talk about a manual button, but I don't know if
you could you know what, just put the button in there, but don't have it do anything. It's like the closed door button on an elevator, right? You just keep pressing it and maybe
that fucking button doesn't work.
That's
lovely.
Fine. Gamers will love it. Also, just random small thing I noticed.
Closed door
I
button
loved that you guys
all.
showcased, because I did not catch the fact that I could just wheel in my bike, go into my storage, select my bike, and do it over. But one thing I did notice is that the quick deposit is when you're looking at a crate. Is there any way to quick deposit from a vehicle?
You can quick deposit to a vehicle. I don't think we have quick deposit from a vehicle to a crate, because we wouldn't know where the output would be.
Well, it would be on the storage. It was on the right side of the screen, right? Because you have the storage on the right side of the screen and then the vehicle on the left side of the screen.
You're talking about.
I'm talking about like if I drive in.
You're talking about once it's open.
Exactly.
Once
yes.
The UI is
yes.
Because quick deposit's always done from the outside.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, we don't have that functionality set up. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I was going to play your game, but maybe Dune Awakening 2 we could talk about. No, it's totally just the fact that you can do that is awesome. In fact, one of the things I talk about all the time is that one of my biggest pulls to this game is not only how much you guys are focusing on base building, but how much QOL is there. I was just playing another game recently, and like it actually frustrated me that my refiner that was making my bars, I had to go and take the bars out of the refiner over to the chest to use it. I was like, this isn't Dune.
Well, that's nice. Yeah. We have. That's actually one of the things I think Scott talked about it. Like just having a beta running and having people just complain. Is some of the best game dev feedback you get, because it's like I play the game and I whine about things. I'm whining about a couple of things now.
That's my job, dude. To play games and whine about them. Yeah,
but it's great, right? Like because it's like, oh yeah, like this is a really good idea. I think actually, I think I watched your stream. I'll confess, of the beta, and one of the things you said was like, why is quick deposit a hold? And I think it's a press now.
Yes, thank you. Oh, perfect.
It's like I was just like, yeah, well, guys, why did we do that? And they're like, yeah, no, that's true, and I think it's just got changed.
Dude, that is amazing.
That stuff is great.
Wait,
it's just fast, right? It's
right before the stream. Was that the thing you were talking about with Conan Exiles a long time ago?
No, the Conan Exiles thing is even better.
What is this?
So this is
Let's hear some applause.
Or, I don't know, maybe you'll think it's lame, but I think it's fun. I had never watched streamers in my life, right? Streamers were like 2016, 2017 was when like it's Conan Exiles was our first game that had any streamers playing it. And I was watching you stream. Probably no offense, because you were just like one of the more popular ones, and I was like, oh, who's this guy? I'll watch this. I think it might have been the first time I ever watched a streamer. And you were playing Conan Exiles. You came to this building through a Darfari camp that we'd built. You clicked and we'd put a bit of voiced over lore in there. And I remember this so clearly because you were like, there's got to be a secret here. Funcom don't do stuff like this. They don't just like put stuff here. And you were looking around trying to find a way to find the secret. And I was sitting at my desk at work at the time watching going, oh, there's no secret there because it's like, there's nothing, it's like it was our early access game. And I was sitting watching and I was so frustrated on my end because like when we made our first dungeon in the game, that location where you were frustrated and searching for a secret, I put in first dungeon entrance in Conan Exiles. You have to drag a character onto that spot and slit their throat. Their blood falls on the ground, and that opens the entrance to the dungeon. Because I could not live with the idea that we weren't living up to your standards. And you, it was.
I am honored to have elicited.
What the fuck? That's actually a cool story. I like that.
Blood unlocked door. That's I think that's going on my resume. Dude, that's amazing.
it was really cool. Yeah. So that was like
God, that was 6 years ago? 7? That's crazy.
Yeah.
And here we are now doing an interview on your brand new game that comes out in a week. Wow.
Yes.
That's very cool.
I didn't have gray hair then.
Yeah, I didn't either. We can commiserate together after this. Man, thank you so much. Joel Bylos, the creative director of Dune Awakening.
That was cool.
Coming out on June 5th for Advanced Access, or was it January?
That was really cool.
June 10th. June 10th. I love Natasha. She's so good. June 10th for full release, June 5th for early access.
I'll be honest though, I am even more confused now. Now I have no idea what the fuck the end game is. Like, I don't know what is PvP. I don't know what is PvE. I don't know anything. So there is a PvP area, but what the fuck can you do in it? Is it just a safe space to build your house and that's it? Or is there any content that I can do? Is there... Dude, I am so confused. I am so confused. I don't know what's going on. Like, I thought that there would be some areas you can explore and do as... They keep saying that the best gear will come from, like, what can I do as a PvE player is what I'm, What the fuck can I do is my question. You can buy it if you don't want to do, but if you don't want to do PvP. You're playing for the mount in current WoW. I might do quests. Are you playing for the mount in current WoW? I'm doing WeakAuras and MOP right now. There are PvE instances in the deep desert for story quests. But I'm wondering about endgame. Can I get endgame gear without engaging in PvP combat? And without being a rat that's trying to go in and out? Because I don't think that's going to end up working. There's no way if you have like... Because the big problem right now that I see is it's not even going to be a corridor. Apparently, it's just a little area that's going to be safe. Like a corner. Like the bottom left corner is safe. And then everything else is PvP. Is what I'm understanding. It's still a pretty large area, but it's only like a corner where you enter that's safe. If you play Mist for 30 days, you get a mount in current WoW. No, so... Yeah, if you do the... It's exactly the same thing they did with Wrath of the Lich King. If you do the starting area for Death Knight, you got a mount and retail. So they're doing that, but with MOP with Penda. But MOP is not released yet, so... It's when it's going to be released, you're going to be able to go do a Penda, do the starting zone for Penda, and then you'll get a mount. Yeah, I'll do that for sure, 100%, yeah. The wall, the south part is the safe zone, PvE. Okay. And it seems to be like a large area. But 26 kilometers is not that large. But is there objective inside that wall that are full PvE that are going to give me endgame resources is what I want to know. Or do I have to always risk it for the biscuit and get these dangerous PvP things, you know? Like, that's what I want to know. That's what I was hoping to understand. Yes, to an extent. But do we have the answers to this? Because from what I just gathered in this interview, it's not a definite yes. You don't need T6 to do endgame. Yeah, but it's not about needing it. It's like it's one of those things where I just want to have it, right? Like, even if you don't, you know. Grandma and great-grandma are in town, so wife and I exploring the world this week. Oh, shit. Yeah, number has to go up. Even if I don't need it, I'm still going to want it, you know? You either do the content or buy it. Okay, so... But then... What is there for me to do except crafting? Like, can I get... Like, is there shipwrecks that I can go into and extract resources from it? Are the resources from those shipwrecks... like, limited also, right? That's like... I have so many questions. I have so many fucking questions. You get the blueprint from the research lab and other locations. That's fucking awesome, Beastie. So, like, I guess I would have to understand what kind of resources are available and where can they drop from. Like, a list of, like, a certain type of ore, a certain type of, like, and then where are they available from? And, or how can I end up generating income as a solo player that doesn't want to do PvP so that I can... I'm definitely not a PvP person, but it doesn't sound like you lose much if you die in PvP anyway. Yeah, so if the decree for full PvP isn't being applied, then no, you don't. But let's say that a PvP guild is on the server and they win, they can have a decree where PvP becomes full loot. So I guess that week you don't PvP. You know? Because I am a PvP person. I like to PvP, but I feel like for me, these type of games, I like to kind of just chill, build, and harvest, right? And I'm wondering if I can do all of that and then still be able to obtain max PvP gear. Max gear in general. So then I would have to figure out a way to generate income and then be able to purchase them from the auction house. You know? I guess. I guess that's how that works, right? Why is it triggering at 3? That's so weird. Mop. Yeah, trading sim some. I don't mind that, but I still want some stuff to do, right? I would still love to do some, you know, like, oh, there's a shipwreck and then there's a bunch of monsters. And then I just go there, gun everybody down, loot some chests, get some resources out of it, get out of there, go dump that shit into my town, into my chest. And then I go back out, and then I go to another area. Like, I would love to be able to still play the game, though. You know what I'm saying? Without constantly going to PvP areas. That's like the thing, you know? Do that, but take a squad. The challenge with shipwreck is the worm, not people. But isn't those things supposed to be in the safe zone? In the safe zone, there's no worms. No, and I'm talking about end game stuff. I'm not talking about I'm talking about the deep desert. Is there objective for PvE in the deep desert that gives me rewarding stuff? That's what I want to know. Can I occupy myself for the whole week exploring the safe area and getting loot from the PvE area? That's what I want to know. I'm playing it no matter what. I don't care. This is just going to dictate how long I play it. Because it's either going to be until I get to that area, and then if I can. Yeah, but I feel like that's what I understood initially. But then Ko talked about the instance stuff, and then he said specifically that those were PvP. So then I got confused. Because now it seems like it broke my understanding of what those... Unless he was specifically talking about the instance that you find within the area, but even then, those are full PvP, so... You know? So that's the part that I have a hard time understanding. Yeah, there was like a southern area where it's only PvE. I just don't understand what's in that area. Like, are we gonna get the endgame dungeon in that area? That's what I don't think so, though. That's from what I understand, we're not getting much. Yeah, it should be pretty safe, but I'm still asking because I know I'm gonna get the question a lot. I know that there's people that even if you tell them the PvP area is roughly safe, they're not gonna want to go anyway. Like there's gonna be people that have just too much anxiety to go into those areas. Even if you tell them that it's relatively safe, there's gonna be people that are still gonna want to 100% avoid it. And I want to know if there's still activities that you can do that are 100% safe. You know, that's what I need to know, I guess. But if you need T6 to do endgame, wouldn't that mean you don't need to do PvP for the endgame? So you don't need T6 for anything. The only reason you would want T6 is to combat other PvP, right? Because you want to be as strong as possible versus players. But for the endgame, I still want to be there's no endgame, like there's no raid or like massively hard dungeon. The only challenge is other player. The PvE, from what I understand, is never going to get hard to a point where you need T6 or like endgame loot. But I'm still going to want it because I'm that type of player, right? Like, I'm trying to get my Death Knight full mythic gear even though I don't mythic raid. I don't need that gear, but it just makes everything else easier. And I like when everything else is easier. You know? What's everything else? Just playing the game. Like if I have an option to destroy a monster in 2 bullets instead of 4, I want that option. You know, like even though I don't need it, I can just throw 4 bullets. I like being stronger. That's why I like RPG games. I like feeling stronger even though I don't need to. For the same reason that I do all the side quests and I overgrind everything just because I love being stronger, right? That's something that I like a lot. And if I can achieve that without risking the PvP zone, then that can be great. I'm just wondering what's the course that you have to take to get there. Obviously, you can I could be like a full crafter that makes vehicle that I can sell, for example, or whatever, and then you complete certain objectives, get money for these. I guess I don't know how it works, but there's a way for you to get money without engaging in PvP, from what I understand. And then you can use that money to buy yourself the best gear, right? But yeah, I still have a lot of questions though regarding all of this. I still have a lot of questions. Still have a lot of questions. From what they're describing of the end game, I was just left with one question. What's the point? It's like doing the thing for the point of doing the thing. Yeah, but I mean, so the point is a little bit of everything, right? It's like it's the point is going to be what you want to make of it, right? For the same reason that why would you play Valheim? Exploration, building the biggest fucking house that you can. For some people, it's just going to be about building the biggest house they can build. You know, like, and then some blueprint or some pattern for certain things might only drop in the end game. So then if they don't want to participate into the deep desert, then they have to figure out a way to farm money so that they can buy that recipe of somebody else on the market so that they can add it to their house, right? Or whatever. Like, it's all going to come down to like whatever you want to do, right? The point for me is to play the story, build a nice base, get to T5, T6, depending on how difficult it is, then leave. Or you might have other things you might want to keep playing with your friends. and go on an adventure, or like if you're not going to PvP, then yeah, you're going to have a limited playtime for sure. But that's okay also. The same way that you have a limited playtime with Valheim. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't play Valheim forever, right? Like, you go through, you know, you go through the game, you explore, you do what you got to do, and then when you're done, right? And then in a year, you might come back and play again because you miss it. You miss the loop. You miss the... You're maybe going to create a new character on a new server, and then you're maybe going to create a new character on a new server and just do the experience again, right? That might be a thing, but the goal isn't necessarily... It's not an MMORPG in the sense that they're trying to make you play forever. Depending on what your objective is, you might have a different loop, different goals, and they might be on a short-term, long-term basis. Like for some people, their goal might be to just control the fucking world, right? They want to control their server. They want to be the strongest force to be reckoned with, right? So they're gonna need to play a lot and constantly be online. And like for you, that might not be the case. You might just be like, hey, I just want to do the whole story and get a nice house. Of course, like, you got to keep playing because you got to keep activating your house, right? So, like, I think you got to build... It's exactly like they did it with V-Rising. You got to put resources, I think, in a shield to protect your base. If you leave the game for a month, the shield is going to deplete, and then people can... Like, your base is going to get destroyed, right? By the sandstorm. Yeah, so you have to keep playing, otherwise you lose what you've built. But, you know, yeah. Dune Awakening, achieve max gear, isn't solely reliant on PvP, but PvP offers a pathway to acquiring high-quality item and resources that are essential for crafting the best gear. While Save Zone offer a more PvE-focused experience, the highest quality loot, including the rarest spice, is found in the deep... Yeah, see, like I read all that, and I still don't know what the fuck that means. It says that it offers a pathway, and then the next sentence, it tells you that it's the only way. So it makes my brain lag even more. It's like, oh, you can totally do it in PvE, but PvE allows you to get the highest thing. So okay, so I can't then, you know, like, like it makes me so confused. You know what I'm saying? So, no, but the shield on your base. So those are two different discussion, Bone. For Dune, for me, Dune is going to be a big flop, but that's just me. That doesn't really make any sense. I mean, I guess, yeah. I guess depending on what you you mean as a big, like a big flop isn't like a personal opinion. It's like the game is either going to be successful or not, depending on whether you like it or not. You can say that for Dune isn't for you and you're not going to play it, but since when do I say something that makes sense? Yeah, but fair point, fair point. Yeah, you mean a pass more than a flop, right? You mean for you, Dune is a pass. You're not going to play it, right? That makes more sense, yeah. So to put it in other words, you can PvE your way to T6, but it will take you 2 months or 3 weeks if you PvP. Make sense? Yeah. I just want to understand how. What's the path if you're PvE? I guess we're going to see when we play the game. I don't think I'm going to get my answer before that, because I don't think they answered it clearly in there. But they might have, but I was just not understanding it. I'll be honest, if the game didn't enforce PvP, I would have purchased it or pre-purchase. I mean, it doesn't. That's literally what we just listened to on the whole interview and have been talking about for the past 2-3 hours now. You can fully play the game as a crafter if you want. And never engage in PvP for your entire playthrough. So you can literally be like, hey, you know what? I'm going to play Dune and I'm going to create a factory that just builds vehicle to help my faction or whatever. Right? And you can do that if you want, right? Or you could just gather resources and sell them, and then you make money, and then you end up buying the best gear in the game if you want, right? And then yeah, you can team up with like, you know, you can do anything. You can do anything. That's the crazy part. But yeah, if you do PvP, you do go into the harder areas, and then you can get access to the best loot. So yeah. You can get access to the best loot, and then that starts to get really, really interesting. Hey, Ermi with the 3 months. The tier 3, 48 months, not 3 months. Tier 3, 48 months. Give me my new badge, and hi, I love you. Hello, my friend. How you doing? Yeah, we're talking a lot of Doom right now. We just watched the entire dev interview for mid to end game, and then we just watched the mini interview with Carnage as well. And I gotta say, I am excited as fuck for this game. We're gonna be making a guild. It was a great dev hour, yeah, a great dev hour. These nuts. There was at least 2 of those hours in the div hours. Sounds like it was cool. It was really, really cool, Alex. I'm still a little bit confused, but I'm also greatly excited for what's to come, I guess. I am very, very, very excited for what's to come. It seems like they got some really great concept. It's gonna be harsh. It's gonna be tough, especially if you want to go into those deep end areas and all that shit. And it's gonna be cruel as fuck. But you don't have to engage with it though. Yahoo! What's up? Thank you for the 2 years, man, Karn. Thank you for the 24 months. Your name is kind of irrelevant, I'll be honest with you, Mr. Evil Rex. You don't really just become a, you gotta do content for a year or two, see if you like it, and then you can think about other stuff like the name, and like don't try to micro optimize your shit. Try to do this for a full year. Try to provide content, stream content, do whatever you want to do. Do it for a full year, and then your name is irrelevant. Completely irrelevant. It has nothing to do with your success or demise. So it's completely irrelevant. Anonymous gifter to my anus is bleeding. Yeah. Maybe talk to a doctor about that, but thank you for the gifted sub. They make a cream for that? Oh, might need more than a cream.
Hey, brother Lux. Do you look at us go?
Yo, thank you so much for the 59. Thank you, my friend. Thank you for the big 59s. Welcome back. Core Kit, there you go. Are there any specs that feels like demo to play? Are you talking about Dune? They have a turret base class, but it's not like it's we're not talking about the same thing at all. Like the game has like, it's mostly like melee weapons and guns. And then, no? What are we talking about then? Sorry. I know, but I wanted to do as much as possible to set myself up for success. So the biggest thing to set yourself up for failure is trying to micro optimize instead of actually doing. Because your name is irrelevant. I thought about it. I was like, don't have your name be like something fucking offensive or dumb, and you're good enough. But one of the #1 things of people not doing shit in life is them trying to over optimize everything and be like, okay, so I'm going to become a content creator. I'll buy the best webcam, have the best name, have the coolest logo ever, and then everybody's going to watch me. And that's not how that works. Like trying to over-optimize every single aspect of something, so no, just do things. And then you'll figure the rest out along the way if it's for you, right? That's what I would tell you. Because the more time you spend trying to over-optimize things, the more time you spend not doing anything productive. Stop Googling which video editor to do. It's the dumbest thing you can do in terms of spending your time doing the correct thing. That's like it's like if you want to become a writer, don't research about how to write the perfect books for 3 years and then start writing. No, start writing now, fail, and then the next time you write a book, you'll make a better one. Some of the most popular streamers out there and content creator have dog shit setup. They don't have any fucking overlay. They don't have any fucking sub alert. They have nothing. They have a fucking camera and they sit in the corner like rats and they're entertaining. So people love them or they make cool content or like it has nothing to do with anything. It's either made for you or it's not. That's truly the harsh truth about it. Just like anything else that's music, art, just writing, just it's either for you or it's not. You're either put the time into it and do the right things or people like what you do or they don't. As long as you don't do it, for the money, do it because you want to. Do it because you want to do what you just do it. Stop thinking about it and just do it. Hey, Luxio, what's up, Ravy? Well, one of the best tip I can tell you is actually, I'm not even gonna say it. It's not even worth it. Just okay. And you, my friend? I'm doing pretty good, man. Is there anything that you have wanted to do that you haven't yet? In what space? You mean in life in general? Earn $1 billion? I wish I would have done that. I haven't done that yet, though. Not even 1 million. I mean, it's like the scope of, the scope of life is very large. There's a lot of things I wish I... Here's our millionaire streamer. He's our millionaire streamer and the billionaire streamer. I'm neither one of those things. Trust me. Neither one of those. You're not even gonna hold out on me like that? It wasn't relevant information. It really wasn't. It wasn't. It was just an opinion that I had. It's an opinion that I have about if you want to most people that like if you want to know advice about streaming, I would recommend DMing people instead of maybe doing it in streams in general. I'm somebody that's going to be I'm open about it. I talk about that kind of shit. I don't really give a shit. But most people can be a little bit more I don't know how to explain this without... Thank you for the biddies, Beastie. Thank you for the 69 biddies. Definitely, you have to see it as a business also, right? It's like the equivalent also. So it's because it is competition. Every single one of my viewers that wants to become a streamer is the equivalent of if you go to a restaurant, like I keep picking an Italian restaurant and they want to open their own Italian restaurant. You become competition. And as much as at the end of the day, like I don't really give a shit, but that's how most people are going to see it. So that's why I always give that advice. People are going to change their opinion of you and how they see you as soon as you tell them that you want to become their competitor. And that's kind of normal because at the end of the day, this is still a business. This is still how people pay their rent. This is how people pay their food. This is how people live, right? And then if you enter one of those communities and you go like, hey, how can I become your competitor? Because that's truly what you're saying, right? I'm not saying you, but like somebody asking for advice in this space. And I think it can be a little bit easier to try to, it can be difficult. In DM, like more privately or whatever, it can be easier, but there's a lot of people that are super open to sharing information. I'm kind of more on that end. But yeah, that's kind of I'm just like, that's I think another advice that, you know, because also it could seem like you're trying to, you know, I'm not saying you obviously, but it could look off as if you're trying to bring light to you, what you're trying to do, you know? So, you know, it's a tough place because then who do you ask if you don't want to upset the, like it's a really tough place. But there's people that really don't fucking give a shit and that they share that information, you know. I'm just saying that advice as a try to limit the amount of places you would do that in because you're going to see that people will change. Streaming is one of the most Viper-filled. There's a lot of Viper in this fucking industry. It is insane. A lot of people are only in for themselves. A lot of people. And there's also some that aren't, but trust me, the amount of people that I've seen come and go in terms of, you know, like as soon as you're successful and there's something that you can bring to them, they show up. And as soon as that's not the case anymore, they stop showing up, right? You'll see that there's a lot of people like that. So it's a tough space, man. It's a really tough space in that sense. It can be very, very difficult to navigate without feeling like you're either being manipulated or taken advantage of or misled, or it is a tough fucking world. I'm not saying that you meant it that way. I'm not applying what I'm saying here as to my channel or my community. I'm applying it as to in just a general sense in the, because a lot of people are just genuinely curious, so I don't really care. I've been replying to most of these very honestly about this kind of stuff. Yeah. But I'm just trying to frame it as to how most people would see it, I think. So, you know. Yeah, it's a tough space. It's a tough space. Most people, that's why I keep telling people, don't rely on other people. Don't ask others what they're doing or whatever. Just do what you got to do. Do what feels right to you and start. And just stop analyzing everything. Stop searching everything. Stop. Just do it. That's how anybody makes anything. They just do. Like, we laughed at fucking Shia LaBeouf for so many years about his just do it, but he's fucking right, like, in every way, shape, or form, you know? Like, just fucking do it. Just stop fucking thinking about it and just, you know, do whatever you want to do, you know? Whether it's, and that applies to anything in life, too. Like, it's not even about streaming. It's about, like, everything. It's about everything, you know? Very interesting. How does that not recolors? Ah, it doesn't have an if else checked. That's why. There you go. But yeah, it's a tough space for sure. Thanks for the WeakAuras. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate it. Thank you for the kind words. Appreciate the 4 months. Welcome back. Welcome back. Muckluck has some great video about streaming. There you go. There you go. Shit, what were we talking about? Okay, Shroud is doing an interview with the dev creator and a lead combat design. Oh, shit. I will admit, it will be nice to be able to make a living off the main thing I would want to avoid is streaming to no one. I mean, it's going to happen. Get ready. You're going to be streaming to no one for a while. Buddy, love the content and the ores and helping, explaining stuff in general. Keep up the amazing work. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate that. How did you overcome those hurdles? I mean, I didn't think about that. Like the first couple months that I started streaming, there was nobody. You know, like there was literally not a fucking cat in the world. Nobody was watching. There was nobody gave a shit, and I ended up making content. But it was like kind of a stroke of luck. I didn't plan any of this, but I ended up making content that attracted people. Oh shit, I just realized Goose Comic was talking on YouTube. Fuck, my chat wasn't triggered correctly. I don't know why. Okay, the best way to be is just to start with what you have and improve upon what works for you. There you go. What works for Lux may not work for you. Yeah, I mean, everybody has their own road, their own thing. Just start and figure it out. Don't think about... I'm going to tell you right now, don't approach this... It's not that they got forgotten, Jen. I just misclicked my chat and it was giving me the wrong chat that doesn't have YouTube bricked into it. Don't go into this thinking you're going to make a career out of it. Absolutely don't. You have to love doing this before you even think about making money out of this. Because if you do it and your objective is to make money, you're going to be fucking sad and miserable for years, probably. You have to stream because you like it, and then if you manage to make it work, then you start to think about a possible shift. Absolutely don't approach it the other way around, because most people don't make it. Most people don't make it. And it's not because there's a lot of things about streaming that are out of your control a lot, I think. Just, I don't know. It has to be something that you enjoy doing. Like, I've always enjoyed the idea of having, like, a radio channel and just chatting with people and answering questions and just being around folks. But not everybody has this vibe or this personality. But there's different type of streamers. There's funny streamer, entertaining streamer. There's also good gamers that people... Like, I don't know if you've noticed, but, like, for example, like, a lot of the top players, a lot of them, like, a large portion of them, they don't even talk. They just play the game, and they're really, really good at what they're doing. And people watch them to learn, right? And then there's some, like, rare pearl that are not only extremely fucking good, but they're fucking funny, right? And then there's people that are just very, very talkative. And you can talk with them all day long without any, like, without any, like, they're just super chill. It's just a cozy place. You just enjoy the community. There's community-based stream, which I think is what we have, right? It's not about me. It's about everybody. It's about everybody tuning in because you don't necessarily just want to see me. And in some cases, you don't even want to see me. You just want to come hang out with your friends, with the community that you've been chatting with and hanging out with for the past 4, 5, 6, 7 years, right? Some people might like the person's voice, and that's their background noise. They just want to have somebody talk in the background. They just want to have a presence with them. And then if the person suits you, then you start watching them, and then, like they, so yeah. Like, yeah, some people might be here just for the beard, who knows? Probably not, Beastie. That was the birthday of 2 years ago. That was the video of 2 years ago, you know. We'll do something new. We'll do something different for this year. We'll do you know, I'm here out of habits. Yeah, Deimos doesn't even know why he comes here anymore. It's just But what if you're not good at games, not funny, not talkative, or generally likable? Wait, was that me or you? I do not have time to organize a surprise this year. There doesn't need to be a surprise. We'll just have a different day, you know? We'll just have a different day. We'll just have a different content for my birthday. We'll just do something different. Talking about myself, really? Oh, then you don't stream. You just become a viewer and you hang out with other people. And then you hang, yeah, you just, you know. It's okay. Lux already said he'll do the hot tub beginning stream and play Hello Kitty on his birthday for us. Yeah, if we hit the sub goal, we'll do that for sure, 100%. I found one of your Dragonflight WeakAuras and checked the LUA code to compare with current layout. Damn, it is complex. You're so good at WeakAura development. I have nothing to do with that. That's all Day Moose. I don't write code. I don't write code. We're one sub away from the hot tub stream. We're one sub away, which is kind of crazy. After the entire week we've been through. God damn, we're so close. We're so close to it. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, so I don't... starting in Dragonflight, we started adding code. In previous version, BFA, Shadowland, we pretty much didn't have any code for the WeakAuras. I was just doing different layouts. And then Demoose, one of my mods, started to help me out with like custom option for the layout. And that's all been on him. I don't do development. I do UX and UI design. And yeah, we just kind of build that. But yeah, I don't do code much. One sub away, one sub away. We're always one sub away, you know, that's the cool part. We're always so close and yet so far. Okay, I have one last question. I don't recommend doing financial advice as content. Those can be extremely complicated and legally problematic. That's like, yeah, it's you can make content around financial stuff though, but then it wouldn't really be tied with gaming, you know? And then it would have to not be shaped as an advice. It would have to be more shaped around whatever you do. And then like information in general. A lot of channel do financial shit. You know, like you can frame it in a way that you can't be legally in trouble. But most of these channel have legal resources that help them double check this shit before they publish anything. I would be fucking scared to make, unless you're very, very good into that and navigating this shit on your own. Like, Jesus Christ, I wouldn't want to. Yeah, it can be a little bit complicated. Also, that doesn't really, you know, yeah. You could make a YouTube channel about that kind of stuff, but it's an already insanely oversaturated market. Like there's a million people doing this on YouTube right now, so it's like, you know. Thank you so much, Savage Cheese. Thank you for the 30 months, my friend. And Knack NFC, thank you for the sub as well. Thank you for the Prime. Welcome to the channel. The thing is, people always think like, oh, I have this that I want to do, but why would people watch you? That's the thing, right? I still don't understand why anybody watch me, but it's what do you bring to people that nobody else was bringing before? In my case, for example, it was WeakAuras, but I didn't plan it. I didn't write down on a sheet of paper like, okay, I'm gonna make WeakAuras. I'm gonna become super fucking popular or medium popular, and then like I just did it. I just it just fucking happened. You don't plan this kind of shit. You really, really don't. So do what you love. Do what you want to do, and just try to put a twist on it that nobody else does, and see where that takes you. See where that takes you. Medium popular, because I can't say that I'm popular because Co-Carnage is popular, Dan's Gaming is popular, Shroud is popular. I'm just known, I guess, a little bit, maybe slightly in the WoW space. Pretty much nobody knows, like more than 70% of the WoW community probably doesn't even know who I am, and then outside of the WoW community, 0 people know who I am. So that's that's how that goes. Lux is famous, Nodders. I keep coming here because for 67 months I've forgotten to subscribe. That's the crazy thing, right? You're huge in the Twitter space. Twitter user like I'm not even huge on Twitter. My Twitter is absolutely not huge. Nobody cares about most of the shit that I post on there. I heard they show your stream in gaming bars. Oh, that was pretty good. That was a good moment. I came to know you through Diablo 4. A lot of people ended up like now, like over the many years now, like people end up. There's people that found me through Guild Wars. Ermi found me through Final Fantasy. Some people found me through D4. A lot of people found me through World of Warcraft. I would say like a large portion of it found me through World of Warcraft, but like that was already when everything was already working, right? The tough part is getting out of that 5, 10, 20, 30 viewer and getting to that 70, 100, 200, and then sometimes things will go up, sometimes stills will go down, depending on what's going on, depending if people want to watch you or not, or, and then there's high seasons, low seasons, like. Yeah, that's crazy, Goose. Sometimes it's just random shit happens, right? I found you from doing exactly what you're doing now. Great WeakAuras. I cleaned up my list of streamers, unfollowed all the WoW ones. I think I was searching around for DK stream and I came across you. A lot of people found me through Deathmite, I think. 5 years now? That's crazy. Demus also was Shadowland. Shadowland was like one of my biggest boom in terms of growth. When we were doing the Shadowland WeakAuras, we had beta key to give away. And I was averaging like 900 to 1,000 viewers, like almost every stream with those beta giveaways. And then we were working on the... I was doing a lot of content as well. I was doing a lot of content. I was doing a lot of beta, like... coverage, and I was doing a lot of beta coverage, and then we ended up like doing a lot of stuff for the WeakAuras, and that was when like things started like really booming. But then I kind of gave up on being a pure World of Warcraft content creator, And then I think that's where my stream like kind of stabilized a little bit. I never watched Twitch before I found you doing the WeakAuras. Wait, really? So I was your entry point into I was your entry point into Twitch, was me doing WeakAuras? That's kind of crazy. That's insane. Same for you? God damn. That's kind of cool. That is really, really cool. Started when a friend suggested you to me. That's cool as hell. You know, it is, yeah, it is what it is, man. And then, you know, like, I stopped being a 100% World of Warcraft streamer. I wanted to do more than that. I wanted to have people, I wanted to build a community where people would show up for just hanging out with me and hanging out with the community we've built, no matter the game we played. And I would say that we've succeeded. We've had highs, we've had lows, but in general, like, I'm super fucking happy about what we've done. You and Taliesin were my entry point. I started Twitch watching you guys for the WoW drops for one of the X-Packs, maybe Dragonflight. Damn. You crushed your goals? It is kind of crazy. I still always come back to WoW. I still always do the WeakAuras. I still always, you know, go back to the roots a little bit when things are slower or when I feel like playing the game or but yeah, it's you know, it's always crazy. It's always crazy. I just have to find what works and test out other avenue. I gotta do more like short content. I gotta post more on a lot of these platforms, try to get a little bit more visibility for some of these games, you know. There's a lot of games that I want to play, but sometimes they're not always the best to stream. So I gotta figure out what works, and that's what I've been doing for 7 years, just trying to figure it out along the way. Because I don't really know what I'm doing, you know, like it looks like it because things are working out, but I have no fucking clue what I'm doing. I have zero fucking clue what I'm doing, so. Let me know when you figure out all the answers. I don't know. I don't think I have anything figured out, to be fair. I don't think I do. I just log on every day and I hope you guys show up. That's been my strategy for quite a few years now. It's awesome when you can actually do some varieties. I know there's a lot of streamer that feel stuck with game viewers, expect them to play. I feel like no matter how big you are, people feel that way, and that took me a while to understand that. Because I was seeing even some of the biggest people that I look up to struggle with this. And it doesn't matter how big you are. Even if you're like Dan's Gaming. And I know that Dan's Gaming, for example, sometimes was playing certain games and it wasn't doing as well as he's used to because his bar is at a certain point, right? His viewership, all streamers have a viewership point in their mind. We all do. We all have an average viewer that if we go over that, we feel comfortable. If we go below that, we start to feel nervous. You know, and but sometimes there's so much out of your control that you don't have anything to do with, you know, like every single year at around this time, like usually February, March, April, May, June are some of the worst months in streaming for me personally. I don't know if it affects everybody else, but for me personally, over the 7 years, those have been my slowest month. And this year, weirdly enough, February, March, and April were actually pretty fucking decent. But then May ended up being one of the slowest. But like a lot of it comes down to decisions that I'm making. Making MOP WeakAuras. We get to chat, we get to hang out, but for most people, this is boring as hell. Even though especially on our classic version of the game, because a lot of you guys aren't even going to play MOP, right? So this is probably, I need to do this content, but I know it's not my most popular content. Tainted Grails wasn't really good either. I was getting some of the lowest, but I still pulled through it because I wanted to play the game. I was enjoying it. I was having a good time. But viewership-wise, it was probably the lowest point I've had this year so far. You know, and I'm just being straight with you guys, right? So when I look at these, I kind of look at like, okay, so there's certain types of game that people like more. There's certain types of game that people like less a little bit. And then you just kind of go with it. Sometimes you got to bite the bullet and make some sacrifices. You're like, hey, I really want to play this game, but people don't seem to have an interest towards it. Okay, cool. So I'll suffer through that for a week, right? My average viewer is going to go way lower than normal. And that's going to cause me anxiety. That's going to cause me like a certain type of anxiousness and anxiety. But I'm going to deal with it because I want to play that game, right? But then, yeah, it's all about managing all of these scenarios and just, you know, trying not to lose your mind navigating all of this. Because you got to play what you want to play, but you also have to listen a little bit to the vibe and the community that you have, right? If nobody enjoys the type of games you're playing because you've built an MMORPG community and then you're doing a story-driven game and then it doesn't attract as many people, you can't be surprised, right? People want to be here for you, but a lot of people still want to watch the game they want to watch. That's truly what it is, right? Like, I love Kripparrian, for example. I'll take an example. Like, I watch Kripparrian a lot of the time. But a lot of the time, sometimes he goes into, like, a segment for a game that I'm not super interested in because it's not my type of game. Then the content devalues itself a little bit. You go like, okay, I like the person. But the content he's playing right now is not my type of game, so I don't really necessarily want to watch that, right? Because a lot of the time people watch Twitch. Yeah, you watch it for the community, but it can be for the content, it can be for the game, it can be for so many reasons, right? So you got to manage all of this. And also, like, you know, yeah. Lux was nervous as fuck when he diverted from WoW. It was stressful because there was like so many moments. Like, it was such a big roller coaster. Like, there was moments in the Final Fantasy XIV playthrough where the viewers were jumping all the way to 1,000 when we were reaching like really, really high story moment. And then the minute that I got done with all the story in Final Fantasy XIV, everything crashed down back to normal level. But at the time, you don't know what normal is, right? You don't know what your regulars, the amount of regulars that you have. It's hard to know who's truly here every day, right? Because more than 50% of the people that show up every day are people that never say a word. There's probably people that I don't even know that tune in every day. Out of the 200 we have right now, there's some of you that have been tuning in every day for the past 2, 3, 4, 5 years and have never said a word. But it's hard as a human being to conceptualize that. You know what I'm saying? It is incredibly difficult. You only, especially for me, right? Like I said, like if I buy blueberry and I put them in my fridge in the fruit compartment, I forget they exist, right? I have to see things to know that they're there. But there's a lot of people that tune up every day. Like at the end of the day, even if I have 200 people watching, I only see like 10 of you talk. So in my mind, there's 10 people. That's how crazy streaming is, at least from my point of view. So sometimes you'll end the day and you'll end a stream and you had like 200 to 250 people watching. But only like, I don't know, 5 people, 10 people were talking that day. You end the stream and you have the perspective that there was only 5 to 10 people. But then if you put fucking 200 people in a room, that's a lot of fucking people. You know what I'm saying? It's all about perspective, but it's such a crazy space. I never say anything, though. You speak every once in a while, you know, but it is what it is. I would never. How you doing, Dreckle? Then will this be the Hello Kitty community? Will it be? But yeah, it's a really interesting space, and I love talking about it because I think it's so fucking interesting. About the ups and downs, about what works, what doesn't. But at the end of the day, I don't have the answers to anything. I'm just a dude that logs on every day and play games, chat with you guys, and I make WeakAuras for WoW. That's pretty much what we do. Of course I'm doing the guild. Of course. It is refreshing to hear you talk about it. I feel like that's me. I'm shy. Hello, nice to meet you. That's I feel like a lot of the time, especially other content creator that are gonna hear me say these kind of things, because we seem to think that people, like, I look up to, for example, like streamers like Dan and Co-Carnage, or like they don't have anything to worry about and they never have an anxious moment in their life about their platform, right? Because we see them with like 1,000 viewers and we could dream about having a fucking 1,000 viewers, right? But for them, it's just that their levels are set at different places, right? If you're used to having 3,000 and one day you have 1,500, from my point of view, it's like, what the fuck? You have 1,500 people watching you. But from their point of view, they have 50% less people than they usually have, right? That's the crazy part. So it's all a matter of perspective, and that helps a lot to reframe it that way, and to just, for somebody that averages 10 viewers, seeing you like be anxious about only having 200 instead of 3 or 4 blows your fucking mind. You're like, bro, I have 10 viewers every day. You have 200. How the fuck do you? Why are you even stressing out or complaining, or you know what I'm saying? Everybody has different threshold for everything, and that helps to, it really does help to frame things that way. At least it does for me. It's why social media is toxic. It only is if you let it be, though. I think that's like one of the biggest thing, right? It's like, it's one of those things where if you let it be, then yeah, it is going to be pretty toxic, right? If you let it make it be your value. But it's, at the end of the day, also, it is extremely difficult to not have it let it be your value. To have it be just so that you don't value yourself as your numbers, right? That's like the very difficult thing, I think. To not have the number mess you up. I used to, one of the number one thing I did in the first year of streaming was hide my viewer count. And to this day, I barely look at it. I barely look at it. Because it affects me mentally on a minute to hour basis, right? It changes my mood. It changes the way that so I just decided to fucking hide it. I can't see my viewer number unless I open a specific software. So the only time I'll look at it is if I want to, the only time I'll be looking at it is if like I feel like something's wrong, if I feel like, okay, like chat today is really slow, and then I look, I'm like, okay, we're at 200 viewers. Normally we're at 350. So that's why things are a little bit slower today. Makes sense. Moving on. Let's keep going, right? Let's keep their show running or whatever. But yeah, constantly looking at it and seeing it go down or up, or you can't fucking look at this all the time because you'll go insane, right? You'll physically go crazy. So yeah, you just fucking don't look at it. You just do your thing, and you just hope people show up, and they don't, or they do. Case in point, Dune Endgame stops being appealing when numbers no longer goes up. Yeah, but I mean, sometimes there's games that, you know, like there's games that I was really enjoying and we just pulled through, even though, like, you know, like, but a lot of the time, people's interest with games can also have an indication to how fun the game actually is. And sometimes it's easy to get, you know, yeah, it's kind of crazy. There's so much going on with, like, you know, like for example, D4. I think you can see like the number, like the viewership that people get during D4. I think right now is a very good correlation to how people feel about the game. People are just burnt of the game, right? Blizzard has been trying for like a full year to keep the game like working, and I think the community in general and people in general are starting to feel burnt out about it. But there's also like so much other variables into this. Like, for example, a story-driven game. People might not, like, I don't know if you've noticed, but every big streamer that played Expedition 33 almost waited an entire month to play it. Right? So that's experience right there that I don't think about sometimes. Sometimes I don't think about this. I just see a new game and I play it, and then I have nobody watching because nobody wants to get spoiled. People haven't played the game. They're not going to want to fucking get spoiled, so they don't tune in to watch you. So you end up playing the game by yourself because everybody wants to experience it on their own. So what they do is they wait an entire month when it's a big game like this. Everybody plays it, and then they're excited to watch you react to the game because they know what's coming. And that creates such a different engagement. It creates such a different streaming vibe. But that's the thing. Sometimes I don't think about this. Yeah, that's what it is, right? Like, I know that I was having fun playing... I was having a lot of fun playing Expedition 33, and I'm really, really glad I did my playthrough. But if I would have framed this better from a business perspective, I should have waited a month. Because then everybody would have had time to experience it, or at least a large amount of people would have experienced it. And then I could have started my playthrough right now, and then we would probably have had maybe 50, 60, 70, maybe 100 more viewers watching, because a lot of those people would want to see me react to it because they know how great the story is. So they want to see my reaction to it, which is exactly what was happening with Final Fantasy XIV, right? When we played Final Fantasy XVI, same thing happened. People didn't want to get spoiled. People that love the game don't want to get spoiled, obviously. And people that don't want to play it, they don't like Final Fantasy, and then they don't want to watch because they don't fucking like it, right? So it's a weird thing to balance, but there's a strategy behind it. There's like a lot of thought and process that you can put behind it, and sometimes I don't think about it long enough. I just kind of go and I do things. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it works, and sometimes it doesn't. Fun. I love chatting about this, though. As you can see, I'm very passionate about this whole space. And I like to understand and analyze and do things. And when a new game sucks and everyone playing it, nothing to watch. And when the new game sucks and everyone playing it, nothing to watch. Yeah. I mean, like, for example, Tainted Grail. The numbers were lower than I expected it to be, honestly. I thought there was going to be more interest in a game like Tainted Grails. But either people... I don't know if there was, like, afraid to be spoiled from Tainted Grail, or people just didn't have an interest into it, or maybe it's too story-driven, too much dialogue. It was lower than I thought it would be. It definitely was, for sure. Good evening. How you doing, Tofu? How you doing, my good friend? So yeah, definitely different on that front. Yeah, so we got to 1,000 in Tainted Grail, but that's because we had Twitch front page for my streaming anniversary. If it was like literally the next day, I think the last day, I think yesterday playing Tainted Grails, I was at like 200, which is like probably the lowest I've been in like 2 years. So like there was a lack of interest there, or there was an event happening. It might have been because of Memorial Day. It might have been because it was sunny outside, right? You know what I'm saying? There's so many fucking variables. It's infinite. There's literally infinite variables when it comes to this. There could be like an NFL match that day, you know, like that's the crazy fucking part about it. There could be like a fucking NFL match that day, you know, that, you know. So like there's always like so many other conditions that are out there that you don't control and that you don't know about. Right? There's so many conditions out there that you don't know and don't control. No. To be honest, the game had a lot of yapping and lost me real quick. Also, the graphics didn't look great from a first play PoE. That Final Fantasy XIV music? Yeah. Busy. How are you? I'm doing fantastic. We just watched the Dune developer segment. We just watched the Dune developer segment and the interviews, and I'm really excited for Doom. So that's gonna be fun. And now we're doing a little bit of getting busy with some WeakAuras. Getting busy with some MOP WeakAuras. There we go. I'm gonna paste here. We're gonna do something like that. Okay. Or Bitcraft Love Stream. Bitcraft Love Stream. What is that? What have you been busy with, Tofu? Like that accent? Okay. Very nice. Very nice. We implemented guards. Brewmaster can have a lot of abilities. I have ND work, but a pretty cool project, and leaving for TwitchCon tomorrow. Oh, shit. That sounds fun. That sounds really, really fun. I've never been to TwitchCon. I'm going to have to do it at some point. I'm going to have to do it at some point. I'm doing the EU one? Yeah. There is, I mean, there's been a couple ones that were not too far from me here, but, you know, it's, yeah. I've only done BlizzCon so far, one BlizzCon. TwitchCon was fun last year, but it was the same time as the Race to World First, so there were not many WoW people there. Yeah, I bet. And the crazy part is, like, it's the best time to actually take days off, dude. Like, when the Race to World First happens, you just can't compete with the numbers of everybody streaming in that category. You can't fucking compete with it. So it's literally the best time to fuck off and just I'll be back later, you know, like, because there's nobody watching. There's nobody watching during Race to World First because everybody's on those streams, right? So like, are you leaning towards our Conan? Yeah, I'm leaning towards a treatise. A treatise, or they talk about a third faction. I wonder if we're going to be able to change midway through. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Say those name again. Arconan and Atreides? Atreides? I don't know. I don't know how to pronounce those. I'm like 90% certain he said Freeman at some point in the co-interview. Freeman? I don't even know what they are. Fremen are fictional desert-dwelling people in Frank's Herbert Dune universe, and an inhabitant. Oh, these fuckers. Okay. The people of the sand. So he's from like an Atreides family, right? His family on his side are like the good guy in a way, and then the super pale skin, like almost Sith Lord looking people on the other side are the Arconan, and then the desert people are the Fremen, right? I watched the 2 movies, but I'll be very honest, I got out of both of those movies and I was like, nice special effect, but I didn't get anything. It's just, it's such an overload of information that I can't, I would have to watch them like a second time. The books are better? Yeah, unless you suffer from dyslexia and ADHD, then books are fucking horrible. Books are like torture to me. Reading a book is like... I don't have an example of how it feels, but... it's literally torture for my brain. Then reading chat must be hell. Not really, because you guys aren't coherent. Like, every message is like a random thought. I don't have to keep track of any of it. I literally read every single one of you guys' comment as if it was its own little mini story. It's, you know, and sometimes it doesn't make sense because of that. But it's hard for me to keep track. Like, sometimes I could read a page for a book, get to the bottom, and I read nothing. I just read words. And that happened to me like 3 times in a row on the same page. And then I just gave up. I was like, yeah, fuck it. I can't do it. I'll fucking burn that fucking thing. Like, I could literally read the page, get to the bottom, and I just yapped words in my brain. I just said individual words, and none of it had any meaning. Yeah, Audible is not too bad. But even when I listen to Audible audiobooks sometimes, I'll start thinking about, oh shit, yeah, I need to do this tomorrow and this. And then I'll start being in my own thought for like 5 minutes. And then I realize I didn't listen to anything. It's crazy. It's absolutely insane how my brain works. It's like, I was doing it like the last time that I started an audiobook while being on my like walk. I was walking and then I was listening to like a chapter. And then I was thinking about how I should go to the grocery store and go get like X food because I wanted to make a meal. And then after like 10 minutes of walking, I realized that I didn't listen to anything that the book was saying. And then I was super confused. There's a stand-up comedy sketch show that I wish I could make you guys listen to because it's like but it's in French, so it's so fucking good. He says pretty much exactly what I just said. And then he's like, all right, let's read it out loud. Emily started going on with her day. Oh, fuck. Who's Emily? It's like, that's like, you're halfway through the book and there's a character and I don't even fucking remember who she is because half the time I'm not paying attention to shit. Oh, it's really it's bad. It's really, really bad. It's tough, dude. It's tough. But hey, it's fine. It's all good. It's all good. Oh, grapple weapon. Okay, disarm. That's gonna go with the with these, right? I used to drive to work and listen to them, but just sitting and listening to an audiobook absolutely cannot do it. It can be tough. Sometimes I'm into it. Sometimes I have the right mindset, and sometimes absolutely not. It's hard to It's extremely hard for me to grasp sometimes, but yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is, though. Sometimes I just struggle. I just do. It's easier for me to listen to like stuff that aren't story related, like information, like things about learning. I could probably listen to like a fucking Harvard course on quantum physics and keep up with it better than I could like try to listen to a fantasy storybook. I don't know why. When it comes to like soaking information, usually it's fine, but when it comes to just story for the sake of story, it's a little bit more difficult for me. Chat, I am gonna need a bathroom break, so we're gonna give you $7,000 and we're gonna be right back. Be right back, friends. chat. Had to make myself a little matcha. Because I was getting, look at that foam. Look at that beautiful fucking foam, dude. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. This music makes me sleepy. I'll make sure to wake you up. So now, we're going to be opening the WeakAuras panels in order to slowly start building the monk WeakAuras. All right. Just got done rating. What's happening here? We are working on the monk WeakAuras. That's what's happening. What is happening with you? We're going to change this to Legacy of the Emperors. Legacy of the Emperors. Yes. There we go. What are you snacking on? Banana with a matcha latte. Is what I got right now. Is what I got right now, my friend. A banana. Did you ever get that soda stream? I did. I've been using it mainly to do carbonated water with it. I'll do carbonated water with lemon when I'm having a hard time digesting something. I didn't buy it. It was either war that got it for me. Carbonated advanced water? Yeah, you would have to make the water and then add the advance. You would have to do the carbonation and then do the advance afterward. Otherwise, you'll run into some problem. Otherwise, you'll be running through some problem for sure. Nimble Brew. There we go. Actually, we don't need the specs. There we go. 137562. Imagine using anything else from a water filter. Water is truly bliss. Yeah, water's good, but I like every once in a while it's nice to like. It's like, for example, if I go to the movie, if I go to the theater and I have popcorn, I'm not gonna have a glass of water with my popcorn. Like it feels wrong. It doesn't. It feels like something is not working there. You know what I'm saying? Feels like something's wrong there a little bit, you know? Feels like something's wrong. I gotta. If I'm ordering a nice burger, you know, I've been doing burger with water. It doesn't really matter that much. It hasn't been that much of an issue. It hasn't been that much of an issue, to be honest. All right. So we need the movement speed, which is gonna be kind of like roller flying, sir. Oh, Tiger Lust is already here. I already got it. It's already working. Nice momentum. Every time you roll cheer torpedo. And we get the speed boost that we gotta have in the dynamic area. Oh, there's nothing in the dynamic area. Okay. Okay. So we're gonna need a stacking debuff from another class. Does Death Knight has one? Anyone with text. Sudden Doom. Sudden Doom is text. There we go. So we're gonna do momentum. Yeah, but yeah, water's best. I thrive and survive on water like a lot. You know? I would absolutely not give up water for anything. But sometimes it's fun to have a little something different, I guess. You know? Sometimes it's fun to have a little something different. But honestly, last time I went to the theater, I got like a soda, and I kind of forgot about that I don't want to drink diet soda anymore. I forgot about it, but I was already... It's such a habit, right? I went there, and it's like medium popcorn, Coke, Diet Coke with ice. With no ice. And I just asked for it, and afterward I was like, oh, fuck. I'm trying to stop these completely. And I just went with it. I just drank it, but... Yeah, it makes it hard for me to try to identify what flares my psoriasis. I've been trying to flush out some type of food completely, but... I went to see Final Destination. I'm breaking the habit. No, but I'm trying to... It's because, you know, like, I've really been trying to see what flares up my psoriasis. Because sometimes it will flare up, sometimes it flares down. So there has to be something that's like day-to-day basis, you know? Like, I don't drink regular soda, like, ever.
56 months.
Yo!
If I go to see a movie at the cinema, I order water. Distilled into a spectacular Scottish single malt whiskey and aged for a minimum of 15 years. Luxthos.
Wait, can you get whiskey in the United States at theaters? Jesus Christ, that's a lot of partner for the, this is for the Game Awards. Magic the Gathering? Oh, fuck. Wait, what? Dude, this is the partner that they have for the Summer Game Fest. But I wonder if partner means just they're giving them money or they paid for an ad during the Summer Game Fest. Because we got some interesting name in here. Dreamhaven? Cacao Games is here. Wait, what game? What is the game that Cacao Games made? That we looked up like yesterday. CD Projekt. Chrono Odyssey. Yeah, there we go. Chrono Odyssey. Pearl Abyss is Black Desert, right? You guys can't see it. I'm hiding it with my camera, but yeah, Pearl Abyss is Black Desert, right? But the most interesting one to me right here is Magic the Gathering. What the fuck are they doing there? Maybe they would announce the Final Fantasy The Final Fantasy pack, maybe? Square Enix is also in there. I feel like every time I've seen Square Enix, though, I've been disappointed lately. Amazon Lord of the Ring games, hopefully. I hope it's a worthy successor. I played a bit of BDO during the time. I remember BDO being much better after they separated. Zen Pilgrimage is like... I was only going to read a couple of chapter, and here we are. You read 200 page. No Nintendo sponsoring? Yeah, there's actually a Switch 2 sponsor. Oops. Nintendo is actually in there. Nintendo Switch 2. There it is. Nintendo Switch. Yeah, it's tough to see all of them, right? Digital Extreme is there, so that could be like anything with Warframe or their new game. Square Enix is here. Razer, Sega. Sega. Kinetic Games. Who's that already? There's so many fucking company nowadays. NC Soft. They do some, I don't know. Mudfish. No Bethesda? True. True. No Bethesda. They do have Xbox, though. Xbox is pretty large. PlaySign, Steam, Supermassive Games, I Made Bit, Bellring Games. There's a lot of shit in there. Yeah, so for the faction for Dune, I think we're gonna go with Dreamhaven. Yeah, Dreamhaven. I think for the faction for Doom, we're gonna go with that. Or treaties, whatever they're pronounced. Unless we get access to like the neutral faction, which I think, not the neutral faction, but the in-between faction. I don't know what they're gonna do with those though. Like, you know, like I don't know what the fuck they're gonna do. Like how they're gonna make it work, but sounds interesting. Sounds cool as fuck. Sounds cool as fuck. Yeah, it's gonna come after release, but they said shortly after release, so you know. They said shortly after release, so. From what I understand, it's gonna be Black Ox statue. I gotta figure out what the fuck the ID is for Black Ox statue. Because the totem doesn't match the ID. They didn't mention if you can swap faction allegiance. Yeah, that's the thing, right? They didn't mention that. They didn't mention it, so. They didn't mention it. Fuck. Doesn't seem to work for the spell ID. I'm not sure why, though. Normally it works. You just put that shit in totem name, and then it just works. But for some reason, right now, it's not working. It was working for every fucking totem. Doesn't work for this one, though. I'm gonna have to watch the movie again because I feel like I feel like yeah. I feel like I have no fucking clue. I have no fucking clue what's going on. And I kind of want to understand a little bit. I feel like I want to be a little bit more part of the universe. And yeah, it's crazy. I feel like I don't get it otherwise. It's weird because it was working. Oh, no, it was working because I was doing the old technique. Dune is really a spiritual story rather than a sci-fi adventure. Yeah, but I feel like I want to understand it more. At least, like, when I hear, like, a name or a faction or an area, I want to be able to go, like, oh, yeah, that's the, you know? I want to be able to connect with it a little bit more. I think it's going to make the experience just straight up better. I might be wrong, though, but I feel like it would make the gaming experience even better. Time to get rating? No, I'm just going to watch the movies again. I'm not reading those. I like the movies. It's just, I think watching them a second time would probably make me understand a little bit better. I think. I've only read the first two. The two mini-series were pretty good. So what are those and where can I listen to those? Nice. Imagine Lux rating? No, it's too tough, man. It's too tough. What happens if I leave the totem vicinity? Do I still have the buff? Yeah, I have the buff permanent. Oh, the totem despawned. Interesting. So what are those? What are the two Dune series? Dunes series. The prophecy. No, that's not it. Oh, that's oh, what the fuck with this guy? Wait, fucking Luckbrock is in here or whatever the fuck his name is? No, Luckbrock is no wait, no, that's wait, that's him, right? Or King... no, that's new? Oh, shit. Wait, that's a new show? Wait, how is nobody talking? Wait, this has been released? I didn't even know. What the fuck? Came out this fall. Really? Wait, that's so weird that they would have done a show at the same time as the movie with different actors. Is it like a different settings? Like, I feel like I've never seen anything for this. Like, no ad. Nobody's been talking about it. Is it decent? Set long before the book, and it's not canon as I understand it. Oh, okay. So it's not gonna give me much info. Wait, do we know the game setting? Like the timeline with the game? Have they talked about that? Have they mentioned that at all? Yeah, I wonder if they mention it on the Dune Awakening website. Paul Atreides was never born. Wait. More than just a Dune Awakening, offer a large-scale, persistent, highly immersive, blah, blah, blah. The Fremen have vanished. Paul Atreides was never born. Lady Jessica obeyed the Bene Gesserit and gave birth to a girl. Luke Leto Atreides survived the assault. Wait, is this like a different setting completely, or...? Oh, so it's like a different take on it. Is that what it is? So it's like an alternative timeline, I guess, is the way they're framing it? Oh, it's an alternate universe. So normally what they refer to as Bene Gesserit giving birth to a girl is they were referring to, because the main character in the movie is the boy, I guess, which I'm assuming is what they zigged instead of zagged. Wait, but they say that the Fremen are vanished. So how could that be the third faction then? Lux, I have you in the background while I fold laundry. Can you sing me a song? Sure. Do you have a special request? Gangster Paradise. Okay. 3, 2, 1. I'm just a kid and my life isn't... Sorry, that's the only song I know, so that's the only one you're gonna get. Nobody else in the world ever to me. Okay, I don't really know it either. Oh, for fuck's sake. All right. I don't want to miss a thing, Aerosmith Lux. And I don't want to miss a thing. Don't want to close my eyes. 'Cause I miss you, babe. Okay. You know, every time somebody asks me to sing, I make sure to do the worst performance ever so that nobody asks me to sing ever again. I knew you were a hopeless romantic. Do you know any French nursery rhymes? French nursery rhyme. You mean like what is nursery rhymes? You mean songs for like babies? Do you have an example? Frère Jean. Okay, yeah. Little songs you used to put kids. Okay. Yeah, in French I know a lot. 1, 2, 3, 3 petits chats, 3 vilains petits fripons. L'autre nuit, sans un bruit, sont rentrés dans la maison. Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. In French? Oh, God. That's going to denature every ounce of metal that this song had. French just makes everything less cool. I'll be very honest. It just does. That's for that's for Gen X dads when they have an accidental twins. When they accidentally have twins. Wait, how do you accidentally have twins? French makes anything sound like you want to sleep with it. Oh, geez. Oh. Is that what's happening to me? Oh, that explains why Sudden Doom looks weird. There we go. Pretty sure that's Spanish. You go for one and you end up with buy one, get one free. Except it was quad. Well, you got quads? Wait, what? Holy fuck. So you were just casually like, hey, babe, let's have a child. And then you ended up with 4. Jesus Christ. Life finds a way. It found one hell of a fucking way. Jesus. You need to drink more Mountain Dew? Yep. However, we selectively reduced to twins. It was too high risk a pregnancy. Oh, shit. Yeah. Yeah. I bet that has to be over like, I mean, yeah. 4 has to be insanely fucking risky. I'm assuming you do this pretty early on, right? You can't like wait and like select the one that seems to have the better feature. Like, this one. Seems like he's because then you can ask the real question, right? Is any of them going to be ginger? I love that I selectively makes these kind of jokes. Jokes only when touchpad is here. Oh, I love you, buddy. Gotcha. I asked my Magic 8 balls, but we don't want that answer. How do you select to have twins? I mean, when you know you have like 4, I'm assuming embryo, you just go for, you just go down to 2, you know? You just reduce the number of people in there because 4 kids in a stomach will absolutely fucking fuck you up. We need a Lux touchpad co-stream doing 2s. Yeah, the problem is Mr. streams really fucking late. He's like, hey, Lux, I know you're about to go to sleep. It's midnight for me. It's, it's cozy. I know it's 3 a.m. at your place. Would you, do you want to join me? And I'm like half dead, like at 3 in the morning. Like, what? Eh? What's going on? It's 11 here. And it's like, sorry for trying to stay in touch and be good friends. Yeah, I mean, we're staying in touch right now. We're staying in touch. Yeah, we are. There's nothing wrong with that. I love it. To be fair, I start at only 10 your time. You can handle it. After a full day streaming, I'm usually fucking dead by that time. But we could make it work. We could. Millionaire streamer reminds his chat that they aren't that close. More at 11. Hey, I didn't say anything about chat. He's part-time now, though, ever since the car. Wait, what? I ain't part-time. Imagine the conversation at the hospital. Any history of twins in the family? No, but I'm an avid Doom player. We're staying in touch right now. He said as he started rubbing his broad muscular shoulder sensually. Whoa, 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 whoa. Jesus. Wait, who's rubbing who? What's going on? We agreed on alternating Wednesday. It was a good middle ground. Let's see if my countdown is correct here. I'm hungry, but dinner is like 3 hours away. I'm hungry as well. It's only 4:43. Yeah, I'll probably go to the grocery and. Oh, dude, I could go to Costco and get myself a full fucking rotisserie chicken. I used to do that back in the day. Just like I would just go get a rotisserie chicken. That was my dinner. Eat it on stream like a hen fruit. Grill some dogs or burger. Yeah, like my mom used to tell me, eat an apple. Eat an apple. And I was like, I don't want an apple. I want like a full fucking 5-course meal. I ate garlic Parmesan chicken wings and smoked brisket burger earlier. Shit. Grill some dogs or burger. Skewers. Skewers would be good. I'm trying to find some lower carbs lunch for the week. I love the dirty rice that I made, but it ended up being a lot of rice though. And I'm trying to... I would love to reduce my carbs intake a little bit. I would love to reduce my carb intake a little bit. I've pretty much cut out all red meat from my diet at the moment. Red meat's life, though. Oops. I really want to know what they say in this song. Oh, the song in World of Warcraft right now, like the Latin. I don't even know what language they speak. Let's search Storm Wind song lyrics. Oh. Okay. Apparently it's made up shit. So they don't say anything. I found a great hack, Lux. Always yo-yo with my weight. I tried keto, intermittent fasting, and all that jazz. Then found a supplement called berberine. It levels out blood sugar and stop craving. It's so good. I've actually been looking at a lot of supplement right now, and berberine was actually one of them. Berberine is like the yellow stuff in... isn't that the yellow stuff from a plant? I don't remember. I don't remember. I tried it, but my stomach can't handle it. I mean, I don't have a diet for weight loss right now. It's only to try to control my psoriasis. My weight has been going really, really good. I actually lost like 2 more pounds. I'm at like 258 right now. I haven't been below 260 in... I haven't been below 260 in over like a really long time. And right now I'm just trying to find out what's triggering my psoriasis. So I've been trying to cut like... I'm trying to cut gluten for a while, like try to see if it's like bread related or if it could be nightshade veggies. It could be gluten, it could be dairy, it could be, there's a lot of shit that can trigger autoimmune response. So I'm just trying to see what it is. I'm not really doing it for weight or anything like that. I'm trying to see like excess sugar is probably bad for me to spike up my glucose level. I'm not so much somebody that like enjoy, like I enjoy sugars. I'm gonna be honest. Like I love all food, but there's certain types of food that I try to avoid because it doesn't make me feel great anymore. So there's certain things that I avoid. But like my weight has been going down. I was at 258 like 2 days ago. Yeah. One thing I've been doing, though, to try to go for healthier gut has been a little bit of bioflavonoid with vitamin C, but most likely bioflavonoids. And I'm going to try to introduce something called... I ordered some the other day. I've been taking pro and prebiotics as well. And I'm going to try to implement something called Chinese skullcap, I think. It helps with like gut biome bacteria control pretty much. It has like another name, but yeah. And pretty much, because most of it is usually related to like certain goods or bad bacteria in your stomach that like cause like issues, especially if you have damaged stomach lining. I've been taking a lot also, like 3 times a day I've been taking some L-glutamine to try to repair my stomach lining. Like I was drinking a lot of diet soda for like a couple months, which I know damages stomach lining. I was drinking a lot of sucralose for a while. I was consuming a lot of ibuprofen as well, which is really, really bad for stomach lining. And I even took 5 days of antibiotics. So all of that together will absolutely destroy your stomach. So I've been trying to... They're now warning that overdoing supplements can cause liver damage. Yeah, some supplements are really, really bad. You don't want to, you know... Most of the things that I'm taking are very, very either well researched or I'm not like planning on taking anything that's like you know. And I'm not taking anything long term either. It's only like a month. Except, you know, vitamin C, vitamin D I've been taking daily. But that's something that doesn't necessarily cause like any damage or anything. You just kind of, you know. Yeah, there's people that will take absolutely anything, which can be problematic for sure. 5 days on antibiotics ain't too bad. Try 6 months. That's rough. I mean, I'm pretty sure at some point, I'm pretty sure after like 5 to 10 days of antibiotics twice a day will absolutely destroys your your gut good bacteria. So at 6 months, like it's, bro, like just five to 10 days enough to completely disrupt like all good bacteria. But yeah, I don't want to take anything long term. It's mostly like short term to try to see if I can regulate my, because there's some bad bacteria that you can have in your gut, and sometimes they'll overgrow and take pretty much all of the microbiome of your gut, right? And then they'll lead to certain health effects and certain side effects. There is some supplement that you can take to kind of regulate that and try to help with that, but it's just to regulate it and then get it back into a normal point where then you don't disrupt it anymore, right? So like after antibiotics, for example, I mean, leaky gut is just that you have like, you know, like damage like barrier in your gut, and then, you know, you have leaky gut issue. But like, for example, I think it's called Candida. Candida is like one of the ones that I was looking a lot. I have a lot of symptoms of that one. You can have like overgrowth of like certain bad bacteria in your gut, and usually these are going to happen when you take antibiotics, right? Or when you cause any disruption to gut biome because of like overconsumption of ibuprofen or shit like that. The fungus, yeah. It leads to side effects that a lot of the time will lead to autoimmune reaction. It's fucking crazy how like a lot of the symptoms of that one, like you can go search like Candida overgrowth symptoms, and you can get some really it's fucking crazy, dude. Fucking crazy. But yeah, there's a lot of fucking there's so many fucking things. Yeah, you can get, so when I was a kid, I used to take inhaled steroids also a lot. But it can happen from like a bunch of shit. Like it can happen from diabetes, which you also have. It can happen from high stress level. It can happen from a bunch of shit, or just a single 5 to 10 day dose of antibiotics. It can kill all the good bacteria in your stomach, and then that one will take over, for example, right? But yeah, there's it's so interesting. I've read so much about a lot of these things, and I don't know, it's kind of, but yeah, you know, vitamin D's nuts. Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, it's, you know, it's about just doing whatever, you know. I never took supplements pretty much ever, but now I really feel like I'm trying to do what's best to try to heal my stomach lining and try to help with that. Hopefully I managed to do it, because I have a feeling that it has to be related to my psoriasis. Like I just have a gut feeling, and no pun intended. No pun intended. It has to be related to what I eat or something. You know? I find it hard to believe that it's just flaring up on its own, just like, it's weird that I have no control over it, you know? I used to slam creatine when I was a young man. Hopefully that won't wind up with a heart attack. Apparently creatine is like one of the most safe and researched supplement that you can take. And apparently it's insanely fucking good for you, with like literally no side effects. Because you already load up naturally on creatine, and like apparently overloading or like loading it doesn't, like, it's actually insane. It's supposed to be like crazy fucking good for you. Like one of the #1 supplement that can almost be recommended for everybody without almost any issue is creatine. Like it's apparently it's the you know, yeah, the only side effects that you'll notice is that you're gonna hold more water, right? Like you're gonna seem more fluffy a little bit. So that's like one of the biggest one. But outside of that, apparently it's one of the safest one. It makes you gain weight, but it's temporary weight. It's not... But apparently it has, like, crazy amount of good side effects. Not side effects, but, like, really, really good health benefits. My issue with most research supplement is that someone has to be paying for this research, so who is paying for this, and what are they trying to manipulate? Yeah, but that's not the case for something like this. Like this, you have to understand that when something has been around for as long as this has been, there's people on both sides that are trying to make it work and people that are trying to make it seem bad. There's just, you know, a lot of it is also, there's also government research. A lot of it also ends up being research like you can find a lot of research that have no biases too. Like those have to be denoted. You can look for these. You can literally look at people, like when they do a study like this, they have to list if there is any conflict of interest. And that includes the people that sponsor the, that includes the people that pay for that, right? If the people that do pay for the research have any link with anything, it has to be listed in there. It's pretty clear information on a lot of these. But it's not even just like, it's something that people have been taking for a really long time, and there's been pretty much nothing but good effects. It's crazy. I recall Big Tobacco paying for research. The result, yeah, but the problem is that doesn't. Okay, so like tobacco paying for research like 50 years ago, and they were able to claim that there was maybe 1 or 2 side effects of tobacco, because there is positive side effect. That's the crazy part. There's positive side effect to everything. You know, but after many, many years, we now also have a millions fucking study that shows that it's fucking horrible for you. But there's literally no study that shows that creatine is bad for you in like years and years and years of use and research. And that's that's what I'm saying. Like it is one of the most analyzed supplement that we have right now out there. It is insane how overly it's been researched and like people have been trying to paint it in a bad light, and nobody has managed to come out with any data that would ever show that it's actually bad for you. It's actually it is literally with like vitamin C and like one of the safest supplement, just because of the way that your body like kind of handles over consumption of it or whatever. Apparently it's like just you kind of just piss it out or whatever. So same thing with vitamin C. It's really, really hard to overdose, or you know, like you just kind of get rid of it. The only really bad threat is not drinking enough water with it. That's like, if you don't drink enough water, you can do damage because you'll dehydrate, because all the water is going to go to your muscle, and then some organs might not be hydrated correctly, and then you can have some issues. But, you know, as long as you do that, as long as you hydrate properly, then, you know. It's pretty crazy. Did you know that lasagna is an anagram for creatine? No, wait. Wait, what? I got some data for you. Oh shit. What kind of data are we talking about? Jesus Christ, the lag, dude. Well, yeah, like Sarokas was saying, there's like a trend of people taking insane amount of supplement, and especially supplement that aren't regulated, and then they end up with health issues. Like also like people like Mentos is saying, like if you have like kidney issues or if you have any health issue at all, you have to be super fucking careful with all of these. But if you have no known health issue and you're taking like pretty basic stuff and you don't take it for too long, in most cases it's completely fine. For me, I'm more testing this kind of stuff because sadly, I don't really have any other options because pretty much every dermatologist here that I've seen, the only treatment that they'll do for psoriasis is cream. They give me cortisone cream or this fucking $400 cream that I have to put on like every day, and I've pretty much not even seen any changes. The only cream that for me helps is cortisone, right? Cortisone cream. But the problem is that's absolutely destroying my skin. So it's either I have a big fucking red plaque on the side of my head, right? So either my entire fucking side of my head is like all fucking red and scaly and disgusting, or it's super thin and it injures itself at like the slightest bang or cut or anything, right? Because if I keep putting cortisone, the skin gets thinner and thinner and thinner, and then right now, like there's a part of my scalp here that if I hit it with anything, I start to bleed because my skin is so fucking thinned out. So I can't keep using it, so I have to figure out an alternative. There is people in other countries and other regions, especially doctor that you're paying, that will do like really, really cool fucking. I've seen this one person, I think that she's in the US, and there's probably a ton of these that will do this, but they'll do like really extensive research with their patient as to what's affecting their gut health, and she's had like crazy fucking result. They'll do like a full stool test. They'll figure out like which bacteria is messing up your gut, like if you have too one of one, if you have too much of one, or if you have imbalance or leaky gut or anything like that, and then you change your diet accordingly. If you're getting triggered by something, or if you have like something that you need to adjust, you'll make adjustment, and in most cases people clear up their flares by like 90%. It's fucking insane. But over here I haven't found anybody that's like willing to. You can't really do any of this shit. They just go like, it's a disease. That's what you got. That's how you deal with it. You put cream, go back home. Kind of, They don't really give you much options in terms of trying to get proper treatment for it. Sadly. You kind of just go the lazy route, but the lazy route isn't sustainable, sadly. Like, I can't keep doing what I'm doing right now. So I have to try something, and I just gotta, I'm taking a small risk, I guess, trying out certain supplements, or, I mean, not even, most of the stuff that I'm going to be trying out is pretty fucking basics. No, I haven't done any of that. I have no idea what my hormone level is. I have no fucking clue. I don't even know who I would ask to get that done. It's the problem here. You have to have a reason to get shit done here. If the doctor doesn't think that you need it, or you have to pay for it, you would have to, The only issue with nationalized health is it's difficult to get doc to pull out all the stops. I mean, it's the same thing everywhere. If you're willing to pay for it, you'll get anybody to do anything, like if you go to any clinic, any private clinic, and you go like, I need tests for this, and this because I need info on it, as long as you pay them, they'll fucking do pretty much anything you want. But when you have free healthcare and nationalized healthcare, it's a little bit more complicated. They're not going to do a million tests if you don't have exactly all the symptoms required to order that test. Luxthos is a lizard person. Confirmed. I am. I truly am. It took 8 months for me to get seen at a gastro clinic. I think it's you that needs to... Oh, Jesus Christ. Ah, chat, what am I going to do with you? Instantly restore 2 chi and generate 2 stack of elusive brew. Maximum 2 charges. Black Ox Brew. I'm pretty sure I don't need this shit. Do you have like a 2 charge? I guess Blood Tap. No, Blood Tap didn't have 2 charge back then. What ability has 2 charges? Oh, Rune Tap maybe? Blood Tap. Blood Tap is 2 charges, right? Yeah, there you go. Duplicate. Chi Brew. Brew Master. I don't think Black Ox Brew is a thing anymore in this version of the game. Or I think Black Ox Brew was actually Chi Brew. Yeah, I think that's what it was. 1 1 5 3 9 9. Sorry, meant it as a joke. Yeah, touchpad is joking as well. He's just kidding. He's just kidding, mate. Okay, this sucks. Wait, so it took you 8 months to go in a clinic that you then had to pay to get seen? That doesn't make fucking any sense. Are clinics that fucking loaded in the US? Like, what the fuck? Fuck, which class is a double charge use spell? I guess shield block without the... I had a copay. The big issue where is finding plays that will take your insurance. Yeah, okay, so that's what I'm saying. But if you're like I'm saying, if you're willing to pay and not get coverage, you can enter any clinic and get results like the same fucking day. But that's the same thing here in Canada. If you're waiting for free healthcare or coverage, because our coverage just happened to be better than the US, but no. Wait, there's no way. If you're willing to pay out of pocket without insurance, they're usually booked out. I would be very fucking curious to see a clinic decline you for you paying cash. I find that extremely hard to believe. Specialty clinic, you need a referral. If you're going to pay cash? Bro, if you're going to go to a private clinic here, you need zero fucking referral. Like a private dermatology place, you pay $300 for a 30-minute consultation, no anything. You just show up, you pay, and they take you. They don't care. I'm really doubting that it's working Welcome to our backwards Haas healthcare. Yeah, but the problem is it's not a healthcare. Those are businesses. Why would businesses be requiring you to have a referral when they can just make money out of you no matter what? That doesn't make any sense. From what I understand of the healthcare system in the US, they're just like a dermatology clinic. They don't give a shit you have a referral or a real condition. If you ask them for help and you can pay them money, they'll take you in. Nope. You guys need to move, Jesus. You need a referral for almost everything that's not an emergency. Wait, for a specialty private clinic that you're going to pay money out of your pocket. I find that so weird. I'm pretty sure that referral is an insurance thing. If you're going to pay out of pocket, you can go anywhere and ask anything to anybody to do anything. There's no way they would decline you. The only reason they ask for a referral is so that they can get paid by the insurance. But if you're going to be paying out of pocket, they don't fucking care about your referral. Right? Unless I'm mistaken, but that doesn't make any sense. Want to hear something worse? What a clinic charges depends on the insurance. Yeah, I heard that this morning. Actually, I was watching a video from Dr. Mike. Apparently, some clinic will they'll literally charge insurance like different prices. Not only do you have to pay more if you don't have insurance, but the clinic actually charges less when there is insurance. This is simply so that the insurance company can negotiate the price. The negotiated rate? Yeah, so they have negotiated rate. So it's pretty much, hey, we're gonna make it simple for you guys to bill us or whatever. But in compensation, you have to remove 10-20% fees on all the things that you charge us. And then they go, okay, right? But then if you show up and you go like, oh, I don't have insurance. Oh, then it's not gonna be 1,000. It's gonna be 1,500 for you. And you're like, what the fuck? Because you are getting the discounted rate for being insured, which is what was going to be billed to that company they work with. In Canada and UK, you have the national clinics and private clinics. Private clinics have less demand and load as a result of the cost. In the US, it's all private, so they get overbooked and overload for the same resource. Yeah, but they have way more, though. Like, that's a demand. And like, we have less private clinic in Canada because we have free healthcare. So it's like a demand and a... It's a supply and demand kind of situation, right? In the US, if there's a demand for it, there should automatically be more businesses that would try to... If all clinics are booked so much that you can't even get a meeting in like 2-3 months, then naturally just more clinic would open up. That's how businesses work. People would see an opportunity and start making a, like, just, you know... But I'm 99% sure that the referral thing is just an insurance mechanic, though. If you don't plan on dealing with an insurance and paying out of pocket, I'm like pretty sure you can enter any clinic and get treated for whatever the fuck you want to be treated. There's not a single business in their right mind that would literally just deny you, just for the basis that you like. That doesn't sound United States to me at all. Companies that wouldn't want to make free profit? Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. Good afternoon, Void. What's up, man? They just have long wait time? Some eye place, you can get an appointment, like Walmart, for example, but other clinics, you got to get a referral. The Baby Metal song premiere. Oh, dude, we watched the endgame to mid-game interview today for Dune. Deep Desert Showcase was really, really good, man. But I'm still not fully understanding how everything is going to work. I'm still really, really confused about a couple of things, like the PvE content. And, but yeah, they talked about a lot of good info. It made me really, really excited and super fucking hyped for the game. So for an example, I needed a specialist for a dental procedure that I had to pay out of pocket, but they would not see me without a referral from my dentist. What the fuck? As PvE only for like a small silver of the start of DD, like a buffer zone. Yeah, but they kept reiterating that it was pretty large, like 24 kilometers or some shit like that. And like, I'm wondering if you can generate enough money or generate enough resources from that area to end up getting yourself bis gear without ever doing PvP. Like, can you do content out of that area enough so that you can be useful and generate money to the market so that you can buy the resources from people that do go into PvP, for example? You can get biz gear from vendor. You just need to wait until it's on rotation. This is what you mean. You can get it's faster with PvP. I don't know. We'll have to see, I guess. I gotta be right back really quickly. I really gotta take a bathroom break. Level 7 Luxbox raffle, chat. I'm gonna be right back in 1 minute. 7,000 bucks. Let's go. All right. Sorry about that. We're back. About 90 seconds left. Make sure you guys get in there. You guys have about 90 seconds left for the... Gift of the Ox. You have a chance to deal with summon a healing sphere that only you can see. When you move through a healing sphere, summon, you heal it yourself. Okay. 90 seconds. Exclamation mark join. Go, go, go. I gotta figure out why the stagger bar is completely, like, fucked. Oh, it's not even loaded. I deleted it, literally. I gotta go load it back, I guess. $45. Also, the wife medical insurance, you get to pay a visit with no labs or anything until you meet the deductible. It's great. And you guys are getting fucked with healthcare. You guys are getting fucked. I mean, we already knew that, but jeez. Jeez. Yep, and I get to bend over and say thank you. Thank you very much. Come again. I gotta figure out the stagger bar here. Export. For some reason, it's throwing error when I tried it out. Really? Is that really the part that's causing it to explode? So, what you gonna play tomorrow? Sadly, I don't know if I'm gonna be done with Monk WeakAuras. I don't know if I'm gonna be done. That's a bunch of bullshit. I know, dude. Trust me. Trust me, I would rather be doing anything else than this, my dude. You see that we'll be able to boost a 85... We'll be able to 85 boost non-Pandaren monks? Isn't that only if you pay money? Or if you complete the Enclave raid and SOD, though? I wonder why the stagger bar completely, like, explodes. What is in the stagger bar that can't be exported? There's something in here that just... And I don't know what it is. It's not even like that much of a... It's weird, man. It's really, really weird. Can we use the boost on Monk? Yeah, but... Okay, so that's exactly what it is. You have to pay for it. Or earn a free one by you have to buy it or earn a free one by clearing the raid, pretty much. By defeating Balnazar in Season of Discovery. Or you got to pay a boosting price for it, right? That's pretty much how it is for pretty much every boost out there. Doesn't seem like there was anything anything new in here, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, they're allowing it for Monk. Did they not? I guess you're right. I don't think they did back in the day. Oh, wait a minute. No, yeah, you're right. You had to level them fully from 0. Yeah. That's true. You had to level them from 0. Man, I'm so fucking excited for Dune. Holy shit. But yeah, as soon as I'm done with Monk WeakAuras Void, we're going to be playing some other games. I don't know exactly what we're going to be gaming or what we're going to be doing, but I gotta get done with this first. I want to get this out of the way so I don't have to think about it. Trust me, there's nothing I want more than to be done with this. Wait, is it not a resources? What is it? Power player stagger. Oh, is it not a thing? Is that why it's exploding? Wait, hold on a second. Let me go see if they updated that in the latest version. What do we play next, chat? What is everybody gaming right now? Is everybody playing WoW right now, or? Crafting a planet? Oh, are you playing Planet Crafter? How is it? Still wakes the deep, based on an oil rig in the North Sea in Scotland, would make a great variety stream. Trying a Crystal of Atlan. Oh, did it end up releasing today? Ah, shit. I gotta cancel this second opening, otherwise it's gonna log me out. Yeah, it was playable this morning, but I'm an adult. Like, I gotta fucking go to work. Pondering my life choices. What kind of life choices are we talking about here? I'm trying to figure out how to add shit onto my car insurance if I want to start door dashing. Oh, fuck. Still Wakes the Deep is a fantastic story. It's a fantastic game. Great story. Not scary at all. I think stagger was not a resources back then, so that's kind of problematic. I think that's why it's not working. Get stagger percentage player. I don't know how we're supposed to get stagger in MOP. Oh, there's a stagger. No description for this import has been provided. Wait, what's the bug? Dude, the stagger bar is going to be problematic here. Someone just whispered me asking if I know Luxthos. Wait, in-game? In your Crystal of Atlan game? Because your name is Voidthos? That's pretty good. Direct them in here. Get them in here. I'm finishing old games in my backlog, like Just Cause 3, Rage 2, and Starfield DLC. Starfield came out with a DLC? If you don't know me, then you aren't a real fan of Lux. So, paper doll info. Base stagger, target stagger equal paper doll info, get stagger percentage player. Oh boy. I wonder if this stagger bar could be found in a version before it became a player power. What is this used to? Left text show the percentage of damage. That goes into stagger, adjusting the current target. What if we remove this part? And instead of, we do aura. We don't need shuffle, though. So we need light stagger. Okay. Do aura, player buff, light stagger. Lux is the real MVP. Thank you, Gnome. I appreciate you, man. How you been today? What are your life choices? I have a family trying to talk to me out of jaw surgery. Oh, yeah, that can be, yeah, I can see that. Interesting. They replied, have you seen the dev hour for this game? I replied, yes, I saw it at SockCon. Bro, I went, ask them who they are, bro. We gotta know, dude. Max HP or real value is a nil value. Where is Met? Wait, how the fuck? Why did I delete all of this? Jesus fuck. Devour these nuts, suck on these nuts. Got him? Yeah, but that's my... You can't reuse my joke. I got you with that one. I'm just trying to ignore it and get some gaming done. What are you playing? Cisco, suck on these nuts. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. What am I going to do with you guys? Jesus Christ. You got your greater helmet chin today? Nice. I was able to get that one yesterday real quick. I ended up spamming some of these real quick to get it done. I didn't get any of the mounts though or anything else. I blame Void. Thank you, Cisco, man. I appreciate your love and support, buddy. I appreciate it. So what is causing... Oh, okay. This needed unit max health. Okay, so yeah, we gotta do this, but then we can't have this right there. But max XP still need to exist. No. Let's reload real quick. Let's try to see if we can get it to work. Okay, we have no error. Now the real question is it gonna work though? That's the real thing. Anchor. Center, background center. So this one we're going to do. The second one, we're just going to move it to the left. We're going to do right. Some shit like that, maybe. Okay, that's good. And then this one we're going to do left. That's good. That's very good. Oh, yeah. Anchor, we're going to do to the right, and then this one we're going to do to the left. And then we're going to add, like, we don't even need some padding. Let me go try to take some damage, see if it all works. I don't really like the visions, but I'm glad. Yeah, like, it is what it is. Visions kind of suck, let's be honest. Some people like them, though. So, for me, they're not super fun, but hey, it's not too complicated to get the reward out of it. So, you get to do them a little bit, get your helmet shit. If you want to really get them out, you spend a little bit more time, you know? Thank you, Touchpad, for the gifted sub to Used Fleshlight Salesman. Yeah, it doesn't work. The info isn't in the stagger bar anymore. It's like directly in there. One of the best names on this platform. Now what I'm wondering is how the fuck did Twitch manage to let that go through? But you know? Maybe we're not asking the right question. How could I... Let me duplicate this and delete this, and then I should be able to extract it. Export. Yeah. There has to be a better way to do this. There has to be a better way to do this. To have the progress show up, Demus. I technically, like, stagger right now is... Like, damage and stagger of... Fuck, how do they... I'm trying to... Oh, I guess they were using the power. They were using the power type to be able to convert it to a progress bar. But now without the power, I don't know how to convert it to a progress bar. I guess I would have to do relative to max health. I'm trying to remember how to convert a data into a progress bar. Oh, it's aura set duration. And then I tell it. Okay. Fuck. And then I would have to find... Let me see. I think I already have the information as to... Let me see what the tooltip info I get for stagger. Because the tooltip might give me all the info I need. I might not need to do any code. I'm gonna go cook dinner. Later, nerds. Later, nerds. By the river. Down, down, down. By the river. Stagger remaining. Damage is being staggered every 1 second. Okay. So what could I do? Could I create a percentage based on... I guess based on max health? I think stagger is unlimited though, sadly, but we could do maybe... Like stagger remaining could be a percentage of your max health, right? That could be doable. Which I think is already what we're achieving here, isn't it? If stagger percentage of health. The problem is getting the stagger tick. Unit stagger is not something that exists. So I would have to access, I'm assuming that's player tooltip 2. Do you know how to get access to tooltip 2 inside the code here, Demus? Fetch tooltip information. I gotta have that for all 3 of them. Down, down, down by the river. I'm 36. The surgery I'm having done, I currently have braces. Sometimes I miss WoW, but then I remember I like money, and that usually takes care of the feeling. How do you make the bot announce in different color? It's /me, touchpad. If you do /me, I love touchpad. It writes in the color of your username, right? It could be any of them, Demus. So it could be 1, 2, or 3, depending on which one is active. Is there a way to do that? Like, it's going to be the information 2 on the tooltip, but it can be either 1, 2, 3. Because it can be light stagger, medium stagger, or heavy stagger. But it's going to be always the second info. I guess we can try with the first one for now, see if it even works. Aura, state, so no value, so it will just take whichever one. State should be the active trigger? Okay. Let me reload real quick. Oops. Down, down, down. By the river. Let me use crackling. Holy shit. Okay, so the text is not showing right now. Why is the text not showing? Unit stagger doesn't exist? No, because it's not a power. It's no longer, it's not a power in this version of World of Warcraft. Like it doesn't, in retail it exists in the character sheet, but in this game it's only a buff. It's like they later they made it into an actual resources, but in Mist of Pandaria it wasn't a resources, so it doesn't, unit stagger doesn't exist. Like in here there's actual like a bar for it. It's actually like a player power. But in MOP, it's just a buff. And the buff tells you two things. How many damage per second you're taking, and how much damage there's left to be that has been staggered. So right now I'm trying to make this one work. So the stagger would be the amount of damage that is being staggered. It's a debuff. It's not a buff. Oh. Yeah, you're right. There you go. That's why it wasn't being... That was one of the reasons it wasn't being detected. It is a debuff. It is not a buff. But the text isn't even showing right now. I don't understand why. C1. So C1, C2, C3, like, what's detecting that? Like, I'm trying to figure it. Like, it doesn't stipulate what custom 1, custom 2, custom 3 is. It just knows? I mean, obviously I deleted C1, but like it returns 3 values. Oh, it returns these 3, right? Okay. So stagger is... Oh, okay. Let's do 3 just in case. I don't think it's going to have all of them, but we'll do right. This one is going to be center. This one is going to be left. Okay, there we go. Are all of them active? They're all active, so... Well, none of them is showing up, though. There's no error, though. Aura M stagger doesn't exist. Yeah, I haven't done any of this. Oh, but this one doesn't exist, yeah. Wait, isn't it this? Local stagger equal or m dot state dot tooltip 2. Oh no, you're right. This was something different. I mean, that's fine. I don't need this one, so it's just tick percentage of health. I mean, I could just return this, I guess. Or just stagger, actually. No, there's nothing in the init code. Oh, there we go. Okay. So right now it's like, what, 1% of my health? And stagger damage, I guess? Is that why the 1, maybe? I don't know. Oh, yeah, you're right. It's going to be tooltip 3. Yeah. Yeah. You're right. I don't have anything else. Tooltip 3. Oops. Oh, he actually does damage to me. Nice. Oh, there you go. We got the stagger. Nice. Okay. So we got that going on. So now I got to return percentage of health, max HP. Is max HP being defined? Unit, max player health, or 0? Percentage of health equals format. That should work, right? Print max HP. Yeah, that works. So this one should return a value. Percentage of health. Percentage of health. So format. I don't know this function though. 100 divided by plus stagger. I don't feel like that's the... Is that the correct math? Stagger tick is tooltip 1. Stagger tick a nil value. Or M stack tooltip. So I guess I gotta put these inside a... I gotta validate first that it exists. Or I gotta put it in a variable. That way it won't break, I guess. Wait, that's literally what I'm doing. Or 0, I guess. Should work, right? You want sushi right now, but you shouldn't? Why? Oh, there you go. So it's putting the amount of stagger, the percentage of the tick per second, and then the total amount of stagger based on your health, right? Now, I gotta put this percentage to be the distance connector. So this needs to be the progression. That 1% needs to be the progression, I think. So for that, I need to do a... this thing here. I believe, right? Before the return, I'm assuming. So if or state and stack and tooltip, I guess. No, actually, we don't care about tooltip. We just need for state. We just need, yeah, we just need to check for tooltip that it exists, right? And then we put this over 100, I guess. And then it's going to be, I pass this pretty much. Oh, I just need to make sure that this exists. If this exists, then percentage of health over 100. Remove the if. Oh, I guess I already do because I, It's 11 p.m. here. I shouldn't eat. Are you hungry? Did you eat 3 meals today? That doesn't work. Something broken here. I'm just a glutinous black hole. I can feel that. What's the glitch that I have? Let me reload real quick. Stagger, custom text function, perform an arithmetic on duration, a string value. Oh. What is a string value? Percentage of health is a string? Oh, yeah, because I do all of that to it. Can I just do this then? Or can I do local percent value equals this? And then I pass percent value in there, and then I can pass percent value here. I mean, the naming of the variable is incorrect, but it should be working though. The useless parentheses? One, two. Which useless parentheses? Oh, because we only added a variable. So this should be percent of health value. Percent of health format, some shit like that. There you go. There we go. All right. What's the issue now? Oh. There we go. Let's go. All right, let's pull another mob. Oops. That seemed to be pretty accurate. The more damage I take, the more that percentage is going to go up. I would have to probably get hit by more than one thing to increase it. Yeah, there we go. Working fucking flawlessly, dude. Fuck yeah. So I'm at 3% pretty much on the stagger. It's telling me how much damage I'm staggering. Nice. This is the percent of hell that you're taking. Dude, Brewmaster, they're fucking tanky, man. Like, I'm not doing anything with just those healing sphere, man. They're just keeping me alive like crazy. I have an urge to watch Naruto, and I'm gonna call it for the night. Have a good one, my friend. Yeah, this one is per second. The middle one. It's the percentage of health per second, pretty much, yeah. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Have a good one, Rex. Honestly, the raw damage value is probably useless now that I think about it, though. Like, this first one, I think it's kind of useless. I might remove it, and then instead of the center one... Right? I think it might be useless. Like, the per second and total health are pretty useful. But, I might flip them over, too. That's a possibility. So this one is going to go to the right. And this one is going to go to the left. So you'll get... Your per second is going to be, like, the value that's moving the most. And then this one is going to be, like, just... I mean, I guess both value are going to be, in both cases, they're going to be pretty... I also should do probably... If all of... Active... active... And... Active... Are false. Then, text... Text... And text. There we go. So that's that way. That's kind of clean. And then... can you put the numeric value in the middle with an easy on off? I would love that, but I understand that others don't need it. Yeah, so... That's pretty much what I did there. I just need to put it in the middle, but it's I didn't delete it. I just ticked it off. It's just that I feel like it's such a long arbitrary number that doesn't mean anything. You know, like it's hard to, you know, like especially when you have like in the MOP we had like very large amount of health. So when your tick damage is this, it's like half the time it's hard to see like the difference between this, like because you're not gonna, you know. I feel like it's such a bloated visual. I mean, obviously we could format it and have it be a lot more readable. Like I think we have access to formatting, don't we? If we do big number. There we go. There we go. I should probably leave them in the same... I think I'll leave them the same way they are in retail. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do total stagger here, percentage in the middle, and then per second is gonna be at the end there, but I think per second I'm not gonna put it as a percentage. I'm gonna format it too, I think. Actually, I don't know. What do you guys think? Wait, what's the order here? Left, show percentage of damage that goes into stagger. Adjusted to current target. Middle text shows damage taken from stagger per tick. Show damage. Okay. So this one goes right. This one goes center. This one goes left. I think we're gonna shoot staggered tick though. And we're gonna remove the /s. I think it's creating too much visual noise. But we're gonna have to format it. There you go. Let's see how that looks. Oh. I don't think it's working. I think I might have fucked up something. I think I might have fucked up something. What did I fuck up though? Wait, what is the pad feature? Oh, I'm missing the K. I deleted one too many letter. There we go. So it's gonna be there we go. So in the middle you get the tick, you get the total damage value right there. You get the tick and then you get the percentage. Right? Fuck. They keep shutting down the fucking world server, man. It makes it tough. They keep shutting it down. Wait, what the fuck? They're releasing Mountain Dew Baja Blast? Oh, Tropical Lime. WeakAuras are for with 0 skills. Are they? It's weird because it's kind of weird because the entirety of the race to World First Guild uses WeakAuras. And they're considered to be probably some of the most skilled people out there. I don't know. Most really good player actually do use WeakAuras. So that's kind of interesting. There we go. Account made 5 days ago. You know, it is what it is. It is what it is. Thank you, Demus. Although I had questions. I had questions. Very curious. Increase your movement speed and damage done, and increase the amount of chi generated by your jab and expel arm by 1. Stance of the Fierce Tiger. Interesting. I don't use WeakAuras and I don't have skills / flex. What are you gonna do about that? What are you gonna do about that? Spell usable, false, desaturate. What other skills require me to use to have Ox Stance? Pretty much all of them. Jesus Christ. Breath of Fire. Keg Smash. Dude, Keg Smash as well? Spell usable, false, desaturate. There we go. Everything is going to be... Expel arm. You think I use WeakAuras due to lack of skill? I use them more for shinies, blinky things to keep me engaged. Yeah, exactly. You know, it's like those videos they put next to other videos on TikTok to keep your attention span going. You know? Like somebody cutting clay with like a knife on the side of a political discussion, you know, like just to keep you like, oh my god, the knife is going through the clay. Yeah. Okay, I think we're done with Brew, man. Not too bad. Visual ASMR, yeah. Subway Surfers or Farming Sim, yeah. We're going to add a little Vengeance tracker. Dynamic. Vengeance. Death Knight. Duplicate. We're going to name it Monk. Then we're going to add it to Dynamic. And then we're going to slide it here. I got you, Bucks, bro. Go all in. Oh, shit. Let's gamble 10%. I won? Easy, dude. So easy. When you have money, man, making money is so easy. I just gamble 10% every now and then. If I lose, gamble 20, you know? Like, if I lose, gamble 40, you know? We'll just... I can't lose 3 times in a row, right? The crazy part is I got that many Lugs bucks organically. Like, I didn't even cheat. Like, I could, but I didn't. Isn't that insane? Also, nobody has any reason to believe what I just said, but it's actually true. Holy shit. Oh my god. Are you coming for number 1? I'm number 1 right now. If you get it another time, you get number 1. And then the only way for me to beat you is to double again. You being number 1 is a far... I got it legit though. I got it legit. And that's the cool part, man. Only from, I saw it at 3 a.m. giving himself bucks. I mean, the crazy part is you can literally see my, I can show chat log and prove that it's not true, you know? Like, that's the crazy fucking part. I could enter my own giveaway. I would save so much money, especially that $100 gift card. You altered chat log? You're the streamer? You can't, though. It's like a Twitch thing. I can't alter Twitch servers. I can't alter their database. You know? You did. He's like, well, you did, though. You did. Lux, we know you did. Shut up. Elite front-end hacker. Oh, I see how that goes. Okay. Okay. Oh, there we go. New computer arrive. New computer case arrived. Ooh, what did you get? Yeah, liar. But I have to mow tonight, so it must wait. Being adult is worse. I don't know what I want to do tonight. I gotta go take a walk, that's for sure. And then I kind of want to go to the grocery store. I want to go to Costco. What time does Costco close? It was like 8 or some shit? Costco? Yeah, 8:30. I could go to Costco. Fractal Design and Meshify 3. Hey, not bad. Not bad. Not bad at all. Yo, Pink, thank you so much for the 5 months, my friend. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Shit, fuck. Thank you. Does any Mistweaver in chat? That for MOP? Do you use... is there such a thing as fist weaving back then? I don't remember. Like blackout kick and all that shit. Like, how do I... Oh, I just realized blackout kick doesn't have a cooldown in MOP. I don't need to track it. I do need to track Rising Sun Kick, though. Oh, but Rising Sun Kick is only a... It is only a Windwalker thing, I'm assuming, right? Yeah. Yes, it is. Kind of, yeah, not as good in this iteration, though. Miss Weaver? There we go. Chi Burst, Miss Weaver. Oh, where's this? Fist of Fury. Chi Burst, Miss Weaver. Oh, all of these over here. We're going to delete that. There we go. Teaching a monastery is basically all that is fist weaving. Is it used at all in any scenario? You become adept in the ways of the Mistweaver, applying 4 of your ability, damage increase. Damage increased by 100% when you're a Tiger Palm. You gain Vital Mist, reducing the cast time of your next. Okay, so you do got to track a little bit of these abilities, I guess. No, I guess all of these are completely useless to track for Mistweaver. Those are only going to be there for... Room. Okay, so we're going to do this. We're going to do Mistweaver. There you go. Touch of Death is going to be last. I don't think that the Invoke existed back then, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, they did not exist. Okay. You didn't have multiple charges of Renewing Mist. It was just a single charge. All right, so we can delete Renewing Mist. Unless, was there something that gave you 2 stack? I don't think there was, right? Only one? Yeah. Jade Serpent statue, so we're going to go duplicate that Summon Axe. We're going to duplicate it. Summon Jade Serpent statue. Wait. Where the is it in utility? Delete. All right. Jade Serpent statue. Very nice. Can somebody tie... no, actually, we're good. We're chilling. We're fucking chilling, mate. Oh, shit. Okay. We're doing all right. Requires 100% restore of your maximum mana per stack of mana T active. Oh, boy. Boy. Wasn't that supposed to be like... How do you get mana T already? Yeah, it's pretty much the same as in retail, right? Where is it, though? Oh, I think it was like a dynamic manatee. There you go. Sport. Import. Maybe we want to have it in core, though, this class. Mana T115294. Hello. Hello, Lux. Doesn't this all the time not feel like a what? What? A what, mate? Dude, jab costs so much mana. What the fuck? Wait, why would you... You're... Why are you typing in all caps, though? You're stressing me out, dude. In that land, there's no lowercase. Hold my beer. Why are we yelling? Yes, sir. What is it called? Tiger Power. Yeah. It's called noises? Yeah, I don't like them too much. So it's costing me more mana than I am getting, but I guess I am getting mana T, so I can just press mana T and then I get back the mana. I guess, right? That's kind of the point, I guess. So my mana's going down, and then you kind of just, and then you get all your mana back, so you get to do this like forever, I guess. Yeah, okay. That's pretty dope. Are you healing anybody doing this? Is it like decent heal or use spinning crane kick? Yeah, but in single target, spinning crane kick is not gonna work, right? Because you have to hit at least 3 target. For healing. Yeah, it does heal people. But then you don't make any chi, so you still like... So heal 3 people and you get the benefit of jab and more healing and less mana. Wait, really? Holy fuck. Wait, so even if I don't hit anything, as long as I heal 3 people? What the fuck? So you just like spinny, you're like an idiot. Oh my god, what the fuck? So you literally never press jab. That shit is healing like crazy. Holy fuck. Actually, the number is pretty low, but... What does you and your summon statue heal equal to your auto attack damage? Okay. Not really. You did it in first iteration of Monk, but they changed it. Oh, lag. Okay. So you just spam this thing non-stop. Is that how you actually heal in this version, though? Oh, this one generates chi as well, though, for single target. Wait. Surging miss heal, generate. If oh, you gotta do tender focus T. Okay, that's pretty good. Uplift. So none of the there's not a lot of abilities to track actually. Do I want to track okay, something like that makes sense, I guess. What would the build be? I guess Chi Wave is pretty good. Zen Sphere back then too, right? I guess rushing Jade Wit isn't that great because you get it lowers your buildup of chi, I guess, but it heals for longer. For not really seem to heal that much. I'm assuming you don't really use Whirling Jade, right? Because it reduces the amount that you can do. Or your... I guess... I don't know. I guess that's what the WeakAuras look like, though. All right. It's a better version of Spinning Crane Kit, and you can still heal while it's running. Yeah, but it doesn't allow you to spam it for chi, though. For chi. This one I'm able to generate way more chi, which allows me to use my enveloping miss. It should be the same, though, because this one has a cooldown. This one is 5-second cooldown, so you can't reuse it until it's over. So you press it, and then... I guess you just gotta squeeze in some stuff in between, though. It does heal people a lot, though, around you, so that's nice. MOP. Let me check. Do they have a class? Miss Weaver. Rotation and cooldown. Jab to damage the target and generate chi. Yeah, so I need to track muscle memory and serpent zeal. Okay. We got to do that. I'm bad at reading. It's fine, me too. Me too, me too. Let's do duplicate this. Let's do muscle memory. Also, all of these are going to be without pixel because they're kind of always... I know this one is actually not always active, actually. Fuck. Let's do shuffle. Condition. Muscle muscle memory is actually... what triggers muscle memory, actually? 139597. I'm hoping I can be done, man, by the end of the day. I don't think so, though. Sorry. Fuck. Why am I still having a problem with this shit? Is that your last week? Or is the last class, but then I got to do Windwalker as well. But I should pretty much be done with it, I think. When you successfully jab or damage at least 3 enemies with spinning crate kick, you gain muscle memory, causing your next tiger palm or blackout kick to deal increased damage and restore format. Okay. Makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. So... And then this one, we need to keep it up. Serpent Zeal. Duplicate. Serpent's Zeal. 127722. Oh, they have a glyph. Multi-select ignore tooltip. I'm not sure what that is, but 127722. I guess that's also gonna be. No, it has to be something different. What triggers it? Which talent allows? Is it teaching of the monastery? No, that's not what it is, right? Blackout kick also hits 4 additional target. When you gain Serpent Zeal. Yeah, it is teaching of the monastery. So it's 116645. There we go. So now there we go. I'm not sure I like having touch of... I think I'm going to do touch in... because you're not really like... I feel like touch of death. I don't know, actually. Would you want touch of death to be in your core or like a dynamic to show up whenever it's usable? In utilities? You think so? I do in retail, but it's because it's not super, like, crazy. But in this version of the game, isn't it, like, way more... my theory behind ordering is usually cooldown use. So the more you use something, the more it's going to be on the... I usually go by cooldown order, which also mimics what my bars are doing a lot of the time. If that makes any sense. Hopefully that makes sense. Burgers and fries? Holy shit. You have a nice brother, man. Yeah, I usually order the WeakAuras based on a couple things. So usually cooldown, the lower the cooldown, the more it should be at the front. So what you're going to be spamming all the time with the lowest cooldown is going to be the first. So this is like 8 seconds. This is 15. This is a little bit further, but it's more situational a little bit. Actually, rushing Jade should probably be over Expel Arm in this case, in a way. I don't think it's going to be number one because it's not like something that you spam as like it's hard to explain because it's a weird arbitrary vision that I have of what abilities are in the game, right? Like to me, this is your number one ability. Renewing Mist is almost what defines Mistweaver, right? While the other one is just a talent, it might not always be picked, right? So that's how I can see it. And then I kind of go by order, and then I go with the cooldown, and then if there's damaging cooldown, they're usually last for healer, and then damaging abilities are usually going to be last. So like, for example, while Touch of Death has a shorter cooldown than something like Revival, I still think it should be last because it's a little bit more situational for healer. Like it's a 1.5 minute cooldown and this is 3 minutes. So technically, according to my order, it should be before. But because it's a damaging ability, I put it a little bit past. So that's kind of how that goes. It's kind of arbitrary a little bit, but yeah. It's kind of arbitrary, but yeah. So do you usually pay attention to the ones on the left? Once I move some of the icons to the center, I can see them more, like some core rotation procs. What do you mean the ones on the left? Run to the center. Okay, this is pretty clean. Are we done already? With no. There's no way we're done, right? There has to be more than this. Is that it? Maybe that's it, dude. I don't know. Quite simple, I guess. Oh, I can't have more than one Thunder Focus T, right? So the number becomes useless in this case. In retail, you get more than one use, but in this one, I don't think it's useful. Vital Miss. Okay, what the fuck is Vital Miss? Tiger Palm. Reduce the cast time and mana cost of your next Surgeon Miss. Okay, good. Duplicate. Vital Mist. $1,186.74. I'm assuming it's from Monastery, right? How was the barbecue yesterday? Fucking amazing, dude. Delicious. How you been, man? like surging miss. Oh no, it's not instant cast, it's just faster. Only 1 day left before vacation again. Can't complain. Nice. Good stuff, my dude. I'm just trying to like kind of push through the WeakAuras right now so I can go back to like actually playing games. I'm gonna try to finish it right now because I just I just want to be done with this shit. I just want to be done with this shit. I think I'm done though with this one. So then I just need to do wait, hold on a second. I got what was that? Dematerialize. Whenever you're stunned, phase out. Okay. Uplift is still missing in core. Uplift? It doesn't have a cooldown though, so kind of useless. You can use it as much as you want, so. Cheat cost from when it's available. Usually I don't track abilities if they don't have cooldown, which was an error for me on the brew, I think, with Blackout Kick. Like technically you should like your chi bar, the chi bar is enough for you to know that you can uplift. You know? Irish fan, thank you so much, my friend. What I'll end up doing is I'll make it, but I'll put it optional, I think. So that way people can, so I can do Blackout Kick, Brewmaster, and then an optional. And then we'll duplicate this. And we'll do this here, and we'll do Uplift. It's the same, like, I mean, do we put Uplift or do we put, you know, like Surging Mist? Or whatever the fuck it's called? Enveloping Mist? Enveloping Mist is 3. You know, like, that's kind of, yeah, you know. Is there any procs that can affect them in any way, shape, or form? If spell usable, false, desaturate. There we go. So if there's no enveloping miss anywhere, shouldn't be. There you go. It's not working. Okay. I don't know how I feel about leaving it like that. I like how it looks. Maybe we do add them baseline because there's pretty few abilities in here. You know? You can cast other shit while you're in it. Oh, you can't cast this one, though. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Can I go to the monk area? Zen pilgrimage. Let's go see our trainer. Let's go see our trainer real quick.
Hello. Jade your travels.
You are most welcome. Family, friends, food.
Windwalker?
These are what matter most.
Is Windwalker do they still have their mastery where... Do they still have that thing where you can only hit an ability combo breaker? You have a 50% chance when you jab to cause your next or blackout kick to cause no chi within... Oh, so they don't even have their mastery from, like, back in the day? That's so fucking interesting. They don't even have like the new mastery that they got with like the that you can't repeat ability? Is that not a thing? Let me read all of these. But the mastery of combo is not a thing yet. Legacy of the White Tiger. Spitting Fire Blossom. The fuck is that?
Welcome.
Wait, where the fuck are the dummies? Wasn't this area full of target dummies? But all of them are non-attackable. Okay, maybe I'm crazy. I guess we'll go back. Oh, I can't go back? Wait, am I crazy or this place doesn't have... Oh, and... Legacy of the White Tiger magic. What the fuck does that mean? Wait, magic? Legacy of the Emperor. Oh, you can have both of them as a... What the fuck? No, yeah, it doesn't have a return function. It has a fucking 30-minute CD, so you can't use it again. Unless there's something I don't understand, but... Unless there's something I don't understand anywhere, but, yeah. Oops. Legacy of the White Tiger. Beautiful. And then we're going to do that just right here. 116781. I'm trying to log into the damn state health insurance website, and it's like, nah, bitch, we're going to sit on the logging screen doing nothing forever. Why is there no target dummy here? I remember there was target dummy in this area. Am I crazy? Well, I guess I am crazy. I guess I can heart. I'm really trying to get my ducks in a row before I bail on my job, and it's making it very difficult. What are you trying to achieve? Let me give you some Lux boxes. I gotta take a bathroom break. We're gonna be right back in a second. 7,000 bucks, chat. Holy shit. Join, chat. Exclamation mark join. You guys want to get some Lux boxes? Make sure you guys get in there. Do not miss out on the free bucks. Do not miss out on the free bucks. All right. I think all right. Yeah, there it is. And where the fuck is Tiger Bomb? There we go. I'm gonna have to delete all these fucking things. None of this shit works. All right. Join. Get in there, my friends. I think I'm gonna call it for today, chat. I'm gonna go do some groceries. It's like super fucking nice outside, so I think I'm gonna use that time to just go run some quick errands and you know, stream is pretty much done. I think for today we're at like 8 hours and 30 minutes. It was like super kind of chill and cozy and random stream. I was just gonna try to finish some WeakAuras. I'm probably gonna try to finish Windwalker tonight so that I don't have to do WeakAuras tomorrow, and then we can actually play some video games tomorrow. That would be kind of cool. So I think that's where we're gonna be doing. I think I'm just gonna tune out for tonight. I'm gonna go do some groceries, get myself some dinner, and just kind of relax and chill. I'm probably gonna try to finish the WeakAuras tonight on my own and just not have to do them again tomorrow, so that we can actually do some streaming content, so that we can actually play some games and have some fun together. So I think that's gonna be it. That's gonna be my plan for tomorrow. I don't know what we're gonna be playing. I got a couple of ideas. I got like a couple of things on the list that looks pretty fun. So we're gonna pick one of these. We're gonna jump in and just play some games and have a good time. Or maybe go do some keys. That's a possibility as well. I might try to do that. Try to see if we can up our number up a little bit and just have a good time together. That's what we're going to be doing. Remember, Saturday, we're opening PSA cards and we're opening cards. So we're not going to be doing it Sunday because Sunday I'm going to be taking a day off this week. I'm switching it up this week. Probably this week only. But yeah, we're going to be taking a day off Sunday. And Saturday, we're opening a box of card, and we're going to be opening an entire box of 10 slabs of PSA goodies. So that's going to be fun. We're going to be given a lot of Lux Bucks for this, so that's going to be super fucking nice. But for today, that is going to be it for me. Thank you for watching the and keeping me company for the WeakAuras development and the you know, the Mist of Pandaria development, and also everybody watching while we ended up watching the Dune segment. That was super fun, and I'm really, really, really excited for the game. Super excited for Dune. So we're going to be playing that on June 5th for the early access. I'm going to be logging in. We're going to be doing day one. We're going to pick a server, and we're going to be able to join in there. We're going to make a guild. We're going to be inviting people that are subs to the channel. We're going to give them priority. People that have that want to play, we're going to get you guys in the guild. We're going to play together. We're going to try to make some cool bases and try to get as much resources as we can and just have a fucking good time, right? So that's going to be my plan for Dune. Tomorrow, I got no idea, but I'm not going to be doing WeakAuras again on stream. I am not going to be doing that. So we're not doing WeakAuras tomorrow. I don't know what we're going to be doing, but we will be playing video games. So tune in for that. Love you all, chat. Thank you so much for keeping me company. And see you guys tomorrow for some video games. Love you all. I'm going to give you guys one last Luxbox raffle, level 7. And, yeah. One last Luxbox raffle for you beautiful people. And I'll see you guys tomorrow for more stream. We're going to be playing games tomorrow, though. No endless, boring WeakAuras for the entire day. I'll try to finish those tonight so that we don't have to go back to this for a little bit. I love you all, friends. Have a beautiful afternoon, beautiful evening. And I will see you all tomorrow. Take care.